surgery, wide range of clinical indications, and excellent convenience. One guide is convenient to use. With an ultra-simple drilling technique, the implant can be placed at the plant site in only 3 drillings for shortened surgery time. One guide also offers high precision. The site, direction, and depth of implant can be precisely planned using digital method and used to manufacture a one guide template. This allows the implant to be placed as planned. One guide template holds the drill to help maintain a precise path even during high-speed drilling. The stopper is in contact with the top of one guide to enable precise control of drilling depth. One guide is particularly useful for surgery in the posterior region. In addition to the basic closed type hole, open type holes can be selected for designing. This function allows a drill entry through side and posterior teeth with insufficient vertical space. Open type hole helps to secure additional vertical space. One guide can be used for various clinical purposes. One guide kit for cases of single to fully edentulous. One CAS kit for maxillary sinus lift surgery. One MS kit for the anterior region with narrow bone width. One 485 kit for short implants in mandible molar. These 4 dedicated kits are available for a wide range of clinical cases. Improve the convenience of digital implant surgery with one guide. It is simple and precise. Introducing the One CAS kit, the digital sinus surgery kit. If you use the One CAS kit, you can digitally pre-plan the exact implant position and drill length required for the sinus surgery. Place the one guide template first. Then, fuse the drills with rounded apex together with the stopper in order to perform safe drilling. You can also perform hydraulic lifting and bone grafting while the template is still in the mouth. Try the One CAS kit for safe and precise sinus surgery. Introducing the One MS kit, the implant surgery kit for anterior region with narrow bone width. In the anterior region with narrow interdental space and also in the narrow bone width, place the one guide template. And then you will be able to place MS implants with the most narrow 2.0 mm diameter and TS3 3.0 implants exactly in the planned position by using One MS kit. Try the One MS kit, the implant surgery kit for the anterior region with narrow bone width. Introducing the Asset Kit for narrow alveolar ridge split. The Asset Kit uses expansion drills able to expand the bone buccally and lingually, even in the case of severe alveolar bone resorption. Eliminates the use of a mallet. A safer and easier buccal plate expansion is achievable when minimizing the risk of buccal fracture. During the final stage of implant placement, the implant can secure a strong initial stability in the narrow ridge without tilting. The SET kit allows regular size implants to be placed in narrow ridges with a low risk of buccal fracture. You can try it out. Introducing the 485 kit, the kit for placing short implants. The 485 kit has drills with round design apex, which minimizes damage to the inferior alveolar nerve when performing surgical drilling. The 485 kit allows you to place 4 to 8.5 mm short implants. Only 3 drilling steps are required when placing implants with the 485 kit. When placing short implants, try the 485 kit. Introducing the CAS kit, the crystal approach sinus kit that safely lifts the sinus membrane with a hydraulic lift system. The CAS kit reduces the chance of membrane perforation. The patented CAS drill creates a conial bone lid that keeps the drill edge from direct contact with the membrane. CAS kit ensures safer drilling by preventing sinus membrane perforation. Using the drill stopper makes it easier to adjust the drill depth. The CAS kit features drill stoppers in 1 mm increments. It is possible to control the drilling depth precisely by using the stopper, which ensures safer drilling without the risk of perforating the sinus membrane. The hydraulic lifting technique of the maxillary sinus can facilitate the blood supply of the surgical site. The CAS kit's membrane lifter is using hydraulic pressure to elevate the maxillary sinus membrane higher and wider. Consequently, it facilitates blood supply, which encourages the formation of new bone and the healing process. Try the CAS kit that reduces the risk of membrane perforation to ensure safer surgery. Introducing the LAS kit, the lateral approach sinus kit that safely raises the sinus membrane without perforation. The patented drill designs, both dome and core drills, feature rounded cutting edges that minimize direct contact with the membrane. In this way, lateral windows can be created safely. The dome drill in the LAS kit helps lift the sinus membrane safely while collecting autogenous bone particles between the cutting blades. By creating bone chips between the blades, the core drill's rounded cutting edge reduces the chances of direct contact with the membrane. The LAS kit's dome and core drills are specifically designed to create the lateral window safely. LAS kit allows for more precise control over drill depth. The LAS kit features drill stoppers in 0.5 mm increments. 6 different lengths of drill stopper allows for more precise control over drill depth when creating a lateral window. All these LAS kit features contribute to safer sinus lifting surgery and reduce the chances of sinus membrane perforation. Let's go over the advantages of our LAS kit. It is specifically designed to help surgeons to create lateral windows safely with the patented drill design. 6 different lengths of drill stoppers with 0.5 mm increments allow for more precise control over drill depth. Try the LAS kit specifically designed for clinicians to perform a sinus lift safely in a short time. With X-ray images alone, it can be very difficult to convince patients since X-ray images don't offer a complete picture of their oral health status. Fortunately, today's product can help you with this very problem. It's the Snap
The best global dental symposium, Osstem World Meeting, now returns to Seoul after a decade. The symposium consists of 4 sessions, 6 lectures, and 1 live surgery. Moderators. Expert moderators will guide and facilitate the academic sessions. Speakers. First session, Dr. Kanayama Takeo from Japan and Dr. Vara Boyer from the United States of America. Second session, Dr. Yin-Chik Her from Korea and Professor Marco Tellerico from Italy. The highlight of the Osstem World Meeting, live surgery. Renowned Korean dentists Professor Young-Dae Kwon and Professor Jae-Young Kim will be performing a live surgery. Last session, Dr. Joshua Shia from Canada and Dr. Burak B. Yurtbiller from Turkey. The best global dental symposium. The symposium begins now.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 2024 Osstem World Meeting, Seoul. I'm Shihyun Ryu, continuing on from yesterday. Did you have a good sleep? Nice to meet you again in this early morning. Osstem World Meeting, the best global academic event in dental implant field, is leading clinical trends in dentistry. Also, dental clinical know-how on a variety of topics is shared here. It was first held here in Seoul in 2008 and has had a long and steady history. It is currently positioning itself as a global dental academic symposium. So far, it has been satisfying the clinical thirst of dentists worldwide, taking places in cities as diverse as Bangkok, Beijing, Shanghai, Shenzhen, LA, Rome, Moscow, Tokyo, Istanbul, and here Seoul again. We are also making cultural connections through this. In particular, 1,600 people from 58 countries are participating this year. So the 2024 Osstem World Meeting Seoul became the largest event ever in its history. This year's Osstem World Meeting was organized with a variety of programs to help you lead the way in the upcoming digital age of dentistry. It is composed of 6 different lectures and a live surgery, grouped in 4 different sessions under the theme of Magic of Leading Digital Dentistry. In addition to that, you can meet and try many different products of Osstem Implant in the lobby exhibit area. Osstem Implant is, of course, one of the leading companies in digital dentistry. Along with it, you will find the latest academic trends in the exhibition area of academic posters. Not only that, there is a photo zone where you can take a photo of yourself in hanbok. Hanbok is a traditional Korean dress. You could grab some light snacks and coffee in the catering zone. I hope you get the most out of it during your stay at the Osstem World Meeting. All of today's lectures and live surgery will be available for online viewers as well. You can watch those on the Osstem Stand All website and Osstem Global YouTube channel. All sessions will be conducted in English as primary language. However, the sessions will be real-time interpreted into 4 languages: Chinese, Turkic, Russian, and Japanese. Please join us for the Q&A after each lecture. Now, let us begin 2024 Osstem World Meeting with a warm speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of Osstem Implant, Dr. Kyu-ok Choi, for an official opening address. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good morning. I'm very happy to have fellow dentists from all around the world here in Seoul. On behalf of Osstem, I deeply appreciate for constant support and trust in Osstem and your visiting from a long distance. Osstem World Meeting has developed as a global dental symposium by inviting dentists from all around the world to exchange latest dental clinical trend, valuable industrial information, discuss various topics every year. In 2008, the first Osstem World Meeting started in Seoul. As Osstem's global influence has increased compared to 16 years ago, this World Meetings hold about 1,800 dentists and officials from 52 countries around the world visited. The Osstem World Meeting has become one of the biggest academic symposiums in number of participants and number of countries. Osstem World Meeting, Osstem World User Meeting has become the core value not only the Osstem but also to all of us. Through this Osstem World Meeting Seoul, under the theme of Magic of Leading Digital Dentistry, we have 6 implant lectures and 1 live surgery to show Osstem's status as a leader of dental digital trend. Please visit Osstem Implant headquarters, where the implant produced that you are using. See current implant products and equipment such as unit chair, cone beam CT, 3D printers, milling machines, bone graft materials, and other high-tech products. Once again, I would like to thank all of you and the lecturers, moderators. I promise that Osstem Implant will be a good friend for dentists as always, and look forward to seeing you again at the Osstem World Meeting Vietnam next year, 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kyoche. Following the opening address, Dr. Taegun Park, the president of Korean Dental Association, will give us the congratulatory speech. Welcome him, and let's give him a round of applause.
안녕하십니까. 대한치과의사협회 회장 박태근입니다.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Taegun Park, President of Korean Dental Association.
오늘 52개국 1,500여 명의 세계 각국 치과의사들을 직접 만나 뵙고 인사드리게 되어 대단히 기쁘고 영광스럽게 생각합니다.
Today, I'm thrilled and honored to greet directly 1,500 dentists from 52 countries.
오스템 임플란트는 치과의사의 더 좋은 진료를 도와줌으로써 인류 건강 증진에 이바지한다는 경영 이념 아래 혁신 마인드와 수준 높은 기술력을 바탕으로 전 세계 치과의사들 진료 여정을 돕는 1등 도우미 역할을 해왔습니다.
Under the management motto of contributing to the promotion of human health by helping dentists to provide better care, Osstem Implant has been the #1 helper for dentists around the world in their treatment journey with innovative mind and advanced technology.
그 결과 2017년부터 2023년까지 7년 연속 임플란트 판매량 세계 1위라는 기념을 토하고 치과계를 선도하는 초인류 기업으로 자리매김하였습니다.
As a result, from 2017 to 2023, it has been ranked #1 in the world in implant sales for 7 consecutive years and has positioned itself as a world-class company leading the dental industry.
뿐만 아니라 오스템 임플란트는 오스템 월드 미팅을 통해 대한민국의 높은 치과 임상 수준을 공유하면서 임상의들의 연구 성과는 물론 최신 임상 트렌드를 교류하는 데도 앞장서고 있어 전 세계 치과계가 함께 성장하는 학술 축제의 장을 이끌어왔다고 생각합니다.
In addition, Osstem Implant shares the advanced dental clinical practice in Korea through these Osstem World meetings and takes the lead in exchanging the state-of-the-art clinical trends as well as the research results of clinicians in this academic festival so that the global dental community can grow together.
대한민국 치과 산업 발전은 물론 치과계의 국제화에도 큰 역할을 해온 오스템 임플란트에 대해 대한치과의사협회 회장으로서 깊은 감사의 말씀을 드립니다.
As the president of the Korean Dental Association, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Osstem Implant, which has played a pivotal role in the development of the Korean dental industry and as well as globalization of the dental industry of Korea.
이번 행사를 통해 세계 각국의 치과의사들이 친목과 화합을 다지는 뜻깊은 시간이 되기를 기대하며 오스템 월드 미팅의 지속적인 전진과 더불어 오스템 임플란트의 무궁한 발전을 기원드립니다.
I hope that this meeting will be a meaningful occasion for dentists from the world to strengthen friendship and harmony. And I pray for the continued advancement of Osstem World Meeting and prosperity of Osstem Implant.
아울러 행사 준비를 위해 애쓰신 오스템 임플란트 최규옥 회장님, 엄태관 대표이사님을 비롯한 관계자분들의 노고에 감사의 말씀을 전하며 오늘 참석하신 모든 분들의 건강과 행운을 기원합니다.
In addition, I would like to express my gratitude for the hard work of Osstem Implant Chairman Kyuk Jae and CEO Tae Kwan and to the dentists from the world who have joined us today. I wish you good health and good luck.
대단히 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, President. It's 9:13 now, and the 2024 Osstem World Meeting is also being streamed internationally. Thank you for being with us, even online. Now, we'll begin our first session, chaired by Dr. Andrea Ricci from Italy. Dr. Andrea Ricci is an active member of the European Academy of Aesthetic Dentistry, associated member of the American Academy of Restorative Dentistry, active member of the Italian Academy of Aesthetic Dentistry, private practice limited to prosthodontics, periodontology, and implant dentistry with special emphasis to the aesthetic areas. Please welcome Dr. Andrea Ricci with a big round of applause.
Hello, good morning everybody. I am Dr. Andrea Ricci and I am from Italy. It is a great honor for me to be the first moderator of the 2024 Osstem World Meeting in Seoul. Our first speaker of the day is Dr. Kanayama Takeo from Japan. Dr. Takeo will be presenting on fully guided implant placement for a dentulous patient using digital technology. Let us welcome Dr. Kanayama Takeo from Japan.
Good morning, everyone. I'm honored to have this opportunity to speaking at this event. My topic today is full-guided implant placement for edentulous patients using digital technology. I think many of you here are familiar with full-guided implant placement, perhaps by using Osstem's one-eye system. I believe the one-eye system is one of the best guide systems in the world. However, it's important to note that edentulous cases are more prone to errors compared to cases with only a few missing teeth. So today, I'd like to discuss strategies to reduce errors in full-guided implant placement for edentulous patients. This is my first time speaking at the Osstem World Meeting. In 2019, I performed live surgery in Tokyo. Some of you might have attended that session. The case I presented then was deeply related to today's theme, so I'll begin my presentation by reviewing that case to provide continuity. The patient was a 75-year-old female, completely edentulous, and had undergone a maxillary resection due to oral cancer a few years prior. I first treated her in 2015. She was using dentures, but they were completely unstable in her mouth. Therefore, she desired dental implants to stabilize her dentures. I placed 3 implants in her maxilla and 2 in her mandible, which really improved the stability of her dentures. However, some issues remained with the mandible. In the case of completely edentulous mandible, a world standard approach is an implant over denture with 2 implants in the anterior region. However, it's crucial to understand that in this setup, the primary role of implants is retention. That is, preventing the denture from dislodging. Meanwhile, support, or the ability to withstand occlusal forces, relies on the denture base itself. This type of overdenture is quite effective when the alveolar bone is in good condition. However, in the case of poor bone condition like this patient, the support capacity is insufficient, leading to pain during mastication. It's crucial to understand these limitations when considering implant over dentures for patients with poor bone condition. So how can we address this issue? Adding 2 more implants in the molar area can significantly enhance support. By increasing the total number of implants to 4, the overdenture changes from being merely implant retained to fully implant supported. This means that the occlusal forces are now directly supported by the implants, and the denture base no longer needs to support these forces. This change not only simplifies the denture design, but also improves the patient's experience, making it much more comfortable and enhancing functionality. The patient agreed to this suggestion. However, another problem arises. Placing implants in the mandibular molar area in poor bone condition is challenging. In this particular case, there was almost no bone left above the mandibular canal, making it seem impossible to place implants here. However, using the digital technology I'm going to talk about today, I found a new way to place implants besides the mandibular canal. This technique demands a highly precise guide system and is generally considered risky. However, I was confident of success for 3 main reasons. The first reason is related to the nature of errors in full-guided implant surgery. Despite our best effort for precision, some errors are inevitable. However, studies have shown that these errors tend to decrease the closer we get to the guide template. Therefore, the key factors affecting this precision include the gum thickness, the implant placement depth, and the implant length. In essence, thinner gums, shallower placements, and shorter implants lead to more accurate results. This case met all these ideal conditions perfectly. The second reason concerns the merging of data. In cases of having no teeth, merging surface data with CT data can be challenging, and errors are more prone to occur. However, in this particular case, having two implants already in place in the anterior region was a significant advantage. They served as a reference point for merging, greatly enhancing accuracy and reducing errors. The third reason is about stabilizing the guide template during surgery. One of the biggest challenges in guided surgery for a edentulous patient is keeping the guide template stable. In this case, the already placed anterior implant provided an anchor, ensuring the guide template remained stable throughout the surgery and minimizing errors. Thanks to these factors, the live surgery was a success. It has been 9 years since I placed the implants in the maxilla and 5 years in the mandible. Both have shown good progress. The patient's oral function has significantly improved, leading to high levels of satisfaction. Through this case, I realized the great potential of full-guided implant placement using digital technology. It makes difficult surgeries easier. However, it's important to understand that accuracy tends to decrease. The number of missing teeth increases. This is especially true when all teeth are missing. So my topic today is about edentulous cases. On this slide, we see the general workflow, which is consistent regardless of the number of missing teeth. However, edentulous cases present two critical distinctions. First, not having any teeth requires special treatment for data merging. Second, not having any teeth also makes it harder to stabilize the guide template during surgery. Understanding these distinctions is crucial for success in full-guided implant placement in edentulous cases. Now, let's take a closer look at each one. First, I'd like to talk about data merging. We turn surface data into STL files and CT data into DICOM files. With the recent development of intraoral scanners, we can directly get surface data as STL files. This has made our workflow simpler and improved accuracy. When there are remaining teeth, we can merge the two sets of data based on these teeth. We choose 3 specific points as our reference for merging. In this way, we can merge the data simply and with high accuracy. However, in the edentulous cases where there are no teeth to serve as a reference for merging, we can't directly merge surface data and CT data. We need to place markers beforehand. The conventional workflow for this was really complex. Here is the conventional workflow. First, we create a plaster model, attach resin markers on it, and then scan it. This process gives us surface data that includes the resin markers. Next, we create a radiographic guide that contains the resin markers. We usually attach a wax bite limit to this radiographic guide. Then, place this radiographic guide in patient's mouth and take a CT scan. As a result, the CT data also includes the resin markers. With markers present in both sets of data, we can merge them. However, this process is really complex, and such complexity often increases the errors. Now, let's look at the workflow using iOS. First, we directly place regime markers inside the mouse. Placing at least 3 markers is enough, but placing 5 to 6 is better because they might come off during intraoral scan or CT scan. After that, we perform iOS, followed by a CT scan. This method allows us to merge the data through a simple workflow. You can clearly see the difference compared to the conventional method. Recently, the accuracy of iOS has improved, making it easier and more precise to obtain surface data. This approach significantly reduces chair time compared to conventional methods. Moreover, because impressions are taken without any pressure, we can capture the mucosal surface without deformation. This results in high accuracy during the merging process. This slide compares the merging result from the same case using both the conventional method and iOS. As illustrated, accuracy is somewhat lower with the conventional method. This is due to various errors with conventional method, such as mucosal deformation from impression pressure, impression material shrinkage, plaster expansion, and poor radiographic guide fit in the mouth. On the other hand, while iOS is known to have stitching errors, based on this case, the errors are significantly smaller than those with conventional method. Therefore, the first key point is to collect surface data using iOS and enhance the accuracy of data merging with CT data. It's important to note that regime markers needed to be placed in advance. Next, I'd like to talk about surgery. One more important point is to keep the guide template stable during surgery. In cases with no teeth, the template sits on the mucosa. This can make it unstable, so it's important to fix it in place. In conventional method, the anchor screws are used on the sides of the jaw ridge. However, if we tighten them too much, the guide template might shift. Also, a drawback of this method is we have to make extra holes for the anchor screws. So I recommend using the vertical anchor tool. It's special to Osstem's one-eye system. Other companies don't have this tool. This slide shows how the vertical anchor tool secures the guide template. It's less likely to shift than with the conventional method. Also, this tool uses the same holes for implants. This means no extra cutting is needed. I highly recommend using this tool in edentulous surgery. Now, let's go over how to use it, showing actual surgical videos. First, place the template, then use a tissue punch to clear the gum tissue at the implant spots. Then, use the bone anchor to fix the guide template. The best position for the bone anchor is in the premolar area, which is in the center of dental arc. I always place 2 bone anchors there. Use a twist drill for bone anchor to make the hole. Then insert the bone anchor. Do the same on the other side as well. You can see just 2 bone anchors make the guide template very stable. Next, I always proceed to drilling and placing the implants in the molar area. As this step requires a wide mouth opening, I prefer to perform this early on. Patients often become tired later in the surgery. Usually, the molar area needs a sinus lift. In this case, the right side. The one-eyed system includes the one casket. With the kit, we can do a sinus lift in full guided surgery. This is something only one-eyed system can do. In this case, I place the implant without using any bone graft materials. This. Then, attach the implant anchor to the implant. This step makes the guide template even more stable, as it is now fixed by 3 anchors. Next, drill and place the implant on the other side. And attach the implant anchor there as well. Next, proceed to the anterior area, where the bone ridge is usually narrow. However, with the template fixed at 4 points, we can drill precisely. Now, 4 implants have been placed. What's left are the 2 premolar areas where the bone anchors have been placed. Remove the bone anchors one at a time. Drill, and then place the implant. Do the same on the other side as well. Now, all implants are in place. To finish the surgery, the implant anchors and template will be removed. The surgery lasted about 28 minutes. It was precise and quick. So the second key point is about the surgery. It's important to fix the guide template properly. For this, using the vertical anchor tool is a good idea. I believe the Osstem's one-guide system is an excellent system that makes surgery easier in many ways. Especially only one-guide system can use the vertical anchor tool for dangerous cases. Lastly, I'll talk about the prosthetic treatment. Digital technology has made prosthetic treatment much easier. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time today to discuss this in detail, so I'll only give a brief explanation. We use iOS for prosthetic impression. However, this alone might not be precise enough, so we take a verification jig as well to accurately record the implant positions. Next, we create and set the provisional restoration. After making the sufficient occlusal adjustments, we prepare for the final restoration. This process is a key point of digital technology for prosthetic treatment. We mount the provisional restoration on the verification jig and scan it. This step lets us make a final restoration that closely matches the adjusted provisional restoration. With conventional methods, it is difficult to replicate the adjusted occlusal surface from the provisional restoration to the final restoration, but digital technology makes it possible. In this way, the advancement of digital technology has greatly contributed to the treatment of edentulous patients, both surgery and prosthetic treatment. Today's talk has focused on surgery due to limited time, but I hope to discuss prosthetic treatment as well if there is another opportunity. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Doctor, for the amazing lecture. And please give a big round of applause to Dr. Takeo, please. I specifically appreciated the attention to details that you have put. And now it's time to open the floor for questions about this lecture. So now, if you have any question for the speaker, I'm sure there are going to be many. Please raise your hand, and you will have a microphone. Are there any questions? Meanwhile, okay, here, thank you. There is one over there. Otherwise, I have a few questions.
So I was wondering, to what depth do you drill for the premolar bone anchors? Are you taking it to the maximum depth, or?
About depth?
Yes, on the bone anchor.
Bone anchor has stoppers.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, other questions? Yes, over there, thank you. Here as well. Microphone.
Hello?
Yes.
How is the stent being irrigated? How's the irrigation getting underneath the stent?
This is a good question.
How?
How the irrigation goes underneath the stent.
Stent?
Yeah, the guide, under the guide. How do you irrigate under the guide? Is that correct?
That's correct.
So once more, please.
Yes, how do you irrigate with water underneath the one guide? Is it easy to irrigate the implant placement?
Irrigate?
Yes.
Irrigation is very difficult. So I use I drilling very slow speed. Irrigation is very difficult with one guide system.
Yeah, this is actually an issue, but in the video was very clear that he was drilling very, very slow and paying a lot of attention to that. But that is actually an issue. Thank you. And there is another question there, I guess. I saw a hand raised. No more? Here? We have one.
Hello, good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
My question is, what benefits do you see in the not using of metallic rings inside the guide?
Not using?
Not using metallic rings.
Metallic ring?
Yeah. You're going directly with the plastic ring.
Yes.
And not the metal.
It's very easy to use. Very easy to do surgery.
But the results you see are the same with metallic rings that going directly with a printed resin?
Do you have the same actually fit and confidence without the metal rings?
Of course, some errors are inevitable. So I use only in good bone patient because some errors are inevitable. Okay. But compared to other guide system, one guide may be most precise guide system, I think.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Other questions? Other questions? Over here, thank you. There are others that I don't see. Over there as well. Okay. After. Over there first. Yes.
Hello. Yes, sir.
Hey.
Hello. Sir, can we use this guide for every case, or do we need to select the cases, like in knife edge regions like this?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. If we have knife edge case, we need GBR and we need raised flap. In that case, one guide system can't use because we need to raise flap. Guide template don't fit.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Is there another question over there? No, then I would go here. Who wanted to? Yeah, here.
I have actually two questions. The first question is, how will we know that the guide sits to its place correctly? How can we check it? Do we have any markers which show us that it stays in its place? Because we know that in the upper jaw, the bone is very soft and it is difficult to take primary stability. Thank you.
If you want to check, you can take a CT with guide template. But usually, one guide system is very accurate system. So I always don't take a CT scan.
For double checking?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other question? Otherwise, I have a question. Who else? Yeah, here.
Thank you very much for your nice lecture. I am Dr. Kim in Osstem Implants. I have some comments about the Osstem one guide systems. One person is asked the irrigation of the one guide system. Actually, one guide system has the drill cutting efficiency is very good. So, and during the drilling, pumping action is very important. Because of some other company has some kind of the throat or some kind of the irrigation through, but it is not efficiently. So you can use the drilling with the pumping action at the time the saline comes to the drill side. So no problems. So usually I make the many cases of the Osstem implants with the one guide system. The heat promotion is not no problems. And some question is about the metallic ring. I know some countries has the regulation we have to make the metal guide. But the laboratory experiment, metal guide with the metal, no metal, so sleeveless guide with only the plastic ring. There is no significant difference, and the accuracy of the one guide system is available for the clinical situations. Thank you very much for your nice lecture.
Thank you very much.
If there are no other questions, I think I have a question.
Yeah.
So according to your lecture, the most critical part is the impression and the alignment of the scans, correct? So for example, if you have flabby tissues, mobile tissues, you have to go towards an analogic impression procedure rather than scanning, especially in the mandible. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So this is the end of our Q&A session with Dr. Kanayama Takeo. Everyone, please give him another round of applause for his excellent lecture. Thank you. So the second lecture of the 2024 Osstem World Meeting in Seoul. The speaker for this lecture is Dr. Varro Boyer from the United States of America. And the title of his lecture is Achieving Immediacy in Every Case. Please welcome Dr. Varro Boyer to the podium. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to say good morning to all of the Osstem team here in Korea. I want to say good morning to our moderator and to the other moderator and the presenters. And I'm very happy to see you, everyone here from almost 60 countries of the world. It's a great honor for me to be here to present. I hope I can share something that would be useful for you in your everyday practice. My presentation will be very practical. Hopefully it's useful. And I apologize if I have a little cough. Please excuse me for that. I come from Los Angeles. I have the joy and the privilege of living in Los Angeles, treating patients in Los Angeles, and also to teach at UCLA School of Dentistry, where I get to interact with students of third year, fourth year, even the residents, and I see their journey from before dental school, through dental school, and when they graduate and became specialists, and I get to work with them, teach with them, and I also learn from them. I've had my own students teach me. So it's been a great cycle for me. I was here in Korea in September. I had a chance to meet the Osstem team. We had a chance to tour the country and the historic sites. So if you haven't done so, please enjoy the tour. Please enjoy this wonderful country and the hospitality. I'm looking forward to coming back more and more and to learn more about this culture. My lecture will be structured. First thing, I will introduce immediacy as it pertains to what I'm talking about. I'm going to go to the scientific rationale because coming from UCLA, coming from an academic background, I will focus on the science, on the research to support everything that I present. I'll share the tools, the instruments, and the conditions that I use to achieve immediacy. And finally, I'll show a couple of cases that are my own cases from start to finish, from planning to surgery to restoration, and how these turned out for me. So in terms of immediacy, in the context of my own lecture, it will apply to immediate implant placement. Later on today, we have a presenter who will talk about functional loading, so I'm going to leave the loading part to Dr. Burak. And the question is, why immediacy? The number one reason for immediacy is patient demand. Patient wants treatment yesterday, not even today. They want their teeth right away. They don't want to go to 6, 8, 10 months without teeth. Another reason or advantage is shortened treatment time, because instead of waiting 6 months, 8 months, 10 months for a tooth, we can get this teeth to them in 3 months even. So patients appreciate that. Some of them come and say, my daughter is getting married in 4 months. I need my teeth. Let's go. I'm ready today. Another advantage is we minimize the amount of interventions. So we don't do 2, 3, 4 surgeries. The patient receives one surgery, and all is left after that, if everything is successful, is the prosthetics. And of course, one of the main advantages for me is by doing successful immediate treatment, you can preserve the soft tissues, you can preserve the hard tissues, and you minimize resorption, you minimize recession, and you preserve what Mother Nature has given them. It's a lot easier to preserve than to try to restore once you lose it. So according to the second and the third ITI consensus conferences, the immediate implant placement is actually placement of the implant in the extraction socket at the day of surgery. And going back a little bit in history, the first immediate implant was actually described in Germany, in Tübingen University in 1976. And the most curious fact about this is this implant was a ceramic implant made of alumina, made of aluminum oxide. Unfortunately, because of the material issues, this implant was not extremely successful, so it didn't take off. But if you fast forward from 1976 to 1998, we have Paulo Malo, who described the all-on-4 treatment. We went from trying to do immediate implants to being able to edentulate the patient, place implants, and give them an immediate restoration. So in 20 years, the science went so fast forward ahead. And to justify immediate implant treatment, I will share some systematic reviews. Number one shares the overall success rate of immediate implants. And patients always ask me, they say, what is the disadvantage of doing an immediate implant? Is it more risky if I do it? I would like to go safe. I want to wait 4 months after the extraction. So having this data, we can share with them that immediate implants are actually found to be the same amount of success and survival rates as delayed implants. And even at 10 years, having a 97% success rate is extremely successful. Moving on, if you wanted to separate this slightly and look at molar immediate implants, for example, right? The idea is the same. Systematic review, pretty recent, 2020. It shows that immediate implants in molar sockets have a very high survival and success rate. So it's a justified treatment. And of course, the most important part is the aesthetic zone. This is from the 2023 ITI 7th Consensus Conference. This is research from yesterday, basically, the newest paper that's out there. And same thing, long-term studies justify and show that at year 1, you have 99.2% success rate. At year 5, you still have about 95% success rate. So when patients ask, when colleagues ask, immediate implants are as successful as delayed implants. Of course, I'm going to lay out some conditions that we need to meet. You have to be very careful with case selection. So the tools, the assets that I use, I will describe for the treatment are as follows. Number one is a CBCT. Nowadays, it's almost become a standard of care to use CBCT for implant treatment planning. If you had the opportunity, you can see the T2 Plus, the newest CBCT from Osstem that's presented. It actually allows you to do a scan in about 30 seconds, more accurate, less radiation for the patients. And with the CBCT, of course, we can check the bone volume, we can check for infection, we can see where the sinuses, where the nerves are, and plan our cases accordingly. I would hate to go into surgery with a PA or a panoramic radiograph, open the ridge, and just like someone asked us, you find a knife edge ridge. What do I do now? Now I have to improvise. I want to go into my surgery knowing what I'm going to see. So this is the view of the software from the T2 or T2 Plus. You can easily measure anatomic structures and the bone volume. And my favorite feature is actually right here. Once you place an implant, in my previous CBCTs, I would have to delete this implant and go and pick a new implant to place. Here, I don't have to do that. All I have to do is click one of these buttons, and I can go from 8.5 to 10 immediately in 2 seconds, or 7.5. I can change the length with a click of a button or the orientation. So I love this very user-friendly feature of the CBCT. Another favorite feature is to be able to see the quality of the bone visually. And how does this help me is that if I'm drilling in dense bone, my osteotomy will be closer to the size of the implant, right? So if I'm placing a 5-0 implant, I will drill to a 4-5 or a 5-0, depending on the case. If I have D4 bone, of course, my final drill is not going to be there. My final drill will be a 3.5, so that I can achieve good stability right away during the surgery. On top of the CBCT, of course, we all have scanners. You have the newest method that just came out, the i900, much more efficient, faster. Excuse me, let's go forward. And one of my favorite things about the scanner is to be able to communicate with the patient on the screen. You can show them their issues, defects, decay, broken teeth, and this increases their case acceptance, and it also impresses the patient that, hey, this office is digital. This office has technology that with one click, your case is in the lab, and someone is already working on it. And of course, we don't want these full mouth impressions and the face covered with alginate if you've done it. Now, if you put the CBCT and the intraoral scanner together, you can do guided surgery, which a lot of us will talk about today. And guided surgery allows you for more efficient, fast, and precise treatment when you're doing implants. My clicker is going in the other direction. Let's go forward. The tapered kits help a lot because they're quick, they're efficient. Just like Doctor mentioned earlier, the drills from Osstem are designed to minimize overheating of the bone. Of course, we still have to be careful and irrigate the site. What I personally do is, after each drill, I take the drill out and my assistant irrigates with cold saline, and that helps you to cool down the bone. Because with a surgical guide, it's difficult to get the irrigation to the bone. And my absolute favorite product is the ET4 or the TS4 implant. The difference between the ET3 and ET4 is the taper of the body of the implant. If I'm placing a 5-0 implant in soft bone, my final drill is a 3.5. If I take a flat, straight implant and I try to put that in a 3.5 osteotomy, it's not going to fit. It will jump all around. But the apical diameter, for example, for a 5-0 implant, if this is 5-0, on the ET4, this is 2.2. So you could technically even use your first 2.0 drill and then end up placing this implant accurately without it jumping around, even if it's a freehand case. And of course, one of the key features in stability or in success of implants is to achieve good stability. You can measure it by using the torque. And of course, you need to measure it using the ISQs or the resonance frequency analysis. If you are not familiar, which I doubt because most of us are familiar with this, the device is out there, it's quick, it's non-invasive, and you can use it at any time of the implant life. You cannot use torque at any time of implant life. If I just press a fresh implant, in 4 weeks, I cannot check the torque on that implant. It will come out. But with ISQs, all you need is 5 newtons of torque, 5 newton centimeters, and you can measure the stability of the implant at every point. I'm doing research. I'm doing multi-center research with colleagues around the world on this. And we measure implant stability at 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 8 weeks, and 12 weeks. And I have not had an implant fail because I took the healing abutment off and I checked the ISQs. So it's a very accurate, non-invasive way to measure implant stability at any time. It could be at placement, restoration, or 10 years later when you have issues with the implant. And of course, you have the ISQ scale, which shows that implants that have ISQs of 70 or higher have high stability. That means you could place a cover screw on it, you could place a healing abutment on it, or in certain indications, you could load it immediately. On the other hand, if you have an implant that has ISQs of 60, that implant is at risk. Most likely, you would place a cover screw on that implant, suture it, and let it heal submerged. And we have the 6th ITI Consensus Conference protocol for type 1 treatment, which is immediate placement, immediate loading in the aesthetic zone. And research suggests that for this type of treatments, we have good torque and we have good ISQ values. So I've had doctors question and say, why do I need RFA? Why do I need ISQs? It's supported by research, it's documented, and in my everyday practice, I use the ISQ tool every single day for every single case. And it gives me confidence because if a patient comes in 2 months or 2.5, says, doctor, am I ready for my restoration? I will say, let's check the ISQs. If the numbers are holding up or they're increasing, I'm very comfortable loading that. If I see that I placed an implant at 75, 2 months later it's at 40, it's not going to be loaded. It's probably failing. And we have research showing also that if you have low primary stability of the implant at the time of placement, it is at risk for early implant loss. So my goal when I do surgery is to achieve good primary stability. If I go home and I had an implant that had 50 newtons of torque, it's not a good day. And of course, with any treatment that we do with our patients, we want to have a complete workup. We want to pay attention to their systemic factors and to their local factors, and we adjust the treatment accordingly. Of course, systemic, we have all these conditions that can affect our implants. Smoking, number one. I put poorly controlled diabetes because if your patient has well control of their diabetes, it's not a risk factor. Only the poorly controlled ones that have HbA1c of 8.0 or higher are at risk. We have found in the recent years that vitamin D deficiency is also implicated in early implant loss. So nowadays it's become a standard protocol when a patient comes in for an implant treatment, we receive their labs. If they don't have it, we ask for it to ensure they have vitamin D levels of 30 or higher. If they're 50 or 60, it's even better. If they're down at 10, they are going to be at risk for early implant failure. A big deal, of course, is the anti-resorptive medications. Patients who are either in cancer treatment or osteoporosis, for example, Fosamax, Prolia, or any other anti-resorptive medications that your patients can be on. And of course, radiation treatment is also high risk. Patients who would probably be routed to a specialist or at a higher level of care and not jump into surgery immediately. Now, some of the local factors that are extremely important for these treatments, we have buccal plate. Buccal plate is one of the most critical factors in implant success, especially if you're doing an immediate case. If you can see a case that I'm sharing here, the patient has nice, thick buccal plate. Clinically also, on a different area, on a different site, you have good buccal plate. So first thing that I do when I remove a tooth is to go and verify the buccal plate. Even if it's flapless, you can get an instrument and go check it. You have the CBCT preoperatively. You know in your CBCT what you're getting with this patient. If the buccal plate is damaged or deficient, this is a high-risk patient. I will approach this slightly differently, maybe not do an immediate, maybe do dual zone grafting to improve the bone and the soft tissue. So always please check the buccal plate. Of course, we don't want any active infection, we don't want pus coming out, we don't want large lesions in the area because that will minimize our success and implant survival. Another key factor in immediate treatment is the available native bone. Yes, you can graft 15 millimeters of bone, but the success of the implant actually depends on the residual healthy bone they have. And that residual bone is found either in the apical portion of the tooth, past the apex, or occasionally you can use the lateral walls of your socket to get implant stability. So in the apical portion, we recommend minimum of 3 millimeters or more of native bone to be able to anchor the implant and get good primary stability. And of course, in a molar site, seeing a septum like this is a very favorable condition because nice thick septum, it will allow me to anchor my implant in that healthy bone and get better stability. And finally, we do not want to ignore the tissue. As the famous saying goes, bone sets the tone, but the tissue is the issue, right? So having a thick biotype gives you more protection. And the way I go about this is this. If I'm doing an immediate implant, if my patient has slightly thinner buccal plate, but they have a very thick biotype, I'll be comfortable doing the treatment. But if I have a patient that has deficient buccal plate and thin biotype, thin tissue, I know that they're at risk for recession, bone loss, so I will adjust the treatment accordingly, either do grafting or maybe not do an immediate and come back to a delayed case. So case selection becomes one of the most important things in these. And some of the additional tools here, this is not product placement. I do love xenograft, a graft that comes from Osstem. It helps me in a lot of cases. Certain cases you use allograft. We can certainly talk about the indications for a long time. But in my hands, to shortly summarize this, the larger the defect, the more xenograft the patient receives. Why? Because xenograft resorbs slower. Some cases it never resorbs actually, and it gives me space maintenance, gives me volume while the new bone is being formed. If the patient has nice, thick 4 walls, I don't need xenograft in there because the site is protected. You can put allograft and allow for a much quicker turnover of the bone. Another tool, of course, is my resorbable collagen membrane. The purpose of this membrane is to provide cell occlusiveness. Why do I need this? Soft tissue grows 1 millimeter per day. Bone takes 3 to 4 months to grow. If I don't have a cell occlusive membrane, like the cytoplasm membrane, my soft tissue could grow into the bone graft, and my bone graft will not ossify, will not solidify, and I'll have a mush. When you go back to clean it, it's mushy, it's not integrated. And finally, if you can, if you're trained, if you're comfortable, doing phlebotomy using PRF will help you not only with the bone healing, but it also helps with the soft tissue performance. So when I do cases with GBR, for example, I do what's called biological layering. So you will have your bone, your deficient bone, and you make vascular channels in it so the bone bleeds. On top of that bone, you put your bone graft, whatever it may be, autograft, allograft, synthetic, or anything else. Right on top of the bone graft, you put your first layer of PRF. And this PRF will help with the bone graft healing. On top of the PRF, you get cytoplast, or a collagen membrane, and this will stop the soft tissue from going into my bone graft. And finally, if you have extra PRF, you can put another layer on top of the cytoplast membrane, and this will help with the soft tissue healing, with the gum healing. So if I can, I collect 6 or 8 tubes of blood, and I make several layers of PRF membranes, and I layer it, and the results speak for themselves. I'll show a couple of pictures. You'll see how well it turns out. So we can go from an extraction socket like this, where you don't see any septal bone. There's no septum here, right? You get to placing an implant with enough stability to put a healing abutment on it. And if you wait 3 to 4 months and let biology, Mother Nature, do its job, you have a healed site with an abundance of bone and an abundance of keratinized tissue, both vertically and horizontally. Because we have recent research, last 3, 4, 5 years, that thick layer of keratinized tissue, 2 millimeters or more, both horizontally and vertically, is crucial for long-term implant success and to minimize any peri-implantitis. So if you see a patient like this, when you do a restoration, you can go sleep home comfortably. You know that even if they're not brushing their teeth every day, that implant is probably going to be okay for a few years. So I'll switch to case presentations. I'm going to show you 2 cases. Of course, time is limited. I would have loved to, show 20 cases. This first case was a daughter of my friend. And this is how you know you're getting old, when your friend's daughter needs an implant. She had come in with actually pain on the first molar, endodontically treated, and it had a fracture, subgingivally, close to the level of the bone. And this was causing the pain. Interestingly enough, the second molar that has a large endodontic lesion was not hurting. We did offer her to keep this tooth because, of course, the sinus is here. I'm going to lose a lot of bone volume if I remove both teeth. But unfortunately, because of financial reasons, she could not save that tooth. She elected to remove both and replace the first molar for now. So the first molar was removed. This is a freehand case. It was done same day. Patient walked in, consultation, treatment plan, proceed with treatment. The final drill for this one was a 4.0. 2 millimeters of undersizing because it's posterior maxilla, it's close to the sinus, and it's an immediate case. If I drill to 6.0 or a 5.5, this implant would spin. I would have zero torque. But by doing the undersizing, you're able to achieve a high torque and great ISQs. That's why I felt comfortable even placing a healing abutment on this case. Immediately, same day, to minimize any more surgical interventions. The rest of the area is bone grafted. And because we're only entering the sinus by about 1 to 2 millimeters, we call it a sinus bump. You do not need to lift the membrane. You do not need to put bone graft. Safe procedure. As long as you have stoppers on your drills and you go carefully, incrementally, this is extremely safe. More than 2 millimeters, I probably would do some lifting. So patient comes in 2 weeks. The area is healing well. You can see some bone graft particles actually in the tissue. Even if they do not integrate with the bone, they will make your tissue better. They'll make your tissue thicker, which is what we want. And if you wait about 4 months, same result. You get nice, thick tissue. You have an abundance of bone. And I'm comfortably sleeping knowing that this implant will be protected for a long time. Because good amount of keratinized tissue will minimize bacterial attack, is more resilient to bacterial attack. So you're minimizing the risk of peri-implantitis. And ISQs increased from 76 to 84, very comfortable. The bone levels are stable around this implant. And a final screw retained restoration was made and delivered. And you can see how it blends in nicely with the adjacent teeth, with the gums. It looks natural. And even though it was a freehand case, the screw access is right in the center of your final restoration. This is what you want. This is ideal. Hopefully you can achieve it with freehand every time. So that's case one. And then case number two is another interesting case where the patient requested guided surgery. It was the first time in my practice when a patient walked in and asked me, "Do you do guided surgery?" I said, "Yes, how do you know about guided surgery?" Patients read, they go to Google, they know a lot more nowadays. She had a bridge on the lower left mandible where the premolar fractured and it had recurrent decay. And since I come again from academia, from UCLA, first option is let's save that tooth. You can do endodontics, you can do crown lengthening, you can do a new bridge, or even a separate tooth and an implant. Patient refused. She said, "I don't want to do another root canal." For whatever reason, maybe they saw that Netflix movie that said root canals are bad. So she said, "I'm here for implants." So we did a scan for her. We did an intraoral scan. We did a CBCT. And the key part here is to do restoratively or prosthetically driven treatment planning. When I receive my report from the guide, from the lab, the first thing I do is I scroll all the way to the bottom to see the restoration. I don't care where the implants are in the bone yet. I want to see if my restoration looks good, the size is good, the position is good. Only after that, I'll deal with the implant. If my restoration doesn't look good, I might say make it smaller, wider, bigger, move it, and then I'll deal with the implant. So looking at the restoration first, having an idea of what you're dealing with is more important, and then we'll get to the surgical part. So of course, you get all the cuts, you can evaluate the bone. In her case, let me just go back for a second. She's been edentulous in that region for more than 10 years. Do you see the deficiency here in the ridge? Most notably, it's in the soft tissue. There is some bone defect too, but the larger defect is the soft tissue. So I know that this case is not going to be a flapless case. I am going to open a flap. I'm going to do a GBR. I want to improve the bone levels, and I want to improve the contour of my soft tissue to get rid of that deficiency. So take a look. 4 months later, we have improvement of the soft tissue contours. You have good bone, and this was immediately after surgery. And if you remember the biological layering that I was talking about, it's here. You have layer of bone graft, PRF, collagen membrane, another PRF, and then you suture the area. And of course, when we took an X-ray, you can see that the healing abutment on the premolar implant is not seated. So you have two options here. Option one is you can use a bone profiler and clear out some bones so it seats, but I'm already done with my surgery. I don't want to go with bone profiler and irrigation and disturb my bone graft. So I did what the lazy people do. You just get a skinnier healing abutment. So just put a skinnier healing abutment, solve the problem. The torque was good, 35 Newton centimeter for the immediate implant and 45 for the delayed implant. Good ISQ values, even with a GBR. Even though we say one of the 4 principles for successful GBR is primary closure, if you have good stability and you follow the biology, you can put healing abutments and not get necessarily primary closure. So of course, this case was done fully digital from start to finish. Patient never had an impression material in their mouth, ever. Scan bodies were placed. Implants are deep. Implants are subcrestal. But the beauty of this is if you use a scan body that's tapered, you don't have no issues. The scan body seated without a problem, no pinching, no pain. The case was scanned. The restorations were designed. And let me go back real quickly. You can see the ISQ values increased, which means your osseointegration is going in the right direction, which means my bone is healing, it's stronger, I'm comfortable loading these restorations. So, of course, you have to communicate to the lab that my restoration or my implant is 4 millimeters subcrestal in this case. Give me a narrow emergence abutment so I can seat it comfortably. You have platform switching, and you have nice tissue architecture, and you have separate teeth that the patient can floss, maintain, and keep their hygiene in place. And 3 years later, you have same levels of bone, same levels of tissue. Why? Because we have all these instruments and conditions that we followed. We respected the biology, and you created restorations that are also designed to minimize bone loss and support the tissue long term. So this is a great result, and if we follow these checkpoints, we should be able to achieve this. So just to do a quick summary before we open up to the questions, case assessment, treatment planning is number 1. If we ignore this portion, we jump straight into surgery, we'll have a lot more problems at the end. So taking a little more time to take the CBCT, to take the intraoral scan, to look at their health conditions and plan the case properly will save you a lot of trouble at the back end. Even though a patient may have to wait a week or 2 before you do the surgery, it's worth it. Using digital tools makes my life a lot easier. Patient was impressed. I'm not kidding you that this patient, after this treatment, when she had only 1 surgery, 1-time anesthesia, she sent me 8 more patients who sent their family, their kids, their grandkids are coming to me because of this case, digital case. Using our surgical tools, undersizing is my favorite. Yes, we have, now Hyosin has a kit that allows you to condense the bone, just like the Versa kit. Undersizing still gives you great results and good immediate stability. It's the easiest way to get good immediate stability. And of course, monitoring the implant stability and integration using the torque at surgery and the ISQ for the rest of the way. And of course, please do not ignore their health, their local conditions, and any other factors that can negatively affect the patient. We don't want to place an implant in a patient who's taking Prolia, Fosamax, any anti-resorptives, and have an issue at the end. So screening them is also important. Saying no is sometimes better for you, your mental health, your physical health, than saying yes to every patient. So I want to thank everyone again for paying attention. I really appreciate it. Can we go back for a second? And I wanted to thank the Osstem team for creating this wonderful event. And I also want to give a shout out to my USA AIC team that helped me bring here and helped me be here. I thank you so much. And thank you for the moderator. Let me go back to this slide here. These are my contacts. Please stay in touch. I won't have a chance to meet everyone, of course, here, but I hope to speak with as many of you as possible and see you at the future meeting or communicate through online. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this amazing lecture, and please help me giving a big round of applause to Dr. Varo Boyer.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very, very meticulous presentation. And I would like to open for questions. So again, if you have any questions, please raise your hand. We have one question over there, please. 2, 3 questions, 4. Good, very good.
Hi, Dr. Boyer. It was a great presentation.
Where are we?
I just wanted to know, you did mention about the TS4
Yes.
implants and for the soft bone, that is the maxilla. Now, you have shown us a lot of immediate restoration, immediate implants for the lower arch. Would your preference still be the TS4 or the TS3?
That's a great question. So the last 4 years, I've actually switched about 80 to 90% to the 4, to the ET4 or to the TS4. Even in mandible, even in dense bone, you can comfortably work with this implant and not have an issue. So the only helpful fact is this: having a CBCT or knowing the quality of the bone, I will drill to maybe, if it's hard bone, 4.5 or 5.0 and still be able to place it. But yes, 80% of my cases nowadays are the 4, the ET4 implant or the TS4.
Thank you.
Thank you. Another question back there.
Where's the 2?
Dear Professor, yeah, I have a question. If we do the immediate plan on the patient of a patient with periodontitis, how can we do to improve success rate? Okay, thank you.
Can you repeat the first part? I understand the success rate. Can you please repeat the first part?
Yeah. How can we do to improve the success rate?
The success rate.
Am I understanding correctly? How do we improve the success rate for our implants?
Yeah.
In periodontally susceptible patients, I think.
You're asking in periodontal patients, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great question. So we have so many qualified, amazing periodontists in the room, so I will not take this away from them. But in my hands is, number one thing is to control the disease. So evaluate their periodontal status, do the periodontal treatment first. If needed, refer them to a periodontist to control that before I do implants. So if a patient walks in, they have uncontrolled periodontal disease, we're not talking about implants. What I'd like to do in those cases is to initiate phase 1 periodontal therapy, stabilize, remove the teeth that need to be removed, give them a partial denture, let them stabilize for a few months. I want to see that they can control the disease. Only after that, I'll go ahead and place implants. And if they don't stabilize it, then we're not going the implant route. It's unfortunately a no if they don't stabilize it. I hope that answers it.
Thank you. This is a very, very interesting point. Never place implants in patients where periodontal disease is not under control, correct? Very good. Thank you. So we have many questions, yes. Over here, microphone, please.
Good morning, Mohammed Zayur. Thank you for your presentation. So my question is, for the last case, where we saw the implant, the premolar, was subcrystal by 4 mm, would you think that it will have the same long life as the next implant?
Good question.
Thank you.
So in the amount of research that I've read and the cases that I've done, I haven't seen a problem where a deeper placed implant has had a less success rate than a more shallow implant. The only problem has been a deeper implant is more challenging to take an impression of, to place the delivery. If I can flip the question backwards, the alternative would be what? If I put the implant shallow, I'm not 100% sure how the bone will remodel after the extraction. If you remember the CT on that egg case, you couldn't tell how much bone I have on the buccal because it was a root canal tooth, the CBCT has scatter. So I didn't know how much bone I have on the buccal, so I elected to go deeper to minimize. Because if my implant was shallow, I have bone loss or remodeling, I might have the implant supracrestal. So in the cases that I've done, as long as you have a platform switching restoration with a narrow abutment and the occlusion is controlled, I haven't seen issues with the success rates.
Thank
so
you.
I would expect it to have the same life as the other one, yes.
Thank you. We have another question here.
Hello.
Any more there? The lady? And then over there. Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question about, I'm here.
Am I? Where am I looking?
She's
Oh,
here.
yeah. Okay.
She's here. You got me. I have a question about the ICQ levels. If you go to the early uploading processes in the patients, you measure the ICQ level. If you see the ICQ level average to the low level, for example, 1 month or 2 months, if you see the level just low, do you wait 3 months more? And when you start to measure your implant ICQ level, you are putting some force on it. Doesn't it putting some pressure and stop the early healing process? And if so, how long do you wait more? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very good question. I'll answer the second part first, and then I'll go back to the first one. The torque that we place on the ISQ unit, on the ISQ peg, is about 5 Newton centimeters. Excuse me. So that does not negatively affect the osseointegration. If you look at the implant stability chart, when you place the implant, your stability is up here. At first 4 to 6 weeks, it drops. After 6 weeks, it picks up again. So because I've done the research, not only read research, but I've done the research myself where at week 2, at week 4, at week 6, I removed the healing abutment and I put the ISQ peg, it has not affected the integration. The key factor is when you place the implant, you have to have 25 newtons or more torque at placement. We don't want to do this with an implant that has 10 newtons of torque. So that's one. Second is this. If I measure the ISQ and I see it's average or lower, do I wait longer? It depends when it is. If I placed the implants 4 months ago and I came 4 months later and I measure it, it's lower, most likely it's not integrating. Waiting an extra month is not going to do anything. And usually with low ISQ, you will see another symptom. You'll see bone loss, you might see inflammation, you might see mobility. But if I place the implant 2 months ago and I check it and I see it's a little bit lower, around the average, then I can wait another month, month and a half. But if it's been 4 months, if it hasn't stayed good or hasn't increased, that implant is most likely not doing well.
Thank you. There are 2 more questions there, the last 2 ones. Yes?
I have a question about the latest implants. If I am using Exoplan, is there a library for these implants in the program?
That is a fantastic question. Unfortunately, I do not have the answer for that. If someone knows if the ET4 implant, is that what you're asking? I'll tell you this. The Hyoson lab that we use in the United States uses 3Shape software. For the last few years, they did not have the ET4 in the plan. They only had the ET3. The last year, they have incorporated the library. So it is available. I'm just not sure if in that exact software it is. But the difference is not much for my guided surgery. I can still plan a case with a TS3 or ET3 and place an ET4. As long as you know your osteotomy protocol, it won't make much of a difference, honestly.
Okay, next question. Thank you. Yes.
好的，谢谢。我有2个问题，一个问题是，那个病例1的话，我看到那个6号牙已经修复好了，那么7号牙做了位点保存。那么请问，一般做了位点保存的，什么时候可以重击？因为我看病历上没有这个报道。那么第2个问题就是那个病例2，我好像没看到开那个螺丝孔，是不是粘接固位？还有那个龈下比较深，是不是做的是个性化机台，还是用的原厂机台？谢谢。
This question from this gentleman.
He have two questions. The first question is about case 1. You have done a site preservation on the second molar site. And when will you insert the implant after the site preservation? This is the first question.
The answer to that is when the patient has money. It's ready to go.
And the second question from this gentleman is about case 2. And he noticed that the implant have inserted very deep. And do you use a customized abutment? And did you screw retained or about the upper crown?
Great eyes, you picked that out. So the first part was the implant is placed very deep. Did I use a customized healing abutment? And the answer is no. I used a stock healing abutment, and the result was this. The soft tissue grew over that implant. The only discomfort patient had was when I removed that healing abutment after 4 months. She felt a little pinch. But what I did is, at the time of the scan or the impressions, I switched that to a 7 millimeter tall healing abutment. So I use stock. Stock is good enough for that region. The other question was screw retained versus cemented, right? I specifically chose to do that last case cement retained. Why? Because I had to deliver 3 restorations. I did a crown on the second molar natural tooth, and I had 2 implants. If you have to deliver a crown and 2 screw retained implants, it will take you an hour to do it. Because with screw retained, you tighten it, check the contact, it's too tight. Remove, adjust, repeat. So I chose to do cement retained, so it's easier to deliver. And because I had custom abutments, the margins of that custom abutments were at the gum line, or 0.5 sub G, which means there is no chance of cement retention. You minimize the cement. So we have to just be mindful and not put too much cement.
Okay, thank you. So this will end.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So this will end the Q&A session with Dr. Vayo Boyer.
Thank you.
Please help me again thanking with a big round of applause this excellent lecturer. Thank you.
Thank you.
So did you finish your saying? All right, then.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you, Dr. Andrea Ricci. Let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll wrap up the first session here and take a short break before the next session. Outside of this venue, Osstem Implant proudly features product exhibitions and academic poster sessions. There are also catering zone and the photo zone where we can try on the hanbok. You know, actually there are various kinds of hanbok prepared. The red gown was the most popular one when I was out. You know, the red gown is the king's costume. So if anybody want to be king, you take a photo with red gown, okay? We hope you enjoy them. Also, we've organized the book signing event for 2024 One Guide System offered by Dr. Ki-sung Kim and Yong-seo Kim. To celebrate its new release of the English edition. In that book, you will find out the Osstem Implant One Guide System's clinical indications, clinical cases, and how to use the kit. It also includes our years of experience in one-guided implant surgery. This book signing event will take place at the Digital One Guide booth every break time. Please be back to your seat by 10:50 for the next session. Enjoy your break. Thank you.
"2024 One Guide System, pinnacle of digital guided implant surgery, ultimate reference for guided surgery, showcasing diverse clinical cases, the long-awaited English edition of the One Guide system, which encapsulates the expertise in digital guided surgery, has been officially released. This book is the climax of 2 years of dedicated work by Dr. Ki-sung Kim and Dr. Yong-suk Kim, renowned for their 23 years of successful implant procedures. The Korean version of the One Guide system was honored as the 2023 Book of the Year. This single volume encompasses the full spectrum of digital guided surgery, spanning from fundamental principles to advanced techniques, covering both single-case scenarios with one guide and comprehensive treatment for fully edentulous patients. This book encompasses the procedures of one CAS, one MS, and one 485 kit with a diversity in clinical cases. Now, dentists worldwide can delve into the One Guide system. Introducing One Guide for sophisticated surgery, wide range of clinical indications, and excellent convenience. One Guide is convenient to use. With an ultra-simple drilling technique, the implant can be placed at the plant site in only 3 drillings for shortened surgery time. One Guide also offers high precision. The site, direction, and depth of implant can be precisely planned using digital method and used to manufacture a One Guide template. This allows the implant to be placed as planned. One Guide template holds the drill to help maintain a precise path even during high-speed drilling. The stopper is in contact with the top of One Guide to enable precise control of drilling depth. One Guide is particularly useful for surgery in the posterior region. In addition to the basic closed-type hole, open-type hole can be selected for designing. This function allows a drill entry through side and posterior teeth with insufficient vertical space. Open-type hole helps to secure additional vertical space. One Guide can be used for various clinical purposes. One Guide kit for cases of single to fully edentulous. One CAS kit for maxillary sinus lift surgery. One MS kit for the anterior region with narrow bone width. One 485 kit for short implants in mandible molar. These 4 dedicated kits are available for a wide range of clinical cases. Improve the convenience of digital implant surgery with One Guide. It is simple and precise. Introducing the One CAS kit, the digital sinus surgery kit. If you use the One CAS kit, you can digitally pre-plan the exact implant position and drill length required for the sinus surgery. Place the One Guide template first. Then, use the drills with rounded apex together with the stopper in order to perform safe drilling. You can also perform hydraulic lifting and bone grafting while the template is still in the mouth. Try the One CAS kit for safe and precise sinus surgery. Introducing the One MS kit, the implant surgery kit for anterior region with narrow bone width. In the anterior region with narrow interdental space and also in the narrow bone width, place the One Guide template. And then you will be able to place MS implants with the most narrow 2.0 mm diameter and TS3 3.0 implants exactly in the planned position by using One MS kit. Try the One MS kit, the implant surgery kit for the anterior region with narrow bone width. Introducing the asset kit for narrow alveolar ridge split. The asset kit uses expansion drills able to expand the bone buccally and lingually, even in the case of severe alveolar bone resorption. Eliminates the use of a mallet. A safer and easier buccal plate expansion is achievable when minimizing the risk of buccal fracture. During the final stage of implant placement, the implant can secure a strong initial stability in the narrow ridge without tilting. The asset kit allows regular size implants to be placed in narrow ridges with a low risk of buccal fracture. You can try it out. Introducing the 485 kit, the kit for placing short implants. The 485 kit has drills with round design apex, which minimizes damage to the inferior alveolar nerve when performing surgical drilling. The 485 kit allows you to place 4 to 8.5 mm short implants. Only 3 drilling steps are required when placing implants with the 485 kit. When placing short implants, try the 485 kit. Introducing the CAS kit, the crystal approach sinus kit that safely lifts the sinus membrane with a hydraulic lift system. The CAS kit reduces the chance of membrane perforation. The patented CAS drill creates a conial bone lid that keeps the drill edge from direct contact with the membrane. CAS kit ensures safer drilling by preventing sinus membrane perforation. Using the drill stopper makes it easier to adjust the drill depth. The CAS kit features drill stoppers in 1 mm increments. It is possible to control the drilling depth precisely by using the stopper, which ensures safer drilling without the risk of perforating the sinus membrane. The hydraulic lifting technique of the maxillary sinus can facilitate the blood supply of the surgical site. The CAS kit's membrane lifter is using hydraulic pressure to elevate the maxillary sinus membrane higher and wider. Consequently, it facilitates blood supply, which encourages the formation of new bone and the healing process. Try the CAS kit that reduces the risk of membrane perforation to ensure safer surgery. Introducing the last kit, the lateral approach sinus kit that safely raises the sinus membrane without perforation. The patented drill designs, both dome and core drills, feature rounded cutting edges that minimize direct contact with the membrane. In this way, lateral windows can be created safely. The dome drill in the last kit helps lift the sinus membrane safely while collecting autogenous bone particles between the cutting blades. By creating bone chips between the blades, the core drill's rounded cutting edge reduces the chances of direct contact with the membrane. The last kit's dome and core drills are specifically designed to create the lateral window safely. Last kit allows for more precise control over drill depth. The last kit features drill stoppers in 0.5 mm increments. 6 different lengths of drill stopper allows for more precise control over drill depth when creating a lateral window. All these last kit features contribute to safer sinus lifting surgery and reduce the chances of sinus membrane perforation. Let's go over the advantages of our last kit. It is specifically designed to help surgeons to create lateral windows safely with the patented drill design. 6 different lengths of drill stoppers with 0.5 millimeter increments allow for more precise control over drill depth. Try the last kit specifically designed for clinicians to perform a sinus lift safely in a short time. With X-ray images alone, it can be very difficult to convince patients since X-ray images don't offer a complete picture of their oral health status. Fortunately, today's product can help you with this very problem. It's the Snap intraoral camera. One of the most important things you need to consider when choosing an intraoral camera is image quality. To help the dentist explain the condition of a patient's teeth and set the correct course of treatment, intraoral cameras need to take clear images inside the patient's mouth, even though it's very dark inside the mouth. Snap uses a 1.3 megapixel sensor, unlike other regular intraoral cameras that top out at 300,000 pixels. That's why it delivers clear HD images that can satisfy everyone. Another important thing of an intraoral camera, which has to take images as quickly as possible, is the focus function. Snap focuses in just 0.3 seconds when you press an image-taking button and snaps images automatically, which helps produce clear, in-focus images that accurately show the patient's intraoral condition. Some existing products do have an autofocus function, but they have 2 separate buttons, each for focusing and image-taking. However, Snap has a convenient 2-in-1 button. All you need to do is press the button once to capture fast and in-focus images of the patient's intraoral environment. And finally, an intraoral camera's head and neckline is very important since it has to take images from narrow spaces inside the mouth. Snap has a curved head and slim neckline that gives you a better angle for reaching the teeth when inserting into the mouth, which makes it easier to image not only wisdom teeth that are difficult to shoot, but also female patients and children who have small mouth. From the patient's perspective, this reduces any foreign body sensation and discomfort, while from the dentist's perspective, it reduces stress when imaging the posterior region and makes treatment easier. I was able to actually see which teeth require treatment, and that makes me have trust toward the dentist and left a better impression in my mind. I feel like I want to come back to this dentist in the future, and I'm going to recommend this clinic to my friends and family. Since I saw my teeth with my own eyes, I think I'd be more likely to consent to treatment without hesitating. Intraoral camera Snap helps accurately explain to patients the condition.
I know it's a bit short break, but please come inside again for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin the second session. Guests who are still in the lobby, please come inside and take a seat. The next lecture will be starting soon. We are about to begin the second session very soon. Guests who are still in the lobby, please come inside and take a seat. The next lecture will be starting soon. No food is allowed inside. Please take a bottle of water provided inside. May I start? Okay, let's begin the second session. Our second session is chaired by Professor Shimada Jun from Japan. Shimada Jun is a professor of Meika University Hospital, diplomate of Japanese Society of Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery, diplomate of Japanese Society of Oral Implantology. Where is Professor Shimada Jun? He's waiting for me. All right, please welcome Professor Shimada Jun with a big round of applause.
Hello, good morning. Do you take a break? I'm Jun Shimada. My family name is Shimada. And it's a great honor of me to be here as a moderator today for the Osstem World Meeting 2024. Please back and take your seat, please. I wish to introduce the first speaker for this session, Dr. In-Sik Ha. From Korea, Dr. In-Sik Ha will be presenting on change in heart and soft tissue management patterns due to one-guide surgery. Let us welcome Dr. In-Sik Ha to the podium. Please come up.
Hello, everyone. It's truly a special moment to have so many dental professionals gathered in one place. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to present and share my stories more together. Today, I will discuss how a digital-guided surgery has transformed my approach to soft and hard tissue management. Currently, so many dentists use a surgical guide for implant placement. Why is the reason? Is it simply because it makes surgery easier? I'd like to introduce one review article to you. This paper is a review article by Professor Talarico, who is the next speaker. The introduction of this paper summarizes very well the reasons why we have to use a surgical guide. The first is the comprehensive diagnosis. It makes it possible to design the implant placement position based on the processes. And the second is the accurate implant placement possible. The third, the mechanical and biological complications can be reduced. But I want to add one more thing, the first. That is a change in hard and soft tissue management. So, what are the positive effects of computer-guided surgery, such as one guide? It makes it possible minimally invasive surgery for ideal soft and hard tissue management. If so, how my surgical preferences are changing before and after using a surgical guide. In a traditional surgery without a surgical guide, the decision of the surgical method is made a little more intuitively based on visual information. So we use the amount of keratinized attached mucosa or hard tissue configuration for decision. In this way, if there is no keratinized attached mucosa around the expected implant site, soft tissue treatment such as freezing grafts is planned. And this is another case. If the patient has soft and hard tissue defect like this, we may expect bone grafting for the defect management. This is another case. If a patient has maxillary sinus border like this, we may think sinus augmentation with crestal or lateral approach. However, when we use a surgical guide, the determining procedure is different. The first thing is to do is to design a prosthesis that closely resembles the final prosthesis. The implant is then placed in the center of the prosthesis so that it can be placed. Let's go back to this case that I just introduced. It seems that bone grafting is needed for implant placement. Actually, what happened in this case? At first, I designed the ideal prosthesis and then planned the implant position. Let's look at the recommended implant position. the recommended position is very different from the alveolar crest level position. This is the reason that we have to use the surgical guide. If we place the implant at the recommended position, we may minimize unnecessary bone grafting, or we may change the reason of bone grafting. Using a surgical guide, I placed the implant with Fleming's surgery, and then I made the pouch. The bone grafting was performed. At this time, the purpose of bone grafting is not for bone making, but for soft tissue contouring. Using a surgical guide, we may perform non-invasive implant placement and more comfortable tissue augmentation. After 3 months of healing, intraoral scan was done. The state of peri-implant mucosa is very stable. Using CAD software, the abutment and crown was designed simultaneously. By this lab procedure, the customized abutment and zirconia crown was made. The customized abutment and zirconia crown was delivered. I can get aesthetic and functional implant prosthesis with this procedure. That's another case that I just introduced. In a panoramic X-ray, it seems to need the sinus augmentation. But in the CT view, we can see the enough bone in the palatal side. Like as previous mandibular case, the implant prosthesis was designed first to resemble the final prosthesis. The implant position under the planned crown is in the palatal bone, so I didn't have to do sinus augmentation. The guide design was finished. And then, using a surgical guide, I placed the implant with Fleming's approach. Of course, I didn't use bone graft materials for sinus augmentation. After 3 months, intraoral scan and lab procedure was proceeded. The position of the implant and customized abutment and the crown were harmonized with each other. Using a similar lab procedure, the customized abutment and prosthesis was made. This is final. It shows aesthetic and functional crown and the optimal screw hole position. This is the final radiograph. In a panoramic radiograph, the implant seems to penetrate the sinus membrane, but CT view shows the real position of the implant engaged in palatal bone. If we use the surgical guide appropriately, sometimes we can avoid the unnecessary bone grafting. As you can see, the functional cusp of the opposing tooth meet the implant axis optimally. Then, let's explain in detail what kind of differences there are in surgical pattern before and after using a surgical guide. The first topic is the change in the soft tissue management pattern. This is a case of applying the old treatment protocol without a surgical guide. This patient was transferred from another dental clinic. The previous bone graft and implant status were not good, so the implant had been removed. As a result, a very insufficient keratinized attached mucosa and low vestibule was remained. Some perforation of the maxillary sinus membrane and other bone defects was there, so bone grafting was performed first. Afterwards, free gingival graft was performed to make up the missing keratinized attached mucosa. After 4 months, the implants were placed. At this time, another soft tissue transplant was performed between the implant. Bone graft, soft tissue graft, and the implant placement were performed several times on different timetables. Afterwards, the prosthesis was completed using an analog impression procedure. So, how has the conventional soft tissue management changed after the introduction of a guided surgery? As you can see, the old bridge was fractured and retrieved. I have planned to perform sinus augmentation simultaneously while extracting the tooth. Maxillary sinus bone grafting was performed with a xenograft and collagen membrane using a lateral approach. 6 months later, the prosthesis was designed on the guide software for implant placement. As you can see, The implant is placed so that it can center on the prosthesis. The shape of the implant crown and the axis of the implant are very balanced. Of course, we have taken into consideration the placement depths so that each implant has the appropriate peri-implant mucosal dimension. Using a surgical template, the implants were placed in the planned location. Then, freezing graft was performed simultaneously to create the keratinized attached mucosa at first molar area. After this, the final processes was completed. Implant placement and soft tissue grafting were performed simultaneously, which allowed it for more sophisticated surgery and reduced the number of surgeries. This is another case where a guided treatment plan has been applied. It is a patient with severe periodontal disease with very severe horizontal and vertical bone deficiency, and the keratinized attached mucosa is also very insufficient. The vestibular depth was also very low, and the high muscle attachment so makes it difficult to treat. First, the prosthesis was designed in the guided software with a similar protocol. And in order to place the implant in this position, we anticipate and plan for what kind of bone and soft tissue graft will be needed. Naturally, a maxillary sinus bone augmentation will have to be performed, and a very long wait will have to be made before the implant placement. First, maxillary sinus augmentation was performed by lateral approach. Osstem xenograft AO-span was used. After 1 year, in order to create a guide for implant placement, the prosthesis was designed as in the previous case. During the significant healing period, the mandibular molar were also extracted and included in the implant treatment plan. As in the previous case, the implant placement was planned to be placed in the exact center of the planned prosthesis. Vertically, it looks like some additional bone graft is needed. But there's a problem. The planned implant placement location exists in a location where there is no keratinized attached mucosa at all. And this patient's vestibular depth is very low, and muscle attachment level is so high. So there is no difference in height between the vestibule and ridge crest. What kind of soft tissue treatment should I plan to do to achieve the desired soft tissue environment for stable peri-implant mucosal attachment? After the flap elevation, the implants were placed using a surgical guide. In these cases, flap surgery should not be used for a number of reasons. There is a significant soft tissue gap between the implant and the palatal tissue. This is because the planned implant placement position is located on the buccal side of the center of the incision line. Therefore, a pedicle graft was made from the palatal flap and moved close to the implant and sutured. This is a more detailed view. A connective tissue pedicle graft was made inside the palatal flap and moved against the implant and then sutured. This type of pedicle graft has a very high survival rate because the blood supply was continued from the distal side. You can see that the proper soft tissue has been built around the implant. And this is a case where a different method from fringe graft is applied. By using a surgical guide plan, you can use a procedure that is more suitable for each patient. So far, I have shown so many cases for increasing the keratinized attached mucosa. What significance does it have for implant health? There is a consensus report that explains this very well. They asked the following question during the consensus workshop and presented the following opinions. They're saying that if a patient has a keratinized attached mucosal thickness of less than 2 millimeters, there are certain tendencies as follows. Higher plaque score question, significant higher opinion. Increased breathing depth, not associated. Increased mucosal recession, no difference. Marginal bone level, significantly associated. Increased mobility of the peri-implant mucosa, some evidence. Increased pain and brushing discomfort appear to be higher. Oral health-related quality of life, no evidence. Vestibular depth and keratinized tissue width, positive association. So they conclude that there are many aspects of this issue that remains open to debate. This is another review article. Andrea Lavida and his colleagues also has a similar perspective. They say this review does not deem the presence of keratinized mucosa inessential for peri-implant health, but that the quality of evidence in the literature is low at best. My opinion on this topic as follows. In a peri-implant soft tissue environment, the most important thing is the peri-implant mucosal seal and peri-implant mucosal thickness. And therefore, the purpose of the soft tissue management is to ensure a stable peri-implant mucosal seal and peri-implant mucosal dimension. If the patient has a stable peri-implant mucosal seal and mucosal dimension, regardless of the presence of keratinized attached mucosa, there may not be a need for additional soft tissue management. So, what will happen to hard tissue management? This patient has very long bridge in mandible, 8-unit bridge. The ponic design is excessive long. Why? Because the horizontal and vertical bone deficiency was severe. So maybe the ponic design seemed to be like this. And then a severe problem happened. The natural tooth abutment has been destroyed one by one, and the last abutment, lower left canine, was damaged by several reasons and should be removed. Fortunately, this patient had wide basal bone. Unfortunately, the bone quality was very hard, D1 bone quality. After the bridge removal and followed the extraction of the left mandibular canine, as you can see, we can observe the severe horizontal and vertical deficiency. The patient desired the fixed implant prosthesis rather than the denture. However, for the fixed prosthesis making, we have to overcome this hard and soft tissue deficiency. After the removal, left canine, for the extraction circuit management, the bone grafting was done with bovine bone. And then, free gingival graft was performed simultaneously. Extraction, bone graft, free gingival graft was performed one day simultaneously for reducing the number of surgical interventions. After 3 months of healing, I planned the implant surgery. This is the implant position recommended by Osstem one-guide team. The recommended position is not on the crestal bone level that we always use to place the implant in conventional unguided implant surgery. The recommended position was on the anterior and inferior position rather than the alveolar crest. By placing the implant in this position, we make the functional and aesthetic processes final result. After the flap elevation, the implants were placed in the position suggested by the surgical guide. After the complete healing, by digital workflow, the procedure was proceeded. After the scan body connection, intraoral scan was done. This is final. Even though this patient has so severe horizontal and vertical deficiency, however, by using a surgical guide and digital workflow, I can get the satisfied final result. The patient also satisfied this result. I'd like to show the comparison between the conventional unguided position and guided position. The red line is the implant position placed on the alveolar crest level using conventional unguided method. The blue line is the ideal implant position by pre-planned surgical guide. The final result shows the very different implant position between the red and blue. I think in all implant cases, we have to use surgical guide. Good placement position makes good prosthesis, but bad placement position makes bad prosthesis. This is another very challenging case. The patient desired the implant treatment in the maxillary left molar area. However, the condition of the opposing tooth is like this. Maybe, I think, in the past, after the extraction of the mandibular second premolar, the patient seemed to do nothing for that space. So the molar drifts and tilt anteriorly. In this situation, if we place the implant, we cannot expect the normal aesthetic and functional prosthetics and normal occlusal plan. So I suggest the extraction of the mandibular molars and then place the implant together at the maxilla and mandibular molar. And the patient agreed to this treatment plan. Mandibular molar were extracted for a variety of reasons, including a fundamental improvement in the occlusal plan. As you can see, the keratinized attached mucosa is not sufficient, so full gingival graft was performed before implant placement. After the healing of full gingival graft, I planned for implant placement for upper and lower. However, the residual alveolar ridge widths were very narrow for implant placement, so I decided the implant position on the 25, 27, 36, and 37. 26 and 35 was planned for panic. And I designed the surgical guide with same protocol. The first thing that I have to do is a good prosthesis design. By the top-down procedure principle, the crown position were determined, and then the position of the implant was decided. In a mandible, the implant were planned at 36 and 37, and 35 with a cantilever. This is because the overall bone width of the 35 was very narrow, making it difficult for implant placement to be placed. In an upper jaw, the implants were planned to be placed at 25 and 27. Sorry? When we place the implant in the narrow reach using a surgical guide, we have to pay attention to drilling. On drilling procedure, the drill can be pushed one side due to the resistance of the lingual cortical bone or bone inclination. So it's easy to slip. So in this situation, you have to use a surgical guide at the initial step limitedly. If you confirm the initial implant position and retrieve a surgical guide, and then follow the procedure with the conventional unguided surgical procedure. In this case, I did ridge splitting with Osstem's acetate. After the ridge split and expansion, the implants were placed. Some distance defect happens, so I did bone grafting with Osstem's Osbuilder and xenograft. In a maxilla, after the tissue punch, I'd like to confirm the alveolar ridge condition, so the flag was elevated and then followed the drilling and implant placement. After 4 months of healing, I did uncovering procedure. You can see the uniform tissue of the implant fixture. For soft tissue gap filling between implants, I did use altered palate technique. You can see no soft tissue gap between the implants. After soft tissue healing, the healing abutment was retrieved and internal scan body were connected and internal scan was done. You can see the good peri-implant mucosal condition and enough keratinized attached mucosa. And then prosthetic cat design was done. Bridge shape, contour, abutment position, interocular relationship, in all aspects, crown design was optimized. When we see the sagittal section of the prosthesis, we can see the ideal path and direction, optimized occlusal force distribution state. The abutment and customized abutment and crown is always positioned at the center of the implant fixture. Like this lab procedure, full zirconia prosthesis was made. This is final. I can get the normal occlusal relationship. In a case like this, if I place the implant arbitrarily by only my experience, I think I cannot achieve this result. This is a last case. A surgical guide procedure helped to perform soft and hard tissue procedure relatively non-invasively. As you can see, the maxillary second molar was not good. There are so much bone destruction around the maxillary second molar. Especially, the buccal bone plate was totally destroyed. In this case, how can we place the implant? For the reconstruction of the destroyed bone, the bone grafting was done with rigid titanium plate and bovine bone and collagen membrane. After 5 months, the guide was planned. As I have repeatedly said, the good prosthesis design is first. The implant position was planned in the center of the prosthesis. With the surgical template, I used flameless surgery to place the implant as followed. Simultaneously, I removed the titanium plate with limited incision design. Luckily, CT scans allowed me to predict the location of the titanium plate. The position of the titanium plate was separated from the implant placement site. So it is easy to remove the titanium plate. This is final prosthesis CAD design. Following the lab procedure, the final prosthesis was delivered. This is an example of a case where soft tissue and hard tissue management were performed in a more non-invasive way. In a CT view, we can see the ideal of the implant for the opposing tooth. The center of the prosthesis and the implant is well occluded with the functional cusp of the opposing tooth. I think it's the best occlusal pattern biologically and mechanically. Let me conclude today. Surgical guidance enables careful diagnosis and prosthetic-driven implant planning and precise implant placement. Not only that, but it also reduces mechanical and biological complications. In addition to the above-mentioned three, I would like to emphasize that the surgical guide also makes very positive changes in the soft and hard tissue management required for implant surgery. Let me emphasize once again the importance of having a guide surgery at the core of such changes. Thank you so much for your attention. If you have any questions about my lectures, I will answer with the help of my translators. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for a great lecture. Please give a big round applause again to Dr. Now we move to a question time. Is there any question from the floor? Doctor, please raise your hand. Doctor, please.
ワンガイドを使ったときに化学の皮質骨で流れる場合の対応策を詳しく教えてくだ
Please
さい。
tell me, when you use one guide, what kind of cortical bone should be used in the mandible?
If you meet the cortical bone during the one-guide surgery, I recommend you the Lindemann drill for the side cutting. So I think we don't have to only trust with guide. So during the drilling surgery, we have to use Lindemann drill, the lingual cortical bone, more intentionally. So I recommend you.
先生、理解できました Do you understand?
Yeah.
Anymore? ドリルをワンガイドドリルからテーパードリルに変えたりとかしますか
Do you change from the one guide drill to taper drill?
Yes. In some cases, I wanted to drill, especially in the maxillary anterior area for the immediate implant case. Yeah. Because for the exact depth control and for the removal of the lingual cortical bone. Yeah. I changed the surgical kit on surgical field. Yeah.
Okay? Yeah. Okay. So move to see another question. Is there? Raise your hand. Yes, please.
Thank you so much, doctor. I just had a question about the placement, the little piece of titanium in order to place the implant for that was, I think, 27. I just wanted to know, you drill first, put the bone, and stabilize the situation with the titanium, and how necessary was this action?
I don't understand your questions about, so please ask me more detailed description.
Doctor, you didn't got my question? You didn't understand my question? Should I repeat it?
Yes.
So, in the case, in the upper jaw, you place element 27. You took a tooth out, an immediate implant. Correct? And you place a piece of titanium to stabilize the bone situation. And after a healing process, you remove it, right?
In that case, I think implant placement timing was separated from the titanium plate placement timing. Yeah. After the GBR with titanium membrane and xenograft, after the 4 months later, we placed the implant with one guide. After the implant placement, with the small incision and small incision, and then the titanium plate, and then removed. Yeah. This case is not immediate case.
Yes, but my question is, how necessary was that to use the titanium piece there? Because you have second step for the surgery to open the soft tissue and remove that, and that's take more time for the patient as a healing process and have the end effect of the procedure.
I think for the bone for making, it is very important to space making. I often use the titanium plate for form space making. I like the titanium plate.
Okay.
This answer?
Can
right?
I understand? Okay. There's
titanium plate is very simple.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ready? So.
Hello, doctor. Greetings from Turkey. I wonder that how can decide to lift the sinus? How much millimeter? What's the influencing factors of lifting?
How much?
How much?
How much millimeter we
Millimeter.
can?
Okay.
How much? Relativity factor?
How much millimeter we lift a sinus? Sinus.
Please ask me.
You make a sinus lifting. And I wonder that how can you decide to lift a sinus? How can you decide how much millimeter we can lift the sinus?
Yeah. I don't. In most cases, I don't use excessive bone. So usually, I use the bone graft volume of 1.5 cc, 1.5 gram for most cases. If the patient has not enough bone in a future implant placement timing, I did a little more, some additional bone graft with cluster approach. Yeah.
You understand?
You understand?
So
yeah.
if
I don't like the excessive bone graft. So
it's dependent on the length of the implant you want to introduce. If you want to install a 10 millimeter implant, the height of the bone must be 12. Plus 2 millimeter is considered to be absorbed after a few years later. Okay, that's understand?
I think the bone graft material is a foreign body, so I don't like to put the sinus excessive bone. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Next, last question is this one, 03 is.
Thank you for an excellent lecture, Dr. Ha. I'm right here. It's such an impressive case. I was really impressed by all the cases that you've been showing and surgical expertise that you had. My main question is, you had these challenging cases managing the mental framing area. And then there was a case, I think maybe second to the last question. There were 2 implants placed on the second premolar and a molar area on the lower left. And then you skipped the number 21. I guess that's the US number. Was there any other reason other than the mental framing that was giving a challenge? That's my first question. And second question is, how do you manage the mental framing in that area when you're doing the bone graft with the smart fit, the titanium mesh? But thank you.
메타프라임 가까울 때. No. Mental framing is not important in that case. The absolute bone width is very narrow. So in that case, ridge splitting is not good. So in that case, I favor the major cantilever. I don't favor the distal cantilever. Yeah. So in that case, for mental foramen position, it's not my consideration. Yeah. 또 두 번째 뭐죠? So if we met the mental foramen close to the implant site, if possible, I use the short implant in the mandible. Yeah. So I think we have to avoid the nerve, if possible. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So now is the time to move to the second lecture. Please ask him directly after the lecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next lecture of the session, the speaker for this lecture is Professor Marco Tararico from Italy. The title of the lecture is Single Tooth Implant Treatment in the Maxillary aesthetic lesion. Tradition meets digital. Please start.
Thank you. Welcome again. 10 little stories. Seems to be like a movie of Agatha Christie, but don't worry, nobody will die. 10 little stories because I want to share with you 10 clinical cases. All of these cases have one common point: single tooth implant treatment in the maxillary aesthetic region. But let me start from the beginning. It's most important because in the last year, completely changed the criteria for the success of the implant, moving from just a survival rate to new parameter, new modern parameter for the modern dentistry. All of these parameters are patient-related: healthy peri-implant tissues, prosthodontic success, aesthetics are most important because today the patient is more and more in the center of our treatment plan. So the question is, what do the patient really wants? I came from Italy, but I can say that worldwide the patient wants aesthetics. It's my pleasure to introduce one of my dental assistants, model and dental assistant, Alessia. I will introduce another assistant, but with the background of my assistant, Alessia, aesthetic is, why you're smiling? Aesthetic is a set of principles concerned with the nature of appreciation and beauty. This is a general concept on the aesthetics. Welcome in Italy. Aesthetic in dentistry is almost the same, but we need to take into consideration white, pink, and facial aesthetics. She's a professional photographer, sorry. So from today, I want to share with you the impact of several points. First of all, I will push a lot diagnosis and treatment plan. Three-dimensional position of the dental implant, the key factor, the macro and micro design of the implant at the implant abutment interface, and the design of the temporary restoration, and the impact on the peri-implant hard and soft tissues. I want to start with some cases starting from a genesis. This is Francesca, another of my assistants. Francesca came in my clinic. Believe in me, I have a picture with all of my assistants. But you will understand that half of my practice is free of charge. So Francesca came in my clinic before she became my assistant with a genesis of the lateral right maxillary incisor and a transposition of the canine. How we can take a risk of our patient? I use the SAC classification from the ITI because take into consideration patient-related risk, surgical-related risk, prosthetic-related risk, and can give us some advice using some colors. You can see here, no problem for the patient because I'm a young patient, some prosthetic and surgical problem that make this case between advanced and complex. The challenge is the mesiodistal space that is very narrow. The treatment plan was orthodontic treatment, guided surgery using a narrow 3.5 millimeter implant, and screw-retained zirconia restoration. Why? Because as a prosthodontic, I want to place the implant in the natural position and move the canine, so open the space. The benefits are natural aesthetics, canine guidance on the natural tooth, and implant site development. Of course, there are some disadvantages, more expensive and longer treatment for the patient. But one of the take-home messages that I want to share with you is take your time. Take your time. So with the orthodontic treatment, my orthodontist opened the space. At the end, we have just 5.5 millimeter. That is not enough, but if you can see the contralateral tooth, it's not so big, so the space is correct. And as you can see here, from buccopalatal point of view, we have a lot of bone because the canine move. But from a mesiodistal point of view, we have not so much space. So 3.0 implant, guided surgery, flapless approach. At the time, 9 years ago, I just used the pilot drill, partial guided surgery. But as you can see here, when I place the implant, I started in the middle. Then the implant goes in the implant site prepared with the first drill and move very close to the adjacent tooth. Still again, when I see this video, I think that I would have never placed an implant like this, freehand and without a flap. However, the X-ray was perfect. It's not my job, it's the prosthetically driven position, and this case shows how is accurate the guided surgery, particularly in single case. And believe in me, starting from this case, I move my practice is almost 100% of my cases with a guided approach. Of course, 100% of anterior cases. Tissue maturation, and look at the prosthetically driven position and not the bone-driven position. You will see some cases later. After far mouth, temporary restoration, we move to the definitive restoration. Zirconia, porcelain fused to zirconia on T-link abutment. Very good job from my dental technicians because the space is very narrow. And I can show you very fast, 2-year follow-up. The bone remains stable. 3 years follow-up, still again the bone is stable. Again, 5-year follow-up. She's become my assistant. This is the dress code of the clinic. 7-year follow-up. And the last follow-up is 8 years. I will skip the 9-year follow-up because she's pregnant just now. And this is the 8-year follow-up some months ago in my clinic, because I think you don't believe in me. So this is another case very similar. A genesis in the left side. However, there is no transposition of the canine, so I have no bone, but just one red line. Here, the challenge is the buccopalatal area. So in order to maintain the prosthetically driven position, this is the results. But even if I place the implant in the bone, I don't want so thin bone here because the risk is very high. You will see in the last case. So this is the prosthetically driven position, autogenous bone on the implant threads, implant 4 millimeters from the cervical area of the tooth to be rehabilitated, and then a mix of 50% of xenograft and 50% of autogenous bone on the first layer, collagen membrane, and wait 6 months. At the reopening, implant placement together with connective tissue graft, and this is what we want. The peri-implant attachment or biological width composed by connective tissues, junctional epithelium, and sulcural epithelium. So we can have stable tissues and we can expect stable results during time. This is a third case, bilateral agenesis, different patient, a man. He completely refused the GBR. We have good tissues, but in order to make a minimally invasive surgery, I moved to one-piece implant. Fortunately, at the time, I have the 1MS kit, so I placed the implant fully guided. One-piece implant that's very nice for minimal invasive approach. The problem is that are only for cemented retainer restoration, so the position, prosthetically driven position, is mandatory. Even if we have 2 red line advanced and complex cases, the plan was very easy, using a guided approach, flapless, cemented retainer restoration. No tissue management, no art tissue management. As you can see, this is the 1MS kit. So different from the first case of Francesca, in this case, it's possible to prepare and to place narrow implants in fully guided. I also publish with our scientific community a retrospective study on narrow implant, one piece and 3.0 implant for the rehabilitation of lateral upper incisor and lower incisor. You can see here the good results because minimal invasive approach. snap-on impression for cemented restoration. And most important, the zirconium has to be very polished and refined, so we can expect good integration of the crown on the tissues. Also, you can see at the microscope the good integration of the zirconia. The patient have a low smile line, so a different expectation comparing to the young female that I showed you before. This is the 3-year follow-up. At the 5-year follow-up, here there is a concavity, a little bit recession here, but low smile line. Patient asked minimal invasive procedure. 1 PC implant was perfect for this case, considering the narrow area. What about rehabilitation after trauma? This is Noemi, very high smile line. She had a car accident when she was 10 years, so she underwent a Median bridge for a lot of years. Her problem is this defect, a very big concavity. Fortunately, good tissues, so this is the starting point. For this case, in order to reproduce perfectly the shape of the buccal bone, in a case with a surgical and prosthodontic problem, a little bit more to the complex cases, I plan guided surgery, GBR of course, but with a customized titanium mesh, very similar to the titanium mesh that I showed you before in the previous speaker, soft tissue management, and again, screw retained porcelain fused to zirconia restoration and a veneer on the adjacent tooth. The planning is very important. I want, as I told you before, at least 4 millimeters from the platform of the implants and the cervical area of the tooth to be rehabilitated. In this case, we have a width of 4 millimeters. I don't like a ridge expansion in the aesthetic area because we have apicalization of the bone and the soft tissues, so we decided for customized titanium mesh. I also published prospective study using this customized mesh. During this short video, of course, implant placement with a guided surgery. I use guided surgery in all of my cases, particularly in case of GBR, particularly in case of aesthetic area. I want to answer a question before regarding the titanium mesh. According to my experience, but also the feedback from Eastern Urban from Europe, the idea to have a second surgery to remove the titanium mesh should not be considered like a problem because we need to manage the soft tissues. So this should not be considered an issue. Titanium mesh, the big benefit is that completely stable form. So we can recreate the shape that we want. The risk of exposure is higher. So I use in anterior area only in case of good tissues like this. In case of thin phenotype, I don't use it. Even if the tissues are very good, we have a little bit transparency, but we have not exposure. Implant was very stable, so I remove after 4 months in order to start to customize the tissue with a temporary. I just use PRF in this case because we have a good tissue, but with a titanium mesh, we can expect these results also from a vertical point of view, because sometimes with the collagen membrane, we lose the first millimeter in the cervical area, and we always need to over contouring. Fully digital approach, but this is what I want. A very nice biological width. Fully digital approach, precise model in order to design the veneer and the porcelain fused to zirconia restoration on the implants. And here we can see how the temporary restoration design the tissues, and this is what we want, a sulcular epithelium very well recognized in the peri-implant attachment area. This is the implant and the veneer on the adjacent tooth. From a radiographic point of view, CBCT point of view, and comparing to the previous case, Noemi have a very high smile line and very young patients. This is the 3 and also the 4-year follow-up. So, what about in case of tooth extraction? The speaker before me already introduced this amazing paper from Professor Buser regarding the time of implant placement, so I can go a little bit fast. All of us know that the problem of the tooth extraction is the loss of the bundle bone, so contraction on the buccal area. Several authors tried to study the effect to place the implant immediately, and all agreed that the implant itself failed to prevent the physiological bone remodeling. These are two very interesting papers from Professor Khan, because from a researcher point of view, he published in 2003 one-year follow-up with amazing results, but he also published a follow-up after 8 years, the same cohort of patients, and he stated that, okay, implants are all in the patient mount, survival rate, but from an aesthetic point of view, all the implants have a buccal resection. So also this is the need why the criteria for success changed. When and how we can place the implant immediately, we should have a lot of prerequisites. The intact facial bone, implant design, three-dimensional position, stability, thick phenotype, thick biotype, no infection. But it's not easy. This is a very simple case, good tissues, good bone, no problem, implant immediately, temporary restoration. And as you can see, we can expect good results. But it's the biology of the patients. We don't need nothing. Just place the implant. Is the environment that is very, very, very positive. I completely agree with this review from Professor Zucchelli that under the criteria that I showed you before, only 5–10% of the cases are good candidates for immediate loading without any kind of aesthetic problems. But what we can do in the other 90% of the cases, or in the class 2 of alien, because in the class 3, we do GBR, of course. So in case of fallow tooth, we have two possibilities, to place the implant immediately or to postpone. Look at the last one, the case number 5. This case, the canine with external root resorption, infection, there is some pus, problem in the lateral tooth, endodontic problem, 3 red lines. The case moved more from advanced to complex. So I decided to extract, socket preservation, socket seal, and then guided surgery after 4 months, soft tissue management, and at the end, screw retained restoration. So socket preservation, just to graft and to seal with a connective tissue graft, with a membrane, whatever you want, but you need to seal. And then you can expect the bone healing, also endodontic treatment from a friend of mine. After 4 months, I can plan my implant, and this becomes from complex to advanced case, because I wait the healing. But as I told you before, it's most important, the prosthetically driven position. I want to answer one question before. I use, since 5 years, surgical template without metallic sleeves, and I also publish. This is probably the most cited manuscript today. It's a systematic review that we published with our scientific community during a consensus conference in 2021, stated that the template without metallic sleeves are more accurate than the template with the metallic sleeve in partial edentulous patients. In the full, it seems to be the same. So this is what we reach after healing. These are I'm showing some interesting manuscript regarding the shape of the temporary restoration in terms of aesthetics, in terms of hygiene, in order to correctly design the shape of the temporary restoration. In the last year, all the evidence agree to have a flat as possible emergence in the subcritical contour, that is the area of the temporary restoration in contact with the connective tissue. In the critical area, in contact with the junctional epithelium, flat, and then we start to move horizontally, depend of the situation, also up to 70–90 degrees, but we need to go as flat as possible before. And then we change with a convex profile in the supragingival area. So in this way, we need to avoid any kind of compression at the implant platform. Then we need to support the tissues and then to go in natural aesthetics. This is the concept of the S profile. This is the case after 4 years, endodontic treatment in the lateral canine, and the tissue remain stable at the 4-year follow-up. This is another case quite similar, but after extraction of the central incisor due to a fracture, the planning is almost the same, but there is connective tissue graft because there is a deficiency after spontaneous healing. So the implant was placed according to the concept that I showed you before, and then connective tissue graft. Soft tissue management with a temporary restoration. This is what we want, but believe in me, the rule of the soft tissue is very, very important. The rule of the keratinized tissues is very important. The author before me showed it very well. But in my opinion, it's also very, very, very important, the correct position of the implant. Three-dimensional, particularly the position, palatal position, the dipping, etc. So this is the same crown for all the patients, porcelain fused to zirconia, and how the crown fit on the tissues at the 2-year follow-up. Also the bone remains stable. So in case of immediate approach, this is Elena, 45 years, can because the lateral is moving, is splintered, there is a concavity, a lot of red line, but because she is also smoker patients. However, the protocol is immediate implants because I have a lot of bone to anchor my implants, connective tissue graft to resolve the concavity, and the rest are the same for all the cases. Here you can see after implant placement with guided surgery, of course, we can also check the distance between the platform and the cervical area of the tooth. That is very, very important. Immediate loading, no any kind of contact, no lateral, no static contact during the first week of healing. This is 7 years or 8 years ago, so transfer the emergence profile with analogical way. Today we can do in a digital way, and this is the final restoration. Look at the bone at the delivery of the final restoration, but I want to show you also from the concavity, the convexity at the 7-year follow-up. The tissue remains stable, you can see the color here, and also the bone remain stable during year. And she's the patient, medium high smile line. So for the 8th case, in the last 2 years, I introduced the hydrophilic surface, the soy implant in my practice with our with the HQ R&D in Europe in a multi-center study. We have conducted a lot of study on this surface because in general, hydrophilicy is very important in medicine because it improves the blood clot stabilization and the adhesion of cell and protein, and could be one more option to treat complex cases, not only poor bone quality, but also immediate implants, GBR, etc. Look at these cases. There is a fistula, infection, 1, 2, 3, 4 red line, so it's quite complex cases. If you remember the review from Zucchelli and the review from Buser, only sufficient bone for accurate 3D position we have. All the other requisites are not matched. So, as you can see here, this is a TS4 implant. I can also answer a question before regarding the library in Exoplan. I can state that there is library from Osstem and Iosan for TS3 and TS4 in Exoplan. We just miss some prosthetic library, but believe in me, that will be delivered very, very, very soon. So TS4 implant, but coming back, even if a lot of criteria are not matched, sufficient bone is mandatory. Of course, primary implant stability is mandatory. Immediate implant, socket of the graft, connective tissue graft, soft tissue management, screw retainer restoration. So, is most important in case of immediate implants. Why immediate implants are so fascinating? Of course, only one procedure, fast procedure, etc. My colleagues stated very, very well, but also to maintain the papilla and the shape, because it's very, very, very complicated to recreate the papilla and the soft tissue later, but could be very easy to maintain the level of the gingiva. Guided surgery, of course. I will stress you a lot to use a guided approach everywhere, but particularly where the prosthetically position of the implant is mandatory in all the cases. Hydrophilic surface, you can see the color and how the blood follows the implants. Graft, 100% of xenograft. And of course, we need routinary connective tissue graft. In this case, yes, in most of the anterior case, we need. It's a very nice picture that shows the stabilization of the blood clot. And immediate loading, because the biological secret is this one. Very similar to the biological-oriented preparation technique in natural teeth. No contact, and this is what we want. Flat profile in the subcritical, the critical contour 7 to 90 degrees, from a mesiodistal point of view, 30, 40 degrees. 70, 90 for a buccal point of view, because the implant has to be placed as palatal as possible. And then X profile with a convex profile on the top. So, dental technician was very nice. I just placed an implant through an hole. So my job was very easy. Dental technicians do a good job, and I just maintain the shape of the tissues of the patients. This is with the radiograph, and the 2-year follow-up, we also close a little bit some black point. And the aesthetic, very high smile line also in this case. The case number 9 is a fracture of the central incisor. A lot 5 red line. How to approach to make easier this case? Extraction and weight, implant and GBR, connective tissue graft, etc. The same protocol. There is a fistula on the adjacent tooth. Here you can see also what I spoke before, biological-oriented preparation technique on the natural tooth. Look here, the level, and then the level. With immediate loading, we do a very similar thing. We create a seal. There is inside the seal a regeneration chamber, so we need to leave the space. The tissue maturate, and then we can model it. The concept is the same. It's a very nice biological concept. Implant with hydrophilic surface, so implants. GBR, 100% of autogenous bone on the implant threads, and then a second layer of xenograft and autogenous bone, also in the palatal area. In this case, the tissue is not so good, so I use a pericardium membrane, and this is some phase of healing. Temporary restoration to start to model the peri-implant attachment. The same concept that I showed you before, identically. Analogic impression, because I took the digital impression, but it's not precise, because in a consensus conference, we found that the precision model is not 100% accurate. So you need to move in the analog in some cases. I'm sorry, I need to go fast because I've not so much time to show the last quick case, but here I want to show you how the tissue overcome the implants. And the follow-up. So this is my last case with a lot of red line, you will see. Failed implant, bone-driven position, not prosthetically driven position, in a thin biotype, high smile line, so bone resorbed, and we have a lot of problem, very thin biotype. 5, 6 red line. So we need time. Remove the implant, GBR, implant, connective tissue, 5 steps. We need time in this case, we need time. So the first step is to remove the implant. The second step is vertical GBR. In this case also resorbable membrane. We have published a lot with a friend of mine instead of Gore-Tex because we need to leave far for the teeth, or titanium mesh because we risk the exposition. Maryland Bridge. I know my time is still finished, but I have just less than 1 minute. There is still a concavity. In the planning, we have bone, but we need something more to cover the concavity, connective tissue graft, and then temporary restoration to modify and to reshape the contour of the soft tissues. But we reach to move from this situation to that situation. Also here, the implant is in a good position, and we recover the situation. On your right side, you have the initial. On your left side, the finish after 18 months. 18 months. These are the level that we gained. And this is also from a phase point of view. So, just the conclusion in 30 seconds. What we learned today. Today, we learned that there is no innovation without tradition. And here in Seoul, in this amazing city, is a real expression of this concept, tradition and digital in the same place. Never stop smiling. We are a very good job to make the people smiling. This is a morphing of a previous patients that completely change the life of the patient, and we can support the patient for this. Last but not the least, never stop learning. I'm proud to be the president of our scientific community in Europe. I always follow science, common sense, experience, and patient-oriented concept. And I really want to thank you and invited you in our Congress in London that will be held in a Wembley Stadium, very iconic location, in November 22-23. Thank you, and I'm sorry for 1 minute late.
Thank you, Professor, for your great lecture with beautiful gown and very beautiful implant treatment. Please give a big applause for him again. And now I'd like to move to the question time. Is there, but time is very limited. Please raise your hand. 04, please.
Congratulations, Professor. Greetings from Italy.
I can understand the accent is very similar
Exactly.
to mine.
Yeah, always amazing presentation.
Thank you.
One question about the use of titanium membrane you used. I saw in the case you presented was very close to the neighbor teeth. Do you have any specific distance to use between with the membrane, titanium membrane to adjacent teeth, or you have some experience about that?
I have some recommendation, but you catched me because that case was a prototype. Now the membrane is more thin and also more refined. I have 100% sure data regarding Gore-Tex membrane, PTFE, that must be far 2 millimeters. Titanium mesh, particularly the new one, very thin, seems to be that have not so problem, so can stay more close to the teeth. But my opinion is that I love titanium mesh because it's very stable membrane and predictable. However, the risk of exposure is a little higher than collagen membrane. So I don't use in case of thin biotype or for very big reconstruction because the risk of failure can create several problems. When I can, posterior area or a good tissues, I use. But regarding the adjacent tooth, I think there is very, very less problem comparing with the PTFE. Can stay, but if you have a good tissues, of course. Thank you.
Grazie molte.
Prego.
Thank you. Is there any question? 05.
5.
Hello, sir. I observed, along with the surgical guide, Osstem provides drilling protocol. But if I follow, it's unpredictable to achieve required torque. So I have to modify the drilling protocol according to the bone density, what I observed during the drilling process. So what is your take on it?
What is my opinion regarding the drilling protocol? My opinion about the drilling protocol?
Yeah.
With the one guide, the first step is that if you have a very accurate guide, the first concept is that you have very accurate drilling process. So the risk to make the hole a little bit more oval doesn't exist. So your drilling protocol is more precise. However, I use the one guide system in the same way I use the 1-2 taper kit. In about 80% of my cases, I follow the last drill, the recommendation protocol from Osstem. In case of immediate loading, I prefer to under-prepare. I can under-prepare horizontally or vertically according to the planning. So it's most important to analyze the planning and the bone before. However, it's not easy to answer this question in a very short time. I can suggest to follow the protocol according to the bone. And you can have in most of the cases good stability just in the middle of the implants. And to modify according to the bone quality. Yeah. Under-preparing in poor bone, over-preparing in hard bone. Don't be scared to over-preparing. And depending also if you have to deliver immediate loading or not, and is a single or multiple. Single implants, immediate loading is most challenging because you need the maximum of stability, maximum possible, I think 45 Newton. In case of full arch, it's a little bit different. So just take care of the planning and take care of your feeling with the first drill. And then modify the protocol a little bit for your convenience.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I have one more question. This is the last question, the 04, please. 04, please.
In private. Later in private.
First of all, I'd like to commend you on a very nice lecture.
Thank you.
One complication I frequently encounter with anterior implants would be the loss of the keratinized gingival collar. So with that, would you recommend to always do a CTG in all anterior implant cases?
Okay, I want to invite you again in London because I will speak about complication, but the answer is very easy. In Italy, we have a very nice colleagues, Professor Zucchelli, very expert in connective tissue graft in case of implants. However, I think that we can use, if you remember this last slide, science, but also common sense and experience. Connective tissue graft could be nice, I think, in case of older patients, no high smile line, depend of the position of the implant, the expectation of the patients. My first approach is, for example, remove the implants and place a new one. GBR around the implants is like a lottery, so I don't suggest. I agree, just connective tissue graft, but mostly depend by the situation. So I suggest you that, seems very young, to check the science and discuss with the patients pros and cons of each treatment. In my last case, I just told to the patients, you have the possibility of connective tissue graft, but not with me. I disagree. In my hand, for you, very young, high smile line, because if you put a connective tissue graft, you can have just a long epithelium. You risk periodontal problem. In that case, if you lose the periodontal peak of the adjacent tooth, is a drama. Not in that situation is quite a drama. So you have to look at the situation, the science, discuss with the patient, but also look at the future. This is my suggestion.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Now, I want to close this session by Professor Marco Talarico.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please applause again to him. Thank you. Now it's time of lunch. Please come back after the session for live operation.
Well, there is a little announcement before you go. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Shimada Jun. Well, guests, you can have lunch in 2 different locations. Let me introduce it to you. The first, you can have lunch right here. It's really convenient and then saving time, I guess. So if you are seated with table or you want to have a beautiful and delicious Korean lunchbox, please stay here. Move the seat with table, then you can have a lunchbox right away. For those who requested for halal and vegetarian meal, then you can follow our steps. You can move to the place called the Plus, as shown on the table. When you go out the exit door, turn right and follow the directions. Be sure to take all your belongings with you, and don't forget to come back by 13:30, 1:30, for the next session. Enjoy your meal and experience everything in the lobby area. Thank you.
"2024 One Guide System, Pinnacle of Digital Guided Implant Surgery, Ultimate Reference for Guided Surgery, Showcasing Diverse Clinical Cases." The long-awaited English edition of the One Guide System, which encapsulates the expertise in digital guided surgery, has been officially released. This book is the climax of 2 years of dedicated work by Dr. Ki-sung Kim and Dr. Yong-seo Kim, renowned for their 23 years of successful implant procedures. The Korean version of the One Guide System was honored as the 2023 Book of the Year. This single volume encompasses the full spectrum of digital guided surgery, spanning from fundamental principles to advanced techniques, covering both single case scenarios with one guide and comprehensive treatment for fully edentulous patients. This book encompasses the procedures of one CAS, one MS, and one 485 kit with the diversity in clinical cases. Now, dentists worldwide can delve into the One Guide system. Introducing One Guide for Sophisticated Surgery, Wide Range of Clinical Indications, and Excellent Convenience. One Guide is convenient to use. With an ultra-simple drilling technique, the implant can be placed at the plant site in only 3 drillings for shortened surgery time. One Guide also offers high precision. The site, direction, and depth of implant can be precisely planned using digital method and used to manufacture a One Guide template. This allows the implant to be placed as planned. One Guide template holds the drill to help maintain a precise path even during high-speed drilling. The stopper is in contact with the top of One Guide to enable precise control of drilling depth. One Guide is particularly useful
So
for
we are going
surgery
to
in the
give your
posterior
lunchbox
region.
here, so please do not go outside.
Closed-type holes. Open-type holes can be selected or designed. This function
We are going to
allows
give
a
your
clear
lunchbox
entry
here,
to
so
site
please do not
posterior
go
seat
outside.
with
Thank you.
insufficient vertical space. Open-type hole helps to secure additional vertical space. One Guide can be used for various clinical purposes. One Guide kit for cases of single to fully edentulous. One CAS kit
for maxillary sinus lift surgery. 1 ms kit for the anterior region with narrow bone width. 1 485 kit for short implants in mandible molar. These 4 dedicated kits are available for a wide range of clinical cases. Improve the convenience of digital implant surgery with one guide. It is simple and precise.
I have no sound.
Introducing the OneCast kit, the digital sinus surgery kit. If you use the OneCast kit, you can digitally pre-plan the exact implant position and drill length required for the sinus surgery.
We are going to give you your launch pad
Place
here.
the one guide template
Please
first.
come inside
Then, use
and
the
have
drills
us set
with
place.
rounded
Thank you.
apex together with the stopper in order to perform safe drilling. You can also perform hydraulic lifting and bone grafting while the template is still in the mouth. Try the OneCast kit for safe and precise sinus surgery. Introducing the 1 ms kit, the implant surgery kit for anterior region with narrow bone width. In the anterior region with narrow interdental space and also in the narrow bone width, place the one guide template. And then you will be able to place MS implants with the most narrow 2.0 mm diameter and TS3 3.0 implants exactly in the planned position by using 1 ms kit.
Try the 1 ms kit, the implant surgery kit.
Please
for the
come
anterior
inside
region with
and
narrow
enjoy
bone
your
width.
lunch. Thank you. Introducing the asset kit for narrow alveolar ridge split. The asset kit uses expansion drills able to expand the bone buccally and lingually, even in the case of severe alveolar bone resorption. Eliminates the use of a mallet. A safer and easier buccal plate expansion is achievable when minimizing the risk of buccal fracture. During the final stage of implant placement, the implant can secure a strong initial stability in the narrow ridge without tilting. The asset kit allows regular size implants to be placed in narrow ridges with a low risk of buccal fracture. You can try it out. Introducing the 485 kit, the kit for placing short implants. The 485 kit has drills with round design apex, which minimizes damage to the inferior alveolar nerve when performing surgical drilling. The 485 kit allows you to place 4 to 8.5 mm short implants. Only 3 drilling steps are required when placing implants with the 485 kit. When placing short implants, try the 485 kit. Introducing the CAS kit, the crystal approach sinus kit that safely lifts the sinus membrane with a hydraulic lift system. The CAS kit reduces the chance of membrane perforation. The patented CAS drill creates a conial bone lid that keeps the drill edge from direct contact with the membrane. CAS kit ensures safer drilling by preventing sinus membrane perforation.
Using the drill stopper makes it easier to adjust the drill depth. The casket features drill stoppers in 1 mm increments. It is possible to control the drilling depth precisely by using the stopper, which ensures safer drilling without the risk of perforating the sinus membrane. The hydraulic lifting technique of the maxillary sinus can facilitate the blood supply of the surgical site. The casket's membrane lifter is using hydraulic pressure to elevate the maxillary sinus membrane higher and wider. Consequently, it facilitates blood supply, which encourages the formation of new bone and the healing process. Try the casket that reduces the risk of membrane perforation to ensure safer surgery. Introducing the last kit, the lateral approach sinus kit that safely raises the sinus membrane without perforation. The patented drill designs, both dome and core drills, feature rounded cutting edges that minimize direct contact with the membrane. In this way, lateral windows can be created safely. The dome drill in the last kit helps lift the sinus membrane safely while collecting autogenous bone particles between the cutting blades. By creating bone chips between the blades, the core drill's rounded cutting edge reduces the chances of direct contact with the membrane. The last kit's dome and core drills are specifically designed to create the lateral window safely. Last kit allows for more precise control over drill depth. The last kit features drill stoppers in 0.5 mm increments. 6 different lengths of drill stopper allows for more precise control over drill depth when creating a lateral window. All these last kit features contribute to safer sinus lifting surgery and reduce the chances of sinus membrane perforation. Let's go over the advantages of our last kit. It is specifically designed to help surgeons to create lateral windows safely with the patented drill design. 6 different lengths of drill stoppers with 0.5 mm increments allow for more precise control over drill depth. Try the last kit specifically designed for clinicians to perform a sinus lift safely in a short time. With X-ray images alone, it can be very difficult to convince patients since X-ray images don't offer a complete picture of their oral health status. Fortunately, today's product can help you with this very problem. It's the Snap intraoral camera. One of the most important things you need to consider when choosing an intraoral camera is image quality. To help the dentist explain the condition of a patient's teeth and set the correct course of treatment, intraoral cameras need to take clear images inside the patient's mouth, even though it's very dark inside the mouth. Snap uses a 1.3 megapixel sensor, unlike other regular intraoral cameras that top out at 300,000 pixels. That's why it delivers clear HD images that can satisfy everyone. Another important thing of an intraoral camera, which has to take images as quickly as possible, is the focus function. Snap focuses in just 0.3 seconds when you press an image-taking button and snaps images automatically, which helps produce clear, in-focus images that accurately show the patient's intraoral condition. Some existing products do have an autofocus function, but they have 2 separate buttons, each for focusing and image-taking. However, Snap has a convenient 2-in-1 button. All you need to do is press the button once to capture fast and in-focus images of the patient's intraoral environment. And finally, an intraoral camera's head and neck line is very important since it has to take images from narrow spaces inside the mouth. Snap has a curved head and slim neckline that gives you a better angle for reaching the teeth when inserting into the mouth, which makes it easier to image not only wisdom teeth that are difficult to shoot, but also female patients and children who have small mouth. From the patient's perspective, this reduces any foreign body sensation and discomfort, while from the dentist's perspective, it reduces stress when imaging the posterior region and makes treatment easier. I was able to actually see which teeth require treatment, and that makes me have trust toward the dentist and left a better impression in my mind. I feel like I want to come back to this dentist in the future, and I'm going to recommend this clinic to my friends and family. Since I saw my teeth with my own eyes, I think I'd be more likely to consent to treatment without hesitating. Intraoral camera snap helps accurately explain to patients the condition of their oral environment and creates a more credible and trustworthy impression of the dentist in the mind of patients. Introducing the N1 Portable X-ray, delivering high-quality imaging while being extremely easy and simple to use. A good portable X-ray should produce clear images. At 70 kV and 3 mA, the N1 produces clear standard X-ray images. Clear images relieve the clinician's stress during the diagnosis process. A good portable X-ray should be easy to operate. The N1 is light at only 1.61 kg, which is 30% lighter than a camera-type device. Also, it has a gun-type design which is easy to operate with one hand. This ensures easy alignment and high accuracy when taking images. A good portable X-ray should have a long-lasting battery. With 15% improved battery performance, the N1 lasts for a week on a single charge, eliminating problems with other wireless X-ray units. The N1 reduces the inconvenience of a continuous charging, which helps improve clinical efficiency. The N1 is easy to use and produces clear images. Introducing the IO1020, which is a highly durable oral sensor that produces clear images. The IO1020 produces clear images with resolution of up to 20 micrometers. The IO1020 helps you identify periapical lesions around the roots of teeth, the interdental space, the pulp, and the periodontal ligament much more clearly. The IO1020's cable is designed at a 0-degree angle to prevent the cable from breaking, and the impact-resistant bumper improves durability. The IO20 model is for adults, while the IO10 model is for children. Using the right size that fits the patient's mouth can help reduce discomfort. Try using the highly durable IO1020 oral sensor for clearer images. Selecting the right bone material by comparing it to the patient's existing bone quality and conditions is crucial when expecting the satisfactory result from the GBR. Defects may occur on surgical sites such as the anterior maxillary sinus and ridge, which will require bone graft materials that facilitate the process of forming new bone osteogenesis while maintaining the bone volume. With that said, here is the Osstem Implants Xeograft EOS with phenomenal volume maintenance and osteogenesis. For bone graft materials, it is important to have a faster remodeling feature. Similar to the human bone, EOS particles have a cancellous pore structure. The structural property of EOS, when fully saturated with blood, significantly contributes to the process of new bone formation. The success of bone graft material must be verified with various clinic cases. EOS is designed to graft bone in a socket after the tooth extraction, and the treatment of peri-implant defects with guided bone regeneration. EOS can be applied to the sinus lift to place the implant in a maxillary sinus, and to augmenting and reconstruct of the alveolar bone. It can be used to treat and prevent various bone defects. A bone graft material must be easy to use in a variety of surgical situations. EOS collagen plug contains 10% of bovine type 1 collagen. It is specifically designed for post-extraction socket augmentation to maintain the volume and allows for better aesthetic and implant placement. The surgical can cut and reshape the plug to better fit the defected site. The EOS pen is a bone graft material delivered in a syringe-type container that allows the surgeon to hydrate the material with just one hand. And the syringe's inner diameter is available in two specifications, 5.4 and 3.5. This allows the surgeon to select a better suited syringe for each case. In summary, EOS forms new bone rapidly, which can be applied to any surgical site due to its similarity to the human bone. EOS is a perfect solution for both the surgeon and the patient. Try now! For successful implant surgery, it is important to use a membrane that facilitates creating new bone. Introducing Osstem. Osstem is a collagen membrane that offers outstanding shielding performance and nutrient permeability. These functions contribute to new bone formation. Osstem has a porous structure with cavities smaller than epithelial cells. It serves as a barrier to block epithelial tissue growth while new bone is formed. Therefore, it provides optimal space for the osteogenesis. Osstem also allows nutrients to pass through and facilitates the formation of new bone. Osstem comes in two types, hard and soft, as well as 4 different sizes. Thanks to its dual-sided use for all sizes, Osstem can be easily manipulated depending on the surgical sites. Try our Osstem that facilitates the formation of new bone and successful GBR. 2024 One Guide System, pinnacle of digital guided implant surgery, ultimate reference for guided surgery, showcasing diverse clinical cases. The long-awaited English edition of the One Guide System, which encapsulates the expertise in digital guided surgery, has been officially released. This book is the climax of 2 years of dedicated work by Dr. Ki-sung Kim and Dr. Yong-suk Kim, renowned for their 23 years of successful implant procedures. The Korean version of the One Guide System was honored as the 2023 Book of the Year. This single volume encompasses the full spectrum of digital guided surgery, spanning from fundamental principles to advanced techniques, covering both single-case scenarios with one guide and comprehensive treatment for fully edentulous patients. This book encompasses the procedures of one CAS, one MS, and one 485 kit with a diversity in clinical cases. Now, dentists worldwide can delve into the One Guide System. Introducing One Guide for Sophisticated Surgery, wide range of clinical indications and excellent convenience.
One guide is convenient to use. With an ultra-simple drilling technique, the implant can be placed at the plant site in only 3 drillings for shortened surgery time. One guide also offers high precision. The site, direction, and depth of implant can be precisely planned using digital method and used to manufacture a one guide template. This allows the implant to be placed as planned. One guide template holds the drill to help maintain a precise path even during high-speed drilling. The stopper is in contact with the top of one guide to enable precise control of drilling depth. One guide is particularly useful for surgery in the posterior region. In addition to the basic closed type hole, open type hole can be selected for designing. This function allows a drill entry through side and posterior teeth with insufficient vertical space. Open type hole helps to secure additional vertical space. One guide can be used for various clinical purposes. One guide kit for cases of single to fully edentulous. One CAS kit for maxillary sinus lift surgery. One MS kit for the anterior region with narrow bone width. One 485 kit for short implants in mandible molar. These 4 dedicated kits are available for a wide range of clinical cases. Improve the convenience of digital implant surgery with one guide. It is simple and precise. Introducing the One CAS kit, the digital sinus surgery kit. If you use the One CAS kit, you can digitally pre-plan the exact implant position and drill length required for the sinus surgery. Place the one guide template first. Then, use the drills with rounded apex together with the stopper in order to perform safe drilling. You can also perform hydraulic lifting and bone grafting while the template is still in the mouth. Try the One CAS kit for safe and precise sinus surgery. Introducing the One MS kit, the implant surgery kit for anterior region with narrow bone width. In the anterior region with narrow interdental space and also in the narrow bone width, place the one guide template. And then you will be able to place MS implants with the most narrow 2.0 mm diameter and TS3 3.0 implants exactly in the planned position by using One MS kit. Try the One MS kit, the implant surgery kit for the anterior region with narrow bone width. Introducing the asset kit for narrow alveolar ridge split. The asset kit uses expansion drills able to expand the bone buccally and lingually, even in the case of severe alveolar bone resorption. Eliminates the use of a mallet. A safer and easier buccal plate expansion is achievable when minimizing the risk of buccal fracture. During the final stage of implant placement, the implant can secure a strong initial stability in the narrow ridge without tilting. The asset kit allows regular size implants to be placed in narrow ridges with a low risk of buccal fracture. You can try it out.
Introducing the 485 kit, the kit for placing short implants. The 485 kit has drills with round design apex, which minimizes damage to the inferior alveolar nerve when performing surgical drilling. The 485 kit allows you to place 4 to 8.5 mm short implants. Only 3 drilling steps are required when placing implants with the 485 kit. When placing short implants, try the 485 kit. Introducing the CAS kit, the crystal approach sinus kit that safely lifts the sinus membrane with a hydraulic lift system. The CAS kit reduces the chance of membrane perforation. The patented CAS drill creates a conial bone lid that keeps the drill edge from direct contact with the membrane. CAS kit ensures safer drilling by preventing sinus membrane perforation. Using the drill stopper makes it easier to adjust the drill depth. The CAS kit features drill stoppers in 1 mm increments. It is possible to control the drilling depth precisely by using the stopper, which ensures safer drilling without the risk of perforating the sinus membrane. The hydraulic lifting technique of the maxillary sinus can facilitate the blood supply of the surgical site. The CAS kit's membrane lifter is using hydraulic pressure to elevate the maxillary sinus membrane higher and wider. Consequently, it facilitates blood supply, which encourages the formation of new bone and the healing process. Try the CAS kit that reduces the risk of membrane perforation to ensure safer surgery. Introducing the last kit, the lateral approach sinus kit that safely raises the sinus membrane without perforation. The patented drill designs, both dome and core drills, feature rounded cutting edges that minimize direct contact with the membrane. In this way, lateral windows can be created safely. The dome drill in the last kit helps lift the sinus membrane safely while collecting autogenous bone particles between the cutting blades. By creating bone chips between the blades, the core drill's rounded cutting edge reduces the chances of direct contact with the membrane. The last kit's dome and core drills are specifically designed to create the lateral window safely. Last kit allows for more precise control over drill depth. The last kit features drill stoppers in 0.5 mm increments. 6 different lengths of drill stopper allows for more precise control over drill depth when creating a lateral window. All these last kit features contribute to safer sinus lifting surgery and reduce the chances of sinus membrane perforation. Let's go over the advantages of our last kit. It is specifically designed to help surgeons to create lateral windows safely with the patented drill design. 6 different lengths of drill stoppers with 0.5 mm increments allow for more precise control over drill depth. Try the last kit specifically designed for clinicians to perform a sinus lift safely in a short time. With X-ray images alone, it can be very difficult to convince patients since X-ray images don't offer a complete picture of their oral health status. Fortunately, today's product can help you with this very problem. It's the SNAP intraoral camera. One of the most important things you need to consider when choosing an intraoral camera is image quality. To help the dentist explain the condition of a patient's teeth and set the correct course of treatment, intraoral cameras need to take clear images inside the patient's mouth, even though it's very dark inside the mouth. Snap uses a 1.3 megapixel sensor, unlike other regular intraoral cameras that top out at 300,000 pixels. That's why it delivers clear HD images that can satisfy everyone. Another important thing of an intraoral camera, which has to take images as quickly as possible, is the focus function. Snap focuses in just 0.3 seconds when you press an image-taking button and snaps images automatically, which helps produce clear, in-focus images that accurately show the patient's intraoral condition. Some existing products do have an autofocus function, but they have two separate buttons, each for focusing and image-taking. However, Snap has a convenient 2-in-1 button. All you need to do is press the button once to capture fast and in-focus images of the patient's intraoral environment. And finally, an intraoral camera's head and neck line is very important since it has to take images from narrow spaces inside the mouth. Snap has a curved head and slim neckline that gives you a better angle for reaching the teeth when inserting into the mouth, which makes it easier to image not only wisdom teeth that are difficult to shoot, but also female patients and children who have small mouth. From the patient's perspective, this reduces any foreign body sensation and discomfort, while from the dentist's perspective, it reduces stress when imaging the posterior region and makes treatment easier. I was able to actually see which teeth require treatment, and that makes me have trust toward the dentist and left a better impression in my mind. I feel like I want to come back to this dentist in the future, and I'm going to recommend this clinic to my friends and family. Since I saw my teeth with my own eyes, I think I'd be more likely to consent to treatment without hesitating. Intraoral camera Snap helps accurately explain to patients the condition of their oral environment and creates a more credible and trustworthy impression of the dentist in the mind of patients. Introducing the N1 Portable X-ray, delivering high-quality imaging while being extremely easy and simple to use. A good portable X-ray should produce clear images. At 70 kilovolts and 3 milliampere, the N1 produces clear standard X-ray images. Clear images relieve the clinician's stress during the diagnosis process. A good portable X-ray should be easy to operate. The N1 is light at only 1.61 kilogram, which is 30% lighter than a camera-type device. Also, it has a gun-type design which is easy to operate with one hand. This ensures easy alignment and high accuracy when taking images. A good portable X-ray should have a long-lasting battery. With 15% improved battery performance, the N1 lasts for a week on a single charge, eliminating problems with other wireless X-ray units. The N1 reduces the inconvenience of a continuous charging, which helps improve clinical efficiency. The N1 is easy to use and produces clear images. Introducing the IO1020, which is a highly durable oral sensor that produces clear images. The IO1020 produces clear images with resolution of up to 20 micrometers. The IO1020 helps you identify periapical lesions around the roots of teeth, the interdental space, the pulp, and the periodontal ligament much more clearly. The IO1020's cable is designed at a 0-degree angle to prevent the cable from breaking, and the impact-resistant bumper improves durability. The IO20 model is for adults, while the IO10 model is for children. Using the right size that fits the patient's mouth can help reduce discomfort. Try using the highly durable IO1020 oral sensor for clearer images. Selecting the right bone material by comparing it to the patient's existing bone quality and conditions is crucial when expecting the satisfactory result from the GBR. Defects may occur on surgical sites such as the anterior maxillary sinus and ridge, which will require bone graft materials that facilitate the process of forming new bone osteogenesis while maintaining the bone volume. With that said, here is the Osstem implant's xeograft EOS with phenomenal volume maintenance and osteogenesis. For bone graft materials, it is important to have a faster remodeling feature. Similar to the human bone, EOS particles have a cancellous pore structure. The structural property of EOS, when fully saturated with blood, significantly contributes to the process of new bone formation. The success of bone graft material must be verified with various clinic cases. EOS is designed to graft bone in a socket after the tooth extraction, and the treatment of peri-implant defects with guided bone regeneration. EOS can be applied to the sinus lift to place the implant in a maxillary sinus, and to augmenting and reconstruct of the alveolar bone. It can be used to treat and prevent various bone defects. A bone graft material must be easy to use in a variety of surgical situations. EOS collagen plug contains 10% of bovine type 1 collagen. It is specifically designed for post-extraction socket augmentation to maintain the volume and allows for better aesthetic and implant placement. The surgical can cut and reshape the plug to better fit the defected site. The EOS pen is a bone graft material delivered in a syringe-type container that allows the surgeon to hydrate the material with just one hand. And the syringe's inner diameter is available in two specifications, 5.4 and 3.5. This allows the surgeon to select a better suited syringe for each case. In summary, EOS forms new bone rapidly, which can be applied to any surgical site due to its similarity to the human bone. EOS is a perfect solution for both the surgeon and the patient. Try now! For successful implant surgery, it is important to use a membrane that facilitates creating new bone. Introducing Osstem. Osstem is a collagen membrane that offers outstanding shielding performance and nutrient permeability. These functions contribute to new bone formation. Osstem has a porous structure with cavities smaller than epithelial cells. It serves as a barrier to block epithelial tissue growth while new bone is formed. Therefore, it provides optimal space for the osteogenesis. Osstem also allows nutrients to pass through and facilitates the formation of new bone. Osstem comes in two types, hard and soft, as well as 4 different sizes. Thanks to its dual-sided use for all sizes, Osstem can be easily manipulated depending on the surgical sites. Try our Osstem that facilitates the formation of new bone and successful GBR. 2024 One Guide System, pinnacle of digital guided implant surgery, ultimate reference for guided surgery, showcasing diverse clinical cases. The long-awaited English edition of the One Guide System, which encapsulates the expertise in digital guided surgery, has been officially released. This book
is the climax of 2 years of dedicated work by Dr. Ki-sung Kim and Dr. Yong-seo Kim, renowned for their 23 years of successful implant procedures. The Korean version of the One Guide system was honored as the 2023 Book of the Year. This single volume encompasses the full spectrum of digital guided surgery, spanning from fundamental principles to advanced techniques, covering both single-case scenarios with one guide and comprehensive treatment for fully edentulous patients. This book encompasses the procedures of one CAS, one MS, and one 485 kit with a diversity in clinical cases. Now, dentists worldwide can delve into the One Guide system. Introducing One Guide for sophisticated surgery, wide range of clinical indications, and excellent convenience. One Guide is convenient to use. With an ultra-simple drilling technique, the implant can be placed at the planned site in only 3 drillings for shortened surgery time. One Guide also offers high precision. The site, direction, and depth of implant can be precisely planned using digital method and used to manufacture a One Guide template. This allows the implant to be placed as planned. One Guide template holds the drill to help maintain a precise path even during high-speed drilling. The stopper is in contact with the top of One Guide to enable precise control of drilling depth. One Guide is particularly useful for surgery in the posterior region. In addition to the basic closed type hole, open type hole can be selected for designing. This function allows a drill entry through side and posterior teeth with insufficient vertical space. Open type hole helps to secure additional vertical space. One Guide can be used for various clinical purposes. One Guide kit for cases of single to fully edentulous. One CAS kit for maxillary sinus lift surgery. One MS kit for the anterior region with narrow bone width. One 485 kit for short implants in mandible molar. These 4 dedicated kits are available for a wide range of clinical cases. Improve the convenience of digital implant surgery with One Guide. It is simple and precise. Introducing the One CAS kit, the digital sinus surgery kit. If you use the One CAS kit, you can digitally pre-plan the exact implant position and drill length required for the sinus surgery. Place the One Guide template first. Then, use the drills with rounded apex together with the stopper in order to perform safe drilling. You can also perform hydraulic lifting and bone grafting while the template is still in the mouth. Try the One CAS kit for safe and precise sinus surgery. Introducing the One MS kit, the implant surgery kit for anterior region with narrow bone width. In the anterior region with narrow interdental space and also in the narrow bone width, place the One Guide template. And then you will be able to place MS implants with the most narrow 2.0 mm diameter and TS3 3.0 implants exactly in the planned position by using One MS kit. Try the One MS kit, the implant surgery kit for the anterior region with narrow bone width.
Introducing the asset kit for narrow alveolar ridge split. The asset kit uses expansion drills able to expand the bone buccally and lingually, even in the case of severe alveolar bone resorption. Eliminates the use of a mallet. A safer and easier buccal plate expansion is achievable when minimizing the risk of buccal fracture. During the final stage of implant placement, the implant can secure a strong initial stability in the narrow ridge without tilting. The asset kit allows regular size implants to be placed in narrow ridges with a low risk of buccal fracture. You can try it out. Introducing the 485 kit, the kit for placing short implants. The 485 kit has drills with round design apex, which minimizes damage to the inferior alveolar nerve when performing surgical drilling. The 485 kit allows you to place 4 to 8.5 mm short implants. Only 3 drilling steps are required when placing implants with the 485 kit. When placing short implants, try the 485 kit. Introducing the CAS kit, the crystal approach sinus kit that safely lifts the sinus membrane with a hydraulic lift system. The CAS kit reduces the chance of membrane perforation. The patented CAS drill creates a conial bone lid that keeps the drill edge from direct contact with the membrane. CAS kit ensures safer drilling by preventing sinus membrane perforation. Using the drill stopper makes it easier to adjust the drill depth. The CAS kit features drill stoppers in 1 mm increments. It is possible to control the drilling depth precisely by using the stopper, which ensures safer drilling without the risk of perforating the sinus membrane. The hydraulic lifting technique of the maxillary sinus can facilitate the blood supply of the surgical site. The CAS kit's membrane lifter is using hydraulic pressure to elevate the maxillary sinus membrane higher and wider. Consequently, it facilitates blood supply, which encourages the formation of new bone and the healing process. Try the CAS kit that reduces the risk of membrane perforation to ensure safer surgery. Introducing the last kit, the lateral approach sinus kit that safely raises the sinus membrane without perforation. The patented drill designs, both dome and core drills, feature rounded cutting edges that minimize direct contact with the membrane. In this way, lateral windows can be created safely. The dome drill in the last kit helps lift the sinus membrane safely while collecting autogenous bone particles between the cutting blades. By creating bone chips between the blades, the core drill's rounded cutting edge reduces the chances of direct contact with the membrane. The last kit's dome and core drills are specifically designed to create the lateral window safely. Last kit allows for more precise control over drill depth. The last kit features drill stoppers in 0.5 mm increments. 6 different lengths of drill stopper allows for more precise control over drill depth when creating a lateral window. All these last kit features contribute to safer sinus lifting surgery and reduce the chances of sinus membrane perforation. Let's go over the advantages of our last kit. It is specifically designed to help surgeons to create lateral windows safely with the patented drill design. 6 different lengths of drill stoppers with 0.5 millimeter increments allow for more precise control over drill depth. Try the last kit specifically designed for clinicians to perform a sinus lift safely in a short time. With X-ray images alone, it can be very difficult to convince patients since X-ray images don't offer a complete picture of their oral health status. Fortunately, today's product can help you with this very problem. It's the Snap intraoral camera. One of the most important things you need to consider when choosing an intraoral camera is image quality. To help the dentist explain the condition of a patient's teeth and set the correct course of treatment, intraoral cameras need to take clear images inside the patient's mouth, even though it's very dark inside the mouth. Snap uses a 1.3 megapixel sensor, unlike other regular intraoral cameras that top out at 300,000 pixels. That's why it delivers clear HD images that can satisfy everyone. Another important thing of an intraoral camera, which has to take images as quickly as possible, is the focus function. Snap focuses in just 0.3 seconds when you press an image-taking button and snaps images automatically, which helps produce clear, in-focus images that accurately show the patient's intraoral condition. Some existing products do have an autofocus function, but they have 2 separate buttons, each for focusing and image-taking. However, Snap has a convenient 2-in-1 button. All you need to do is press the button once to capture fast and in-focus images of the patient's intraoral environment. And finally, an intraoral camera's head and neckline is very important since it has to take images from narrow spaces inside the mouth. Snap has a curved head and slim neckline that gives you a better angle for reaching the teeth when inserting into the mouth, which makes it easier to image not only wisdom teeth that are difficult to shoot, but also female patients and children who have small mouth. From the patient's perspective, this reduces any foreign body sensation and discomfort, while from the dentist's perspective, it reduces stress when imaging the posterior region and makes treatment easier. I was able to actually see which teeth require treatment, and that makes me have trust toward the dentist and left a better impression in my mind. I feel like I want to come back to this dentist in the future, and I'm going to recommend this clinic to my friends and family. Since I saw my teeth with my own eyes, I think I'd be more likely to consent to treatment without hesitating. Intraoral camera Snap helps accurately explain to patients the condition of their oral environment and creates a more credible and trustworthy impression of the dentist in the mind of patients. Introducing the N1 Portable X-ray, delivering high-quality imaging while being extremely easy and simple to use. A good portable X-ray should produce clear images. At 70 kV and 3 mA, the N1 produces clear standard X-ray images. Clear images relieve the clinician's stress during the diagnosis process. A good portable X-ray should be easy to operate. The N1 is light at only 1.61 kilogram, which is 30% lighter than a camera-type device. Also, it has a gun-type design which is easy to operate with one hand. This ensures easy alignment and high accuracy when taking images. A good portable X-ray should have a long-lasting battery. With 15% improved battery performance, the N1 lasts for a week on a single charge, eliminating problems with other wireless X-ray units. The N1 reduces the inconvenience of a continuous charging, which helps improve clinical efficiency. The N1 is easy to use and produces clear images. Introducing the IO1020, which is a highly durable oral sensor that produces clear images. The IO1020 produces clear images with resolution of up to 20 micrometers. The IO1020 helps you identify periapical lesions around the roots of teeth, the interdental space, the pulp, and the periodontal ligament much more clearly. The IO1020's cable is designed at a 0-degree angle to prevent the cable from breaking, and the impact-resistant bumper improves durability. The IO20 model is for adults, while the IO10 model is for children. Using the right size that fits the patient's mouth can help reduce discomfort. Try using the highly durable IO1020 oral sensor for clearer images. Selecting the right bone material by comparing it to the patient's existing bone quality and conditions is crucial when expecting the satisfactory result from the GBR. Defects may occur on surgical sites such as the anterior maxillary sinus and ridge, which will require bone graft materials that facilitate the process of forming new bone osteogenesis while maintaining the bone volume. With that said, here is the Osstem Implants Xeograft EOS with phenomenal volume maintenance and osteogenesis. For bone graft materials, it is important to have a faster remodeling feature. Similar to the human bone, EOS particles have a cancellous pore structure. The structural property of EOS, when fully saturated with blood, significantly contributes to the process of new bone formation. The success of bone graft material must be verified with various clinic cases. EOS is designed to graft bone in a socket after the tooth extraction, and the treatment of peri-implant defects with guided bone regeneration. EOS can be applied to the sinus lift to place the implant in a maxillary sinus, and to augmenting and reconstruct of the alveolar bone. It can be used to treat and prevent various bone defects. A bone graft material must be easy to use in a variety of surgical situations. EOS collagen plug contains 10% of bovine type 1 collagen. It is specifically designed for post-extraction socket augmentation to maintain the volume and allows for better aesthetic and implant placement. The surgical can cut and reshape the plug to better fit the defected site. The EOS pen is a bone graft material delivered in a syringe-type container that allows the surgeon to hydrate the material with just one hand. And the syringe's inner diameter is available in two specifications, 5.4 and 3.5. This allows the surgeon to select a better suited syringe for each case. In summary, EOS forms new bone rapidly, which can be applied to any surgical site due to its similarity to the human bone. EOS is a perfect solution for both the surgeon and the patient. Try now! For successful implant surgery, it is important to use a membrane that facilitates creating new bone. Introducing Osstem. Osstem is a collagen membrane that offers outstanding shielding performance and nutrient permeability. These functions contribute to new bone formation. Osstem has a porous structure with cavities smaller than epithelial cells. It serves as a barrier to block epithelial tissue growth while new bone is formed. Therefore, it provides optimal space for the osteogenesis. Osstem also allows nutrients to pass through and facilitates the formation of new bone. Osstem comes in 2 types, hard and soft, as well as 4 different sizes. Thanks to its dual-sided use for all sizes, Osstem can be easily manipulated depending on the surgical sites. Try our Osstem that facilitates the formation of new bone and successful GBR. 2024 One Guide System, pinnacle of digital guided implant surgery, ultimate reference for guided surgery, showcasing diverse clinical cases. The long-awaited English edition of the One Guide System, which encapsulates the expertise in digital guided surgery, has been officially released. This book is the climax of 2 years of dedicated work by Dr. Ki-sung Kim and Dr. Yong-suk Kim, renowned for their 23 years of successful implant procedures. The Korean version of the One Guide System was honored as the 2023 Book of the Year. This single volume encompasses the full spectrum of digital guided surgery, spanning from fundamental principles to advanced techniques, covering both single-case scenarios with one guide and comprehensive treatment for fully edentulous patients. This book encompasses the procedures of 1 CAS, 1 MS, and 1 485 kit with a diversity in clinical cases. Now, dentists worldwide can delve into the One Guide System. Introducing One Guide for sophisticated surgery, wide range of clinical indications, and excellent convenience. One Guide is convenient to use. With an ultra-simple drilling technique, the implant can be placed at the plant site in only 3 drillings for shortened surgery time. One Guide also offers high precision. The site, direction, and depth of implant can be precisely planned using digital method and used to manufacture a One Guide template. This allows the implant to be placed as planned. One Guide template holds the drill to help maintain a precise path even during high-speed drilling. The stopper is in contact with the top of One Guide to enable precise control of drilling depth. One Guide is particularly useful for surgery in the posterior region. In addition to the basic closed-type hole, open-type hole can be selected for designing. This function allows a drill entry through side and posterior teeth with insufficient vertical space. Open-type hole helps to secure additional vertical space. One Guide can be used for various clinical purposes. One Guide kit for cases of single to fully edentulous. One CAS kit for maxillary sinus lift surgery. One MS kit for the anterior region with narrow bone width. One 485 kit for short implants in mandible molar. These 4 dedicated kits are available for a wide range of clinical cases. Improve the convenience of digital implant surgery with One Guide. It is simple and precise. Introducing the One CAS kit, the digital sinus surgery kit. If you use the One CAS kit, you can digitally pre-plan the exact implant position and drill length required for the sinus surgery. Place the One Guide template first. Then, use the drills with rounded apex together with the stopper in order to perform safe drilling. You can also perform hydraulic lifting and bone grafting while the template is still in the mouth. Try the One CAS kit for safe and precise sinus surgery. Introducing the One MS kit, the implant surgery kit for anterior region with narrow bone width. In the anterior region with narrow interdental space and also in the narrow bone width, place the one guide template. And then you will be able to place MS implants with the most narrow 2.0 mm diameter and TS3 3.0 implants exactly in the planned position by using 1MS kit. Try the 1MS kit, the implant surgery kit for the anterior region with narrow bone width. Introducing the asset kit for narrow alveolar ridge split. The asset kit uses expansion drills able to expand the bone buccally and lingually, even in the case of severe alveolar bone resorption. Eliminates the use of a mallet. A safer and easier buccal plate expansion is achievable when minimizing the risk of buccal fracture. During the final stage of implant placement, the implant can secure a strong initial stability in the narrow ridge without tilting. The asset kit allows regular size implants to be placed in narrow ridges with a low risk of buccal fracture. You can try it out. Introducing the 485 kit, the kit for placing short implants. The 485 kit has drills with round design apex, which minimizes damage to the inferior alveolar nerve when performing surgical drilling. The 485 kit allows you to place 4 to 8.5 mm short implants. Only 3 drilling steps are required when placing implants with the 485 kit. When placing short implants, try the 485 kit. Introducing the CAS kit, the crystal approach sinus kit that safely lifts the sinus membrane with a hydraulic lift system. The CAS kit reduces the chance of membrane perforation. The patented CAS drill creates a conial bone lid that keeps the drill edge from direct contact with the membrane. CAS kit ensures safer drilling by preventing sinus membrane perforation. Using the drill stopper makes it easier to adjust the drill depth. The CAS kit features drill stoppers in 1 mm increments. It is possible to control the drilling depth precisely by using the stopper, which ensures safer drilling without the risk of perforating the sinus membrane. The hydraulic lifting technique of the maxillary sinus can facilitate the blood supply of the surgical site. The CAS kit's membrane lifter is using hydraulic pressure to elevate the maxillary sinus membrane higher and wider. Consequently, it facilitates blood supply, which encourages the formation of new bone and the healing process. Try the CAS kit that reduces the risk of membrane perforation to ensure safer surgery. Introducing the last kit, the lateral approach sinus kit that safely raises the sinus membrane without perforation. The patented drill designs, both dome and core drills, feature rounded cutting edges that minimize direct contact with the membrane. In this way, lateral windows can be created safely. The dome drill in the last kit helps lift the sinus membrane safely.
내 목소리 듣고 적당한 볼륨을 조절해 주라세요. 내 목소리가 좀 작아서.
그냥 편하게 하시면 돼요.
오케이.
준비 다 됐습니다. 보시기 불편하지 않으십니까?
괜찮아.
네네.
Millimeter increments allow for more precise control over drill depth. Try the last kit specifically designed for clinicians to perform a sinus lift safely in a short time. With X-ray images alone, it can be very difficult to convince patients since X-ray images don't offer a complete picture of their oral health status. Fortunately, today's product can help you with this very problem. It's the Snap intraoral camera. One of the most important things you need to consider when choosing an intraoral camera is image quality. To help the dentist explain the condition of a patient's teeth and set the correct course of treatment, intraoral cameras need to take clear images inside the patient's mouth, even though it's very dark inside the mouth. Snap uses a 1.3 megapixel sensor, unlike other regular intraoral cameras that top out at 300,000 pixels. That's why it delivers clear HD images that can satisfy everyone. Another important thing of an intraoral camera, which has to take images as quickly as possible, is the focus function. Snap focuses in just 0.3 seconds when you press an image-taking button and snaps images automatically, which helps produce clear, in-focus images that accurately show the patient's intraoral condition. Some existing products do have an autofocus function, but they have two separate buttons, each for focusing and image-taking. However, Snap has a convenient 2-in-1 button. All you need to do is press the button once to capture fast and in-focus images of the patient's intraoral environment. And finally, an intraoral camera's head and neckline is very important since it has to take images from narrow spaces inside the mouth. Snap has a curved head and slim neckline that gives you a better angle for reaching the teeth when inserting into the mouth, which makes it easier to image not only wisdom teeth that are difficult to shoot, but also female patients and children who have small mouth. From the patient's perspective, this reduces any foreign body sensation and discomfort, while from the dentist's perspective, it reduces stress when imaging the posterior region and makes treatment easier. I was able to actually see which teeth require treatment, and that makes me have trust towards the dentist and left a better impression in my mind. I feel like I want to come back to this dentist in the future, and I'm going to recommend this clinic to my friends and family. Since I saw my teeth with my own eyes, I think I'd be more likely to consent to treatment without hesitating. Intraoral camera snap helps accurately explain to patients the condition of their oral environment and creates a more credible and trustworthy impression of the dentist in the mind of patients. Introducing the N1 portable X-ray, delivering high-quality imaging while being extremely easy and simple to use. A good portable X-ray should produce clear images. At 70 kV and 3 mA, the N1 produces clear standard X-ray images. Clear images relieve the clinician's stress during the diagnosis process. A good portable X-ray should be easy to operate. The N1 is light at only 1.61 kg, which is 30% lighter than a camera-type device. Also, it has a gun-type design which is easy to operate with one hand. This ensures easy alignment and high accuracy when taking images. A good portable X-ray should have a long-lasting battery. With 15% improved battery performance, the N1 lasts for a week on a single charge, eliminating problems with other wireless X-ray units. The N1 reduces the inconvenience of a continuous charging, which helps improve clinical efficiency. The N1 is easy to use and produces clear images. Introducing the IO1020, which is a highly durable oral sensor that produces clear images. The IO1020 produces clear images with resolution of up to 20 micrometers. The IO1020 helps you identify periapical lesions around the roots of teeth, the interdental space, the pulp, and the periodontal ligament much more clearly. The IO1020's cable is designed at a 0-degree angle to prevent the cable from breaking, and the impact-resistant bumper improves durability. The IO20 model is for adults, while the IO10 model is for children. Using the right size that fits the patient's mouth can help reduce discomfort. Try using the highly durable IO1020 oral sensor for clearer images. Selecting the right bone material by comparing it to the patient's existing bone quality and conditions is crucial when expecting the satisfactory result from the GBR. Defects may occur on surgical sites such as the anterior maxillary sinus and ridge, which will require bone graft materials that facilitate the process of forming new bone osteogenesis while maintaining the bone volume. With that said, here is the Osstem Implants Xeograft EOS with phenomenal volume maintenance and osteogenesis. For bone graft materials, it is important to have a faster remodeling feature. Similar to the human bone, EOS particles have a cancellous pore structure. The structural property of EOS, when fully saturated with blood, significantly contributes to the process of new bone formation. The success of bone graft material must be verified with various clinic cases. EOS is designed to graft bone in a socket after the tooth extraction, and the treatment of peri-implant defects with guided bone regeneration. EOS can be applied to the sinus lift to place the implant in a maxillary sinus, and to augmenting and reconstruct of the alveolar bone. It can be used to treat and prevent various bone defects. A bone graft material must be easy to use in a variety of surgical situations. EOS collagen plug contains 10% of bovine type 1 collagen. It is specifically designed for post-extraction socket augmentation to maintain the volume and allows for better aesthetic and implant placement. the surgical can cut and reshape the plug to better fit the defected site. The EOS pen is a bone graft material delivered in a syringe-type container that allows the surgeon to hydrate the material with just one hand. And the syringe's inner diameter is available in two specifications, 5.4 and 3.5. This allows the surgeon to select a better suited syringe for each case. In summary, EOS forms new bone rapidly, which can be applied to any surgical site due to its similarity to the human bone. EOS is a perfect solution for both the surgeon and the patient. Try now. For successful implant surgery, it is important to use a membrane that facilitates creating new bone. Introducing Osstem. Osstem is a collagen membrane that offers outstanding shielding performance and nutrient permeability. These functions contribute to new bone formation. Osstem has a porous structure with cavities smaller than epithelial cells. It serves as a barrier to block epithelial tissue growth while new bone is formed. Therefore, it provides optimal space for the osteogenesis. Osstem also allows nutrients to pass through and facilitates the formation of new bone. Osstem comes in two types, hard and soft, as well as 4 different sizes. Thanks to its dual-sided use for all sizes, Osstem can be easily manipulated depending on the surgical sites. Try our Osstem that facilitates the formation of new bone and successful GBR. 2024 One Guide System, pinnacle of digital guided implant surgery, ultimate reference for guided surgery, showcasing diverse clinical cases. The long-awaited English edition of the One Guide System, which encapsulates the expertise in digital guided surgery, has been officially released. This book is the climax of 2 years of dedicated work by Dr. Ki-sung Kim and Dr. Yong-suk Kim, renowned for their 23 years of successful implant procedures. The Korean version of the One Guide System was honored as the 2023 Book of the Year. This single volume encompasses the full spectrum of digital guided surgery, spanning from fundamental principles to advanced techniques, covering both single case scenarios with one guide and comprehensive treatment for fully edentulous patients. This book encompasses the procedures of one CAS, one MS, and one 485 kit with a diversity in clinical cases. Now, dentists worldwide can delve into the One Guide System. Introducing One Guide for sophisticated surgery, wide range of clinical indications, and excellent convenience. One Guide is convenient to use. With an ultra-simple drilling technique, the implant can be placed at the plant site in only 3 drillings for shortened surgery time. One Guide also offers high precision. The site, direction, and depth of implant can be precisely planned using digital method and used to manufacture a One Guide template. This allows the implant to be placed as planned. One Guide template holds the drill to help maintain a precise path even during high-speed drilling. The stopper is in contact with the top of One Guide to enable precise control of drilling depth. One Guide is particularly useful for surgery in the posterior region. In addition to the basic closed type hole, open type hole can be selected for designing. This function allows a drill entry through side and posterior teeth with insufficient vertical space.
Open-type hole helps to secure additional vertical space. One guide can be used for various clinical purposes. One guide kit for cases of single to fully edentulous. One CAS kit for maxillary sinus lift surgery. One MS kit for the anterior region with narrow bone width. One 485 kit for short implants in mandible molar. These 4 dedicated kits are available for a wide range of clinical cases. Improve the convenience of digital implant surgery with one guide. It is simple and precise. Introducing the One CAS kit, the digital sinus surgery kit. If you use the One CAS kit, you can digitally pre-plan the exact implant position and drill length required for the sinus surgery. Place the one guide template first. Then, use the drills with rounded apex together with the stopper in order to perform safe drilling. You can also perform hydraulic lifting and bone grafting while the template is still in the mouth. Try the One CAS kit for safe and precise sinus surgery. Introducing the One MS kit, the implant surgery kit for anterior region with narrow bone width. In the anterior region with narrow interdental space and also in the narrow bone width, place the one guide template. And then you will be able to place MS implants with the most narrow 2.0 mm diameter and TS3 3.0 implants exactly in the planned position by using One MS kit. Try the One MS kit, the implant surgery kit for the anterior region with narrow bone width. Introducing the asset kit for narrow alveolar ridge split. The asset kit uses expansion drills able to expand the bone buccally and lingually, even in the case of severe alveolar bone resorption. Eliminates the use of a mallet. A safer and easier buccal plate expansion is achievable when minimizing the risk of buccal fracture. During the final stage of implant placement, the implant can secure a strong initial stability in the narrow ridge without tilting. The asset kit allows regular size implants to be placed in narrow ridges with a low risk of buccal fracture. You can try it out. Introducing the 485 kit, the kit for placing short implants. The 485 kit has drills with round design apex, which minimizes damage to the inferior alveolar nerve when performing surgical drilling. The 485 kit allows you to place 4 to 8.5 mm short implants. Only 3 drilling steps are required when placing implants with the 485 kit. When placing short implants, try the 485 kit. Introducing the CAS kit, the crystal approach sinus kit that safely lifts the sinus membrane with a hydraulic lift system. The CAS kit reduces the chance of membrane perforation.
The patented cast drill creates a conial bone lid that keeps the drill edge from direct contact with the membrane. Casket ensures safer drilling by preventing sinus membrane perforation. Using the drill stopper makes it easier to adjust the drill depth. The casket features drill stoppers in 1 mm increments. It is possible to control the drilling depth precisely by using
Ladies and gentlemen, the next lecture will be starting very soon. Did you enjoy your lunch? Yeah, how was it? Was it good? Yeah. We hope you've enjoyed the K-food of mysterious flavor that the world started to love along with K-pop. Actually, I had a lunchbox too, filled with 떡갈비, 젓갈, 빈대떡, and kimchi, and so on. I hope you like it and remember the name of Korean food, okay? Before the third session with live surgery, we would like to have an appreciation award ceremony. The appreciation plaques will be presented by the chairman of Osstem Implant, Dr. Kyu-ok-chae. Let's have the chairman, Kyu-ok-chae, again with a big hand of applause. And please, may all the contributors, yes, give him an applause one more time, okay? Thank you. And please, may all the contributors, all of our speakers and moderators come up to the stage as I call your name. Please welcome them with a big applause. First, Dr. Rajiv Rajpal. Yeah. Come up to the stage. Next, Dr. Brijesh Patel. Dr. Nicholas Widmer. Dr. Lucas Zadruzny. And next for the symposium speakers, Dr. Kanayama Takeo. Dr. Varo Boya. Dr. In-Shik He. Professor Marco Tallarico. Dr. Joshua Xue. Dr. Brock Yurtbury. For symposium moderators, Dr. Andrea Rizzi. Professor Shimada Jun. Professor Kyung-won Kim. And Professor Yu Xiaojian. So everybody's up on the stage. All right then. There are 14 people on the stage, and the chairman, Dr. Kyu-ok-chae, will hand over plaques and flowers to each of them. Okay, from the Dr. Rajiv Rajpal. Here we have speakers who prepare the hands-on courses and symposium lectures for this event with their passions for a long time. Dr. Razvi Raspal, Dr. Brijesh Patel, Dr. Nicholas Widmer, and Dr. Lucas Zadrozini. On that plaque, we wish to express our sincere appreciation for your valuable contribution as speaker or moderator of Osstem World Meeting 2024 Seoul. That was written on that with their photos and names. For Professor Yong Dae-kwon and Professor Jae-young Kim, who will perform live surgery in the next session, we will deliver their appreciation plaques in person. Also, we have 4 moderators with honors who lead this meeting with professionalism. Thank you very much. Yeah, you may give them a big applause as much as you want. After the presentation, we'll take some group photos together. All right, thank you. Thank you, everyone. We really appreciate your effort. Okay, you know, the photo is really important, so we'll have a group photo with smiling face, okay? Everybody keep smiling. The photograph is over there on your right-hand side. Okay. Thank you. On center too, okay? There is another photographer on center. Yeah, keep smiling. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was all for our award ceremony. You may leave the stage, okay? You may walk down, leave the stage. Yeah. Thank you. All right. After the ceremony, now let us start our afternoon session by greetings of someone very special. You know who's so special? He set up the world #1 company of dental implant. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce Chairman of Osstem Implant, Kyu-ok Choi. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Good afternoon. I am Kyu-ok Choi, Chairman of Osstem Implant Group. It's my pleasure to meet Osstem World family who love Osstem Implant here in Seoul. I want to express my sincere gratitude to all the participants, keynote speakers for preparing lectures, and to the moderators for guiding us through today's event. Today, I would like to introduce a new paradigm in interior construction called one-week interior. 1 week means completing interior construction within 1 week. 이거 화면이 안 나오지 않아?
화면 나오고 있어요. 그대로.
이게 나오는 거야?
네, 그대로 넘어가시면 돼요. 네.
오케이. Dental clinic interior construction normally take 6 to 7 weeks at the shortest and up to 2 to 3 months, depending on the countries. In Korea, for example, usually takes around 6 weeks, approximately 200 square meters dental office. How long does it take might be different, depend on the countries. Osstem starts dental office interior business in 2016. It takes 6 weeks to construct one normal size office. We tried every effort to shorten construction time. At last, we reduced to 1 week last year. Since 2023, Osstem has been doing the 1 week interior. We completed several projects. By completing interior construction within 1 week, we can have many benefits. It reduces construction period so that dentists can open office earlier. How is it possible to complete a project in just 1 week? The key is prefabrication. Important procedures are prefabricated off-site and then assembled quickly on-site. By doing so, we can significantly reduce construction time to 1 week. Generally, interior construction starts with creating the floor, walls, and the ceiling structure, followed by the installation of furniture and equipment. However, 1 week interior takes a little different approach. Prefabrication on off-site, assemble and install on-site with minimal processes. Here is the construction schedule for the 1 week interior. On the first day, marking on the floor, electric work, and plumbing. The second day, the installation of a ceiling framework. On the third day, completing ceiling work and building the framework for walls. The fourth day, complete the wall framework. On the fifth day, finish floor work, and the sixth day, installation of furniture and lighting. Finally, on the seventh day, signature installation and cleaning, and complete interior construction. Highlighted process are prefabricated. These are prefabricated process from electricity to furniture. Electrical work in general, preparing wire, cutting it, and connecting it, and wrapping it with tape on site. So the result depends on workers' skill on site. However, Osstem's electric work is based on prefabricated process with the construction drawing. Quick and safe installation is possible. Plumbing work in general, measure various sizes of a pipe with a ruler, cut them with a power saw, and then connect them on site. If the connection don't fit properly, it could be lost. Quality depends on workers' skill and conscience on site. Osstem plumbing work, prefabricated pipe are ready according to the drawings. So plumbing work is quickly completed with good quality. After electrical and plumbing work, we start on the ceilings. Ceiling work in general has 4 steps. Framework installation, double plaster board application, trimming ceiling, and finishing with ceiling paper. But Osstem makes it fast and simpler, installing the framework and applying ceiling finishing board, finish the job. even with two-step ceiling with indirect lighting, is also prefabricated. Next is wall construction. Generally, wall construction process is marking on the floor, set up frames, and add gypsum board, add MDF board, and then apply interior film. But Osstem just set up framework and add prefabricated wall panels. Final process is laying on the floor. Laying the floor in general, apply mortar and tile laying, take about 2 days to set. After 2 days, grout the tile is done. But it takes 1 day to finish in 1 week process because Osstem uses strong tiles, fitting them tight. Furniture designers with well experienced and specialized in dental clinic make well-designed furniture. Large-scale furniture factory prepare prefabricating material fitting the dental clinic, such as electricity, plumbing set, ceiling panel, wall panel, floor item, storage furniture, signage, and so on. Prefabrication comes from large-scale furniture factory. Until now, I explained the prefabrication method. From now on, I'll explain the on-site installation day by day. First day process is marking on the floor, plumbing work, electricity work according to the drawing. Install prefabricated pipe according to the drawings. Prefabricated pipes are neatly organized according to the drawing, so plumbing work is done fast. For electrical work, we finish it by assembling prefabricated component. On the second day process is marking ceiling process. We make a ceiling framework and complete the ceiling part by attaching composite panel with screws. You can see a nice and neat ceiling. On the third day and fourth day, we make walls. On the third day, as a first step, we do metal frame construction for wall installation. On the fourth day, install prefabricated wall panel to frame. We don't need additional wallpapering or painting process. This process shortens a lot of time. Prefabricated walls are finished, well designed with a high quality. On the fifth day, we proceed with floor work. On the day of installation work, you can use floor. We can provide efficient and fitting short-time installation. On the sixth day, furniture installation and the lighting would be done. Osstem's furniture are convenient to use and visually appealing. Trendy design will safety and convenience for dentists. Lighting installation, just connect light into pre-installed wire. On the seventh day, attach signage to the walls and clean dental clinic. All interior works on site are done in just 1 week. Prefabricated materials can make construction complete in just 1 week. On the eighth day, install large equipment such as Conbeam CT, unit chairs, and other equipment. On the ninth day, set up sofas, tables in the waiting area and install traditional frames and lightings on the wall. We also place cushions, pots, and other accessories for dental office. For the comfortable mood, we place pots and frames in various places. you will make patients feel at home. Let's take a look at a dental clinic made by 1 week interior. This is the waiting area of model dental office in Osstem headquarters. Here is the patient waiting area. This is the consultation room and oral care zone for Osstem's toothpaste and toothbrushes. Here is the digital dentistry zone. Here is the makeup room. Here is the treatment room, furniture, well installed for the dentist's convenience. Instruments and materials and various accessories were arranged well. Handles and drawers are designed easy to open and close. The dentist room is furnished for the comfort and convenient. On the 10th day, dentists can operate clinic after 1 week interior. 1 day equipment installation, 1 day storage arrangement. From here, let me show how 1 week interior works on Osstem Model Dental Clinic. Let me tell you the strength of 1 week interior. Key point is high speed based on prefabrication. It also ensures high quality. The IoT system and AS service are another strength of 1 week interior. What is the benefit of a high-speed project? You can open office earlier, save rental fee, and relieve stress from long-time construction period. You don't need to worry about quality due to the high-speed construction. Premium materials and precise detailing guarantees the quality. Another important benefit of a 1 week interior is the RCD arrangement. RCD means rooms, cabinets, drawers. RCD arrangement make all equipment, instrument, material ready for treatment. Dental clinic use around 350 items. Organizing them is not easy, but RCD arrangement resolving this issue. Categorizing items in sterilization room and arrange them accordingly. This is how the storage cabinet looks. This treatment room well arranged. Mobile carts are arranged in proper items and locations. This slide shows how our LCD arrangement solution works after 1 week interior in the headquarters. The biggest benefit of RCD arrangement is the quick finding items and ease to inventory. IoT system for dental office was developed this year for the first time. Let's see the video how the IoT system works. IoT system prevent accident and provide convenient operation. AS system is very important benefit to dentists. Osstem AS team provide a quick response and a high quality 2-year free after service. To summarize, 1 week interior, complete interior construction just within 1 week, 1 day equipment setup, 1 day RCD solution, and on the 10th day, start dental treatment. 1,300 interior projects have completed in Korea. Osstem's 2024 global is to reach 402 interior projects in Korea, and we are preparing to achieve more 1,000 projects annually by 2028. Globally, interior business will begin as soon as possible. 1 week interior will be benefit for all dentists. For 1 week interior be successful, and for the prefabrication process, Osstem will establish furniture factory around the world. I hope to see all of you 2024 Osstem World Meeting Vietnam. Thank you.
Wow, it was a very special experience. I was so surprised to see his presentation. How come dental implant company is concerned with the dental clinic interior construction with high speed and high quality? Wow, 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 wow. We could feel his passion for helping dentists worldwide. This passion must be the core driving force of rapid growth of Osstem implant. Thank you very much, Chairman Dr. Choi. Everybody, let's give him another round of applause. Now let's move to our third session. This session is the highlight of the Osstem World Meeting. It is the live surgery all of you have been waiting for. The session will be chaired by Professor Kyung-won Kim from Korea. Professor Kyung-won Kim is a specialist of oral and maxillofacial surgery, professor and chairman, Department of Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery, Chungbuk National University, Korea, director of Dental Research Institute, Osstem Implant Company. Please welcome Professor Kyung-won Kim with a big round of applause.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I am Dr. Kyung-won Kim, Korea. It's great honor for me and it's pleasure to be a moderator of live surgery 2024 Osstem World Meeting in Seoul. Today, in live surgery is the highlight of the Osstem World Meeting. We'll be showcasing or live demonstration of the entire process of immediate implant placement on maxillary anterior area and immediate aesthetic prosthetic procedures in 80 minutes. Let's meet our speakers, Professor Yongdae Kwon and Professor Jae-young Kim from Korea. Now, let's go to the dental clinic called...
Hello, everyone. We'd like to sincerely welcome you all to the implant live surgery at the Osstem World Meeting.
Indeed, it really is. It is super exciting to meet a lot of dentists from all over the world. So I'd like to begin by expressing my thanks for the special effort that each of you made to be here with us today. So before we start, my name is Jae-young Kim, and a prosthodontist.
My name is Yongdae Kwon, an oral surgeon. I'm in charge of placing the implant today, and Dr. Jae-young Kim will do immediate restoration right after the implants are placed.
So, right, the topic we want to share with you today is that, let's say, as for the keyword, simultaneous implant placement and immediate loading or restoration. So this procedure is super duper important because these days the patient's dental IQ is getting higher and their request is above the sky. So I believe it is very important to know how to proceed with that kind of cases to improve the function and aesthetic together at the same time. Then Dr. Kwon, would you please explain a little bit about the case?
Yeah, sure. This 42-year-old male patient came to the clinic with a chief complaint that my frontal teeth are loose and it's uncomfortable. I need a quick treatment and my job makes it hard to go without frontal teeth. When I went over the patient in the mouth, the condition of existing restoration was not so good. You can appreciate the space of the pontic, area and defective margin here and here. Moreover, in the panoramic X-ray view, you can appreciate the periapical region on teeth number 12 and 22.
Right. Let's go over the periapical X-ray in more detail. This line shows the existing restoration, and you can see the periapical lesions on number 12 and number 22. Also, due to the ill-fitting restoration, as you can see here, tons of cavities, secondary cavities are detected.
So, Dr. Kim, what's the plan? Where do we start?
You know how to go away with the prosthetic-driven implant dentistry, Dr. Kwon. The first step for prosthetic-driven implant is knowing how to talk to your prosthodontist. The first step is to carefully examine the case and collect as much information as possible from the patient's intraoral and extraoral views. This is an intraoral scanned image. What do you see, Dr. Kwon?
Well, I have no idea actually, so just tell me.
All right. If you focus only on this view, you will miss many things. So you have to get the hang of the viewing the whole face together and also know how to connect the dots.
Would you please elaborate on that?
Of course. Let's take a look at the patient's facial view with a CT scan. You can appreciate the slanted incisor line and occlusion plane. If you don't make it correct later on, the guidance will be affected by the skewed plane when we do definitive restoration. So we have to keep an eye on that.
Oh, that's why you designed the frontal restoration image like this. And this is the expected outcome.
You got it. So according to the plan, we carefully position the implant.
Key to success of a simultaneous implant placement is insertion torque. Therefore, we decided to use a slightly longer implant fixture to achieve more engagement at the apex area. Also, we have to be aware of the distance between the adjacent teeth.
Right. So how much insertion torque do you want to expect to achieve the immediate restoration?
Well, at least 30 newtons centimeter. You agree with that?
I will leave it up to you, since I prepared a certain type of immediate restoration to cover both ways. So according to your surgical outcome, it becomes either like removable or fixed. I will go over it later. And please, let's take a look at the depth of the implant. We have a fixture and crowns. And in between, we have an abutment with a gingival collar. And this has to be at least 3 millimeter with a less than 30 degree of emerging angle. So sometimes, in order to achieve screw-retained restoration, we do place the implant a bit parallelly, right? So in that case, you have to go a bit deeper to match the genius point.
So this is a guide template for me. You didn't use the metal sleeve inside this case. Thanks to the huge development of 3D printing technology, with and without metal sleeve show no difference. And Osstem implant adopt the technology under the name of One Guide, so you can save money and get reproducibility. Another unique feature of One Guide is that they fixed the offset value to 10.5 millimeter, so that almost all dentists can use the surgical guide kit with no hesitation or confusion. In an immediate placement case, I don't really use the surgical template that much. But for this case, using the guide template will have more benefit, precisions like controlling the angles between the implant and depth of the position for a better aesthetic outcome.
Okay, now let's take a look at the design of the provisionals. A key feature of this design is no buccal flange. This improves the aesthetic outcome and no pressure on the buccal graft area. However, in order to increase retention, the flipper design on the pallar side has to be more delicate. No wire, no buccal flange, and it has to be fabricated as one piece to strengthen the mechanical property. This will transform once it meets all the requirements, like insertion torque and angles between to place the implant, like Dr. Kwon said before. So the hole will be drilled, and I will pick it up, provisionals, directly in the patient's mouth. And the good thing is that you can also control the emergence profile right away in the patient's mouth. We can show how I do in the live surgery if you success to achieve the 30 Newton centimeter at least.
Okay, I will do my best now. So it's now time to start.
Please stay tuned.
Now, let's go to the dental clinic called Twin Dental Clinic, located on the second floor of Osstem Implants headquarters, where the live surgery is prepared. Professor Kwon, how are you? Yeah, do you hear me?
Hi, Professor Kim, loud and clear.
Yes. Yeah. Now each get started your live surgery.
Yeah, so thank you for your kind introduction. My name is Yong Kwon. At this moment, coming from the Twin Dental Clinic at Osstem main building. So today we are going to carry out the live surgery. And before we start, I'd like to go through the panoramic X-ray radiograph of the patient. So looking at the site of interest of today's operation, you can see some periapical region on the tooth number 12 and 22. And at the edentulous area of number 11, there is just some radiolucent region, so we have to take it out. This case is kind of tricky in order to get the immediate restoration at the same time. Because of the apical region of this patient, we would need more deeper placement or longer implant in order to get the proper insertion torque. So actually, attaining proper insertion torque, which is around 30 Newton centimeter, should not be taken for granted at this moment. So I will do my best to carry out the surgery as planned. So let's get started.
Please give a big hand to the Dr. Kwon for the success surgery. Yeah, previous prosthetics is removed and he did incision. Dr. Kwon already mentioned the missing area of the number 11 tooth area has some kind of the radiolucent lesion. So he will have elevation of flap, even though the one-guide surgery.
Yes, we would need some vertical incision around here in order to get good access to the radiolucent area at the tooth number 11. Okay.
Yes, we can use the one-guide system, and usually they make the flapless surgery, but we can do the optionally. Flap surgery is available.
Yeah, this is a kind of a special situation because we have a radiolucent lesion in the missing area of tooth number 11. So we have to look around there. Just go right at it.
You can see the crestal approach, crestal incision with one vertical incision of the right side. Careful elevation of the mucoperital flap in the anterior area. you can see the some lesion of the number 11 missing tooth area. Yeah, it is a kind of the slight tooth adhesion, maybe the prolonged inflammation.
Yeah, I don't think this is a cystic lesion. It's a kind of a healing impairment.
Separation of the mucopolysaccharides flap with the lesion, and he did the curettage.
I think this is a healing impairment, like I said. It's not a pediatric lesion like residual cyst or something like this.
Complete curettage of the lesion area.
Yeah, I just took some of the soft tissue around this defect, and then I can send this some soft tissue to the biopsy in order to confirm what it is. So I think we have to move on to the tooth extraction, which is one of the main events of the surgery.
Yeah, immediate implantation is in case the atraumatic extraction of tooth is very important. Yeah, he did the with forceps slight relaxation.
So in order to minimize the trauma to the buccal plate, rotational force would be good.
Yeah, immediate implantation cases at the time, the atraumatic extraction is very important, and the preservation of the remaining alveolar bone, and especially the buccal plates, labial plates. Yeah, 12 tooth has also apical lesion, periapical lesion.
So I need to get rid of the apical lesion of this area. So according to many literatures, apical lesion with chronic inflammation doesn't have any impact on the outcome of immediate placement implant. So I think I'm almost done with the apical lesion.
Yeah, such a case, the
So let's see.
periapical lesion, the complete curettage is very important for the longer
So let's move on to the other side.
Tooth number 21. Yeah, successfully removed extraction of the 21 and the 22.
고개를 조금 오른쪽으로 돌리시고.
Yeah, preoperative X-ray, we can see the kind of the secondary carriers of the cervical area of the tooth. So the very carefully extraction of the anterior teeth. Such a case is, I think that the forceps extraction is very important, and some kind of the luxation of the tooth, minimum damage of the alveolar bone.
Yes, indeed. So we needed to minimize the trauma, but anyhow, it is really inevitable to give some kind of a trauma to the alveolar socket. Anyhow, the extraction is a kind of an invasive treatment.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
now you see here.
Yeah, you can see the apical lesion to the number 12 tooth. Yeah. And the successfully extraction of the 3 tooth.
Okay, 이제 리제이션 합시다. So let me clean up the surgical wound right now.
Saline irrigation of the wound.
Okay. So that's the main business of today. And I think I can start with this tooth number 12 area. So looking at the panoramic X-ray of the patient, the long axis of the tooth isn't that ideal to place that dental implant. So we needed to change the axis of the dental implant. So now I'm making some ditch in order to guide the drill.
Yeah, it's a kind of the Lindemann drill, side cutting drill. Because of such a cases, usually the palatal bone is very hard.
Yeah, it is. So actually, so I rarely use surgical guide in this kind of case, but in order to make a precision in terms of delivering the prosthetic, so using a guide would be a good chance for this case. So usually the drills can glide along with the hard palatal plate. So making this kind of a gutter or ditch will be really important when you do immediate implant placement. So now it's time to ask Dr. Kim to check out the template. So he just told me
Well, past drill, you mean?
I'm now adapting the surgical guide.
Right, yes.
Okay. So I think this is good.
Yes.
Okay. So Dr. Kim, could you? He gave me thumbs up.
Past drill?
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me start with the past drill.
Yeah, in one guide kit,
start.
we have the without slippage of the drilling with the past drill. Past drill is a straight drill with a slightly back tapered drill design without slippage of the drilling. Because of the one guide system is the drill sequence is same as the 1 to 2 taper kit. So it means the drill is actually the taper drill. This is the past drill. One guide system has the double contact concept is very important. So usually the short past drill, but he did the previously and the side cutting with the Lindemann drill.
So initial plan was to place the 11.5 implant here.
And the diameter is 3.
I think I should place a little bit longer than planned.
Yes. You want a placement of the implant, the diameter is 3.5?
Yeah, usually we place narrow implant in the lateral incisor area. 이걸 다시 줘봐요.
Yeah, one guide, the past drill is a diameter 2.2, is a kind of the straight drill, but slightly back taper design.
좀 짧을 거. 잠깐만, 다시 읽어봐요.
one guide pass drill has the drill length is 13 millimeters, but he wants to the more initial torque is very important for the immediate placement of the processing. So he did the long, more deeply preparation.
I think it would not be easy to place that implant with proper initial stability. So anyhow, I will try to put on dental implant in this area. 13mm. 이거 아니. 13mm 쓰지 않았어?
Yeah, he wants to more stability, so the longer implant, about the 13 millimeter implant.
13mm. 그러면은 13으로 넣어봅시다. 네? 예, 빼세요.
You will installation of a 13 millimeter implant.
Yeah, I'm placing a 13 millimeter implant right now. I don't think that this implant has enough stability. Because it has a large periapical region, so we are losing some bone at the apex area.
Yeah, he
So
wanted
now we are a little bit around 20 Newton centimeter of the stability at this moment. So now we are having more than 20 now. Okay. So let's move on the other side. Anyhow, we were able to get more than 20 Newton centimeter primary stability. 고개 오른쪽으로 좀 돌리실까요?
Yeah, finish the number 12 this position.
자, 이제 다시 사이드 커팅. So the same procedures here. A little bit reduction of the cortical area.
Yeah. Side cutting drill of a kind of the lindemal drill.
Okay. Okay. 제가 한번 들여다볼게요. 조금만 찍어주세요. 린데만 찍어주세요.
Yeah, this drill is a side cutting drill.
이거 패스 드릴.
Yeah, this is one guide pass drill. The diameter
During
is 2.2.
using this pass drill, I couldn't feel any resistance from the palatal wall. That means we may not have enough primary stability when I place dental implant here. So anyhow, we will proceed. 바로 다음 거 바꿔줘. 11.5분. 13. 예, 그거 주십시오. 11.5부터. 13 주십시오.
This implanted length is 11.5.
No, this is also 13
Also
millimeter in length.
13 millimeter, yeah.
Yeah, I need more primary stability in order to place immediate restoration anyhow. So this case, we are having more than 20 and about I think, 25 or something. I strongly believe that Dr. Kim would make it. Okay. Good. I think we placed 2 dental implants. Even though we don't have that much primary stability because of the poor condition, but we were able to get more than 20 Newton centimeter of the primary stability. So, like I said before, to attain proper primary stability, which is more than 30 Newton centimeter, should not be granted, should not be taken granted every time. So, okay. 그다음에는 우리 힐링 오벗을 주십시오.
Yeah, he placed the 2 implants, but the initial stability is not so enough. But the
So now I'm going to do some socket graft in the tooth number 12, 21, sorry. So 그거 AOS collagen. The diameter.
yeah, he wanted to maintain the control of the alveolar bone of the 21 tooth area, extraction area. He wanted to do the socket preservation, alveolar ridge preservation.
Yeah, in order to minimize the resorption of the extraction socket, I want to do some ridge preservation, but I don't believe the concept of ridge preservation that much. Anyhow, but we can minimize the dimensional change of the extraction socket. Now I'm putting AOS collagen.
Yeah, this is
From Osstem as well?
EOS collagen, the collagenated bovine bone, xenografts.
So I just want to trim it out a little bit to
Actually, the bovine
match
particle
the
is
socket
90%,
shape.
and the collagen is about 10%. The collagenated xenograft materials, EOS collagen. It's very convenient. EOS collagen has a cylindrical form and a kind of the cylindrical form. Usually the socket preservation and the alveolar ridge preservation at the time the particulated the EOS particle but the collagenate bone is EOS collagen is more convenient for the alveolar ridge preservations.
Okay, so later on I can finish up this area when I'm done with the other side implant that I placed. So 필링 about 어떤 가느다랗고 긴 걸로. 나왔네. So this healing abutment is only for the protection of the implant hole because we are going to do some more gap filling in this area. 콜라겐 더 주시길래요? 작은 걸로 이번에.
Yeah, Dr. Kwon connected the healing abutment is temporarily because of the during the gap grafts with the EOS collagen. At the time, some materials inside of the implant inside the internal hex. So the protection with the healing abutment and and the bone graft of the number 11 area of the residual region area.
Okay.
EOS collagen is very easily manipulated and with some kind of you can cut with the scissor or sometimes you can use the blade and you can modification of the configuration of the shape is easily you can management. Gap filling
now
of
I'm putting the area of the collagen again.
Number 12 implant area.
Preserve the space.
Upper anterior with the preservation of the alveolar ridge formation and with the soft shape, we can make some kind of the gap filling and sometimes Dr. Tanau said a kind of the dual zone graft and the bone graft, bone area and the soft tissue area. With the, and so the 22 tooth implant area is also temporarily placement of the connection of the healing abutment slightly, minimally.
이런 거 조금만 들어가면 되겠다. So now putting some more AOS collagen into the gap around the dental implant just placed on the number 22 area.
Gap filling of the number 22 implant area of the buccal labial side with AOS collagen.
So in this case, it's quite easy to use this kind of a collagenated bone graft material instead of doing the same thing with a particulated graft. So I think I almost done with the surgical procedure. So I put some more remaining areas in the surgical defect of the radiolucent area of the tooth number 11 area. So I was worried about what the region is like, but I think this is a kind of a healing impairment rather than some pathologic event. So, 여기 아프세요? 예. 인ject 좀 더 주실래요?
Yeah, the patient is slightly painful, so the more injection. In case maybe the surgical curettage and with bleeding, sometimes.
멤브레인 주세요. 작은 거 주세요. Now it's time to put some collagen membrane in order to protect the surgical wound. 작은 거죠? 살짝 다물어 보시겠어요?
Dr. Kwon will use the collagen membrane, trimming of the collagen membrane, Oss guide.
Yeah, it's also guide. It's really easy to use, and it has some kind of elastic property, which I like.
Dr. Kwon application of the Oss guide, kind of the collagen membrane with the small application of the OS guide. Around the healing abutment. And the application of the OS guide also, number 11, number 21, the socket preservation area, Ebola rich preservation area.
Okay, now it's time to close up the wound, surgical wound. So we have enough gap between the dental implant and the alveolar bone margin, and we did a bone graft in between the gap. So I don't think we have some more bone graft for this case. 살짝 다물으셔도 될 것 같아요. 예. So anyhow, I put some bone graft, and then we need some soft tissue relaxation, suction, in order to close the wound unevenly. So I'm doing some periosteal releasing incision using a fine scissor, which I like for this procedure. Okay.
Dr.
So
Kwon
now you
did
see
the
the
periosteal
extended.
releasing incision.
Okay. So let me close up my surgery. 조그만 아이로서.
Dr. Kwon, what kind of the suture material?
I'm using a daphyllon, which is a monofilament suture material.
Kwon did the kind of the vertical matrix suture?
Yeah, I'm placing a couple of matrix suture in the key suture area, and especially this area, this method can elevate the margin of the dental papilla.
Close of the vertical incision area. Dr. Kwon did the hidden exposure of the socket preservation area of the number 21 tooth area with the AOS collagen and the covering with the collagen membrane, and it's a kind of the hidden exposure for the X portion is lower, and the tightening of the overlying collagen membrane.
Yeah, so cross X area just beneath the gingival margin, so that it may exert more force to push down the collagen membrane after the suture. So it's almost done.
Yeah, surgery is almost done.
Okay, so I think I'm done with my surgery. And then I can put a couple of more stitches after the final restoration is done. So now it's time. Professor Kim comes up. Okay.
Yeah, well
Thank you.
done.
That's it. So this is my part. So let me pass over the patient to Professor Kim now.
Yeah. Yeah, well done. Please give a big hand to the Professor Kwon, and the surgery is completed. Yeah, now is Professor Kim for the prosthetic procedures.
이거 어디 갔어? 플리퍼. 플리퍼 저기 수술 테이블 위에 있어요. 들리나요?
Professor Kim,
Okay.
yeah, you are prepared?
Yes. Right. Before we start, since Dr. Kwon placed the implant very beautifully, so it's good time to restore the immediate denture. But before we start, let me explain the design of the denture first. So the first thing is that whenever we try immediate denture, immediate restoration, the two factors are very important. First thing is insertion torque, and the other one is the parallelism of those two implants. So before we try as a fixed type of restoration, we have to check the angulation of the two implants. That's the key to success. So let me check the angulation of the implant first. I'm going to remove the healing abutment and then put some like that. I'm going to using some mirror. I'm going to pass off the insertion first, whether it's feasible to go with the fixed type of restoration or not.
껐어요?
Driver?
야, 이거 완전 힐링지네. 제 말은 안 들리는 거죠?
드라이버 그냥 주시면 되고 밀어주시면 됩니다. 여기 석션.
예. 데이커가 틀린 거야. 그냥 데이커도 더 들어갔어.
Dr. Kim, the removal of the healing abutments.
허공에 드릴을 하는 거.
Dr. Kwon was tightening of the healing abutment to very small torque. So
Middle.
the easily removal of the healing abutments.
아니 됐습니다. 석션. So whenever I do this, I'm going to check the configuration of the internal hex type. So try to see the fixture. However, in order to get the insert stability, it seems like we place a little bit deeper, so I cannot really see. So in that case, I'm going to, rather than take a look directly in the patient mouth, I'm going to put the temporary abutment in order to check the parallelism. Temporary abutment 주세요.
Dr. Kim, more loudly speak.
제 말이 잘 안 들린다고 하는데 스피커 좀 올려주실 수 있나요?
좀 마이크 크게 말씀해 주시죠. 안 들리세요?
잘 안 들린다고 하시거든요. 근데 제가 원래
Yeah,
상담할 때
slightly
이렇게 얘기해요.
more loud.
My voice tone is not that big, but I'll try my best.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we can hear.
다 물어보세요. So the reason we remain in the polar space is that we have to reproduce the location of the prosthesis. So even though you seems like this one is better than that one, you have to stick the plan. So this is your guidance position. So for this position, I'm going to remove all the exclusive interference. 물어보세요. I can see there's no touch in between this. 앞뒤로 갈아볼까요? 좌우로 갈아보세요. 좌우로 갈아보세요. Yeah, pretty much like there's no touch on the anterior teeth area. So it seems like it seems to be good to go. All right. 템포러리 어번만 주세요. So like I said before, I need to check the parallelism first. We actually, when we planned the place of implant, those two angulation of the implant was 10 degree, but as you can see here, parallelism seems like perfect. 밀어보세요. 밀어. See how parallel those two implants are. So I'm going to go with as a fixed type. So let me just explain a little bit of design of the implant. What I do is that sometimes whenever we do immediate restoration, we cannot expect the insertion torque. It depending on the density of the bone. So sometimes you have to prepare two different types of restoration. First one is the removable type, and the other one is the fixed type. But you cannot really prepare every single time two types of different restoration because it's a waste of money and waste of time. So initial design of the immediate restoration goes like this, just like a denture type. But however, my design is a little bit different with conventional denture type. This is just one piece PMMA. And there's no wire, and there's no buccal flange. No buccal flange because most of the time we make a graft on the buccal side. So if you covered from the older buccal flange, your graft will not survive at all. And also sometimes it can be used as a removable type. However, it can be transformed into the fixed type. So we had to make a hole in the lingual side of the tooth. That's why I decided not to have wire, retentive wire. And also flipper design of the parlor side has to be really accurate. So I'm gonna go like this and pick it up directly in the mouth. That's my plan. 밀어. 요거 빼자. 살짝 다물고 계세요.
The modification of the temporary processing.
해볼까요? keyword of picking up is there should have no touch in between temporary abutment and prosthesis. So see how thin they are, right? That's why I try not to use the denture tools for this design. You might want to make the as a one piece in order to strengthen the mechanical properties. It looks fine, right? So before we pick it up, the length of the metal shape of temporary abutment has to be shortened because once they augmented, you cannot really cut, and this will hazardous to the patient's aesthetic smile. So for this one, number 22, I'm gonna cut 2 threads, and this one, 1.5 thread. And then I'm gonna pick it up in the patient's mouth. 요거 2개. Whenever you do something in the patient's mouth, the implant has to be secured by healing abutment. 환자분 살짝 양치시켜줘도 됩니다. 힐링 어번만, 아날로그. 안 되는데. 메탈 디스크. 다물고 계세요, 환자분.
켈리라고 되겠다.
에어 좀 불어줘. 뜨거워. 좀 더 가까이서 불어줘.
Dr. Kim cut temporary abutment.
Right. 아까 요거는 1개 자르기로 했지? 1개 반? Since provisional restoration is made of PMMA, the picking up method has to be with PMMA. However, it takes time to wait for the setting of the material. I'm going to use the small amount of composite flowable resin to pick them up. But the other contouring will be done with the PMMA add-on technique. I'm going to show you later on. Suction 좀 해주세요. So now you prepare the Q-tips. Bite.
연봉 말고 이걸 써요?
그거 똑같은 사이즈 다른가?
길고 좀 짧고.
Yeah, Dr. Kim, I think that we have
Yes, sir?
no enough time, so I think
Okay.
that the laboratory procedures.
칼좀 주세요.
Can you hear me, Dr.
All right, I'm
Kim?
gonna wrap it up. Yeah, I do. So I'm gonna wrap it up. We'll come back later, right?
Yes, I think that
Okay.
you can pick up. After then, we will finish the live surgery, and after then, after the
Okay.
session, after then we can the final result. We can show.
Sure.
Dr. Kim, please explain the next procedures. After then, we will finish the live surgery sessions.
Okay. So we need to protect and secure the hole inside of the custom abutment here, temporary abutment here. And then I'm gonna use the small amount of flow of resin and put in between in here space, and then take it out. And then temporary abutment will be picked up by the temporary prosthesis. And then other space will be modified by the PMMA add-on technique, paste, liquid, and powder here. And then in the meantime, for this one, I'm gonna control the emergence profile and make as perfect as possible, and then put it back, and patient go home. That's my plan.
Yes, I think that we don't have enough time, so now I will close the live sessions,
Okay.
after the close the session, and Dr. Kim did the prosthetic procedures, laboratory procedures. After then, the final lecture. After then, we can show the final results. So we can move to the Q&A sessions. Yeah, please give a big hand to Dr. Kim. Yeah, it's a kind of the flowable resin and for the pickup of the temporary abutment. So we don't have enough time, so we have to disconnect the live surgery procedures, and we will have Q&A sessions about the live surgery. Yeah, Dr. Kwon is prepared for the receiving of the Q&A session. Professor Kwon, do you hear me?
마이크 켜져 있나요, 이제?
Professor Kwon? Yeah, we will prepare the Q&A session of the live surgery.
요거
Yeah,
저거 힐링 좀
Professor
꽂아주세요.
Kwon.
이어폰 좀 주시겠어요?
Yeah. Do you hear me? Yeah. Please give a kick hand so the Professor Kwon. Could you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. And the we
Yeah,
have
I can hear you.
we have a Q&A session about the live surgery. Do you have from the question from the audience? Please raise your hand. After then, we will give a microphone. Number one. Yeah, please give a microphone.
素晴らしいライブオペありがとうございます。
Thank you very much for the wonderful.
質問が2つありまして、
I have two questions.
1つは、ドリリングとインプラント埋入に関してフルガイドでなぜ行わなかったのか。
The first question is why you did not use full guide in drilling and implantation.
それともう一つは、初期固定を取るんであればアンダーサイズドリングしてアダプテーションテクニックを用いればもう少し取れたんではないのかと思うんですけども、どうでしょうか。
And for the second question, in order to get the initial fixation, would it not be a good idea to do the undersized drilling and undersized fixation?
Okay, the first question is why did I use some kind of freehand surgery without full guide surgery?
Yes, yeah.
So when I introduced my one guide drill in the socket, I was not able to feel any resistance from the bone inside. So in order to get more stability of the dental implant, I needed to more preparation. More osteotomy, deeper. So actually, the 13 millimeter of a placement is the maximum of the kit. So I would need some more deeper preparation of the implant side. That's the reason why I did preparation in kind of in freehand manner. And for second question was why didn't I use the under preparation? The underside drilling to give more stability. And actually, the reason was the same. Because I was not able to get any resistance. It's like a feeling of osteotomy at the apex. So I would need some more grinding. I would need some more osteotomy to give the secure placement area of the dental implant that I placed.
Okay.
Is it answer for you?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And the number two, the next question.
Hi, doctor. So my question is, I agree with you that usually in the place of laterals, we prefer to put the diameter 3.5. But in this case especially, where the gap between the implant and the buccal plate was big. So why we wouldn't put the 4 millimeter diameter so you can gain more retention? Maybe you can put the immediate restoration. This is question number 2.
Yeah, that's really good question. Yeah.
This is question number 1. Question number 2, in the area of 1-1, where you put the bone, but you didn't put any membrane on the top. What do you think that will be the result? Thank you.
Okay, so let me go for the first question. What was the first question? So could you give me
why do you use the 4.0 implant?
Because of the 4.0 implant.
Yeah, labial side is a gap is sufficient.
So during the introduction movie before the surgery is initiated, so I have to listen to my prosthodontist. His plan was placing 3.5 millimeter dental implant. Basically, is replacement for the lateral incisor. So especially in Asian people, we have to think about the medial-distal dimension of a lateral incisor. So we usually go for narrow platform implant in order to place missing of lateral incisors. That's the reason why I just had to place 3.5 millimeter implant instead of placing 4.0 millimeter implant. So I would be happier if I was able to place 4.0 millimeter implant instead of doing narrow implant. But it's a kind of order from my prosthodontist. That's the reason. And the second question was the radiolucent lesion in the number 11 area. So I think that was a kind of really well-defined defect. So I don't need to fear, I don't have to place collagen membrane in that area. So that's the reason.
Yeah, I think that maybe the collagenate bone graft material such as the AOS collagen, sometimes we can use the with the membrane or without membrane is available. But some article has the more predictable the results from the with the collagen membranes. So I think that the Professor Kwon is placed covering with the collagen membrane. But even though some cases we can use the without collagen membrane. Professor Kwon, do you have any experience of the without collagen membrane?
That defect was a kind of a special situation. So actually, I'm not that interested in the newborn formation in that area. So that's the reason why I didn't put collagen membrane there. Okay. Otherwise, I would place collagen membrane in order to get more healthier newborn formation.
Yes. And the another question? Number 3.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, doctor. So my question is about what is the reason that you don't place implant on the area of number 2-1?
I don't understand.
So why? Okay, my question is about it. I want to know the reason why you don't place the implant at number 2-1.
Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So maybe you can place 3 implants in that for the restoration, I think. So, so like I said before, I have to follow my prosthodontist. He just planned just like that. So that's the reason why I placed only two dental implants instead of having 3 implants there. So I think your suggestion is really great. I would have been doing 3 dental implants for the patient, but this time we just our plan was just like that. So placing 1 more implant in the central area would be also good.
Yeah, okay. I think that we don't have enough time, so I am so sorry that I have to close these sessions. But after this session and the prosthetic procedures of the laboratory procedures will proceed. After then, the finish of the final sessions. After then, we can show the final result with the short term of the Q&A sessions continues. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Kwon and Professor Kim. Please give a big hand. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's my big pleasure. My pleasure.
Thank you, Professor Kyungwon and Kim. Let's give him a big round of applause for moderating the live surgery. We'll wrap up the third session here and take a short break. As I've informed you before, there are Osstem implant product exhibitions, catering zone with new refreshment, photo zone, and book signing event in the lobby. Enjoy yourself and please be back to your seats by 4 o'clock for the next session. Have a good time. Thank you.
...2024 One Guide System, pinnacle of digital guided implant surgery, ultimate reference for guided surgery, showcasing diverse clinical cases. The long-awaited English edition of the One Guide System, which encapsulates the expertise in digital guided surgery, has been officially released. This book is the climax of 2 years of dedicated work by Dr. Ki-sung Kim and Dr. Yong-suk Kim, renowned for their 23 years of successful implant procedures. The Korean version of the One Guide System was honored as the 2023 Book of the Year. This single volume encompasses the full spectrum of digital guided surgery, spanning from fundamental principles to advanced techniques, covering both single case scenarios with one guide and comprehensive treatment for fully edentulous patients. This book encompasses the procedures of one CAS, one MS, and one 485 kit with a diversity in clinical cases. Now, dentists worldwide can delve into the One Guide System.
Introducing One Guide for sophisticated surgery, wide range of clinical indications, and excellent convenience. One Guide is convenient to use. With an ultra-simple drilling technique, the implant can be placed at the plant site in only 3 drillings for shortened surgery time. One Guide also offers high precision. The site, direction, and depth of implant can be precisely planned using digital method and used to manufacture a One Guide template. This allows the implant to be placed as planned. One Guide template holds the drill to help maintain a precise path even during high-speed drilling. The stopper is in contact with the top of One Guide to enable precise control of drilling depth. One Guide is particularly useful for surgery in the posterior region. In addition to the basic closed type hole, open type hole can be selected for designing. This function allows a drill entry through side and posterior teeth with insufficient vertical space. Open type hole helps to secure additional vertical space. One Guide can be used for various clinical purposes. One Guide kit for cases of single to fully edentulous. One CAS kit for maxillary sinus lift surgery. One MS kit for the anterior region with narrow bone width. One 485 kit for short implants in mandible molar. These 4 dedicated kits are available for a wide range of clinical cases. Improve the convenience of digital implant surgery with one guide. It is simple and precise. Introducing the OneCast kit, the digital sinus surgery kit. If you use the OneCast kit, you can digitally pre-plan the exact implant position and drill length required for the sinus surgery. Place the one guide template first. Then, use the drills with rounded apex together with the stopper in order to perform safe drilling. You can also perform hydraulic lifting and bone grafting while the template is still in the mouth. Try the OneCast kit for safe and precise sinus surgery. Introducing the 1MS kit, the implant surgery kit for anterior region with narrow bone width. In the anterior region with narrow interdental space and also in the narrow bone width, place the one guide template. And then you will be able to place MS implants with the most narrow 2.0 mm diameter and TS3 3.0 implants exactly in the planned position by using 1MS kit. Try the 1MS kit, the implant surgery kit for the anterior region with narrow bone width. Introducing the asset kit for narrow alveolar ridge split. The asset kit uses expansion drills able to expand the bone buccally and lingually, even in the case of severe alveolar bone resorption. Eliminates the use of a mallet. A safer and easier buccal plate expansion is achievable when minimizing the risk of buccal fracture. During the final stage of implant placement, the implant can secure a strong initial stability in the narrow ridge without tilting. The asset kit allows regular size implants to be placed in narrow ridges with a low risk of buccal fracture. You can try it out. Introducing the 485 kit, the kit for placing short implants. The 485 kit has drills with round design apex, which minimizes damage to the inferior alveolar nerve when performing surgical drilling. The 485 kit allows you to place 4 to 8.5 mm short implants. Only 3 drilling steps are required when placing implants with the 485 kit. When placing short implants, try the 485 kit. Introducing the CAS kit, the crystal approach sinus kit that safely lifts the sinus membrane with a hydraulic lift system. The CAS kit reduces the chance of membrane perforation. The patented CAS drill creates a conial bone lid that keeps the drill edge from direct contact with the membrane. CAS kit ensures safer drilling by preventing sinus membrane perforation. Using the drill stopper makes it easier to adjust the drill depth. The CAS kit features drill stoppers in 1 mm increments. It is possible to control the drilling depth precisely by using the stopper, which ensures safer drilling without the risk of perforating the sinus membrane.
The hydraulic lifting technique of the maxillary sinus can facilitate the blood supply of the surgical site. The casket's membrane lifter is using hydraulic pressure to elevate the maxillary sinus membrane higher and wider. Consequently, it facilitates blood supply, which encourages the formation of new bone and the healing process. Try the casket that reduces the risk of membrane perforation to ensure safer surgery. Introducing the last kit, the lateral approach sinus kit that safely raises the sinus membrane without perforation. The patented drill designs, both dome and core drills, feature rounded cutting edges that minimize direct contact with the membrane. In this way, lateral windows can be created safely. The dome drill in the last kit helps lift the sinus membrane safely while collecting autogenous bone particles between the cutting blades. By creating bone chips between the blades, the core drill's rounded cutting edge reduces the chances of direct contact with the membrane. The last kit's dome and core drills are specifically designed to create the lateral window safely. Last kit allows for more precise control over drill depth. The last kit features drill stoppers in 0.5 mm increments. 6 different lengths of drill stopper allows for more precise control over drill depth when creating a lateral window. All these last kit features contribute to safer sinus lifting surgery and reduce the chances of sinus membrane perforation. Let's go over the advantages of our last kit. It is specifically designed to help surgeons to create lateral windows safely with the patented drill design. 6 different lengths of drill stoppers with 0.5 mm increments allow for more precise control over drill depth. Try the last kit specifically designed for clinicians to perform a sinus lift safely in a short time. With X-ray images alone, it can be very difficult to convince patients since X-ray images don't offer a complete picture of their oral health status. Fortunately, today's product can help you with this very problem. It's the Snap intraoral camera. One of the most important things you need to consider when choosing an intraoral camera is image quality. To help the dentist explain the condition of a patient's teeth and set the correct course of treatment, intraoral cameras need to take clear images inside the patient's mouth, even though it's very dark inside the mouth. Snap uses a 1.3 megapixel sensor, unlike other regular intraoral cameras that top out at 300,000 pixels. That's why it delivers clear HD images that can satisfy everyone. Another important thing of an intraoral camera, which has to take images as quickly as possible, is the focus function. Snap focuses in just 0.3 seconds when you press an image-taking button and snaps images automatically, which helps produce clear, in-focus images that accurately show the patient's intraoral condition. Some existing products do have an autofocus function, but they have 2 separate buttons, each for focusing and image taking. However, Snap has a convenient 2-in-1 button. All you need to do is press the button once to capture fast and in-focus images of the patient's intraoral environment. And finally, an intraoral camera's head and neck line is very important since it has to take images from narrow spaces inside the mouth. Snap has a curved head and slim neckline that gives you a better angle for reaching the teeth when inserting into the mouth, which makes it easier to image not only wisdom teeth that are difficult to shoot, but also female patients and children who have small mouth. From the patient's perspective, this reduces any foreign body sensation and discomfort, while from the dentist's perspective, it reduces stress when imaging the posterior region and makes treatment easier. I was able to actually see which teeth require treatment, and that makes me have trust toward the dentist and left a better impression in my mind. I feel like I want to come back to this dentist in the future, and I'm going to recommend this clinic to my friends and family. Since I saw my teeth with my own eyes, I think I'd be more likely to consent to treatment without hesitating. Intraoral camera snap helps accurately explain to patients the condition of their oral environment and creates a more credible and trustworthy impression of the dentist in the mind of patients. Introducing the N1 portable X-ray, delivering high-quality imaging while being extremely easy and simple to use. A good portable X-ray should produce clear images. At 70 kV and 3 mA, the N1 produces clear standard X-ray images. Clear images relieve the clinician's stress during the diagnosis process. A good portable X-ray should be easy to operate. The N1 is light at only 1.61 kg, which is 30% lighter than a camera-type device. Also, it has a gun-type design which is easy to operate with one hand. This ensures easy alignment and high accuracy when taking images. A good portable X-ray should have a long-lasting battery. With 15% improved battery performance, the N1 lasts for a week on a single charge, eliminating problems with other wireless X-ray units. The N1 reduces the inconvenience of a continuous charging, which helps improve clinical efficiency. The N1 is easy to use and produces clear images. Introducing the IO1020, which is a highly durable oral sensor that produces clear images. The IO1020.
Where is everybody? Yeah, we are about to begin the last session. Guests who are still in the lobby, please come inside and take a seat. The next lecture will be starting soon. I think we need to ring a bell for starting. Okay, no food is allowed inside, and as I told you before, please take a bottle of water provided inside. Let's begin the last session, chaired by Professor Yu Xiaojian from China. Professor Yu Xiaojian graduated from Peking University, School of Dental Medicine, China, PhD, Periodontology. Associated Professor, Department of Periodontology, Peking University. Board Member, Society of Periodontology, Chinese Stomatological Association. Please welcome Professor Yu Xiaojian with a big round of applause.
Hello, everybody, dear friends and dear colleagues. This session is the last session, but it will not be the least. It's my great honor to be a moderator of the 2024 Osstem Board meetings in Seoul. This session we have two speakers. Our first speaker for this session is Dr. Joshua Shea from Canada. Dr. Joshua Shi will be presenting on multiple implant placement using one guide. Let's give it up for Dr. Joshua Shi.
Good evening, everybody. It is traditional for me to begin a presentation taking a few moments to reflect on where I stand today and to thank God for all the gifts and for the blessings that He has given me and my family. If you would like to participate, I would also like you to take a look at your hands for a few moments. Look at these little creations that God has made for you. They are wonderful creations, simply because everything that you have and everything that you experience is from these two little hands that God has made for you. With that little prayer to God Almighty, I start my presentation. This is a picture of my grandfather and my first uncle in 1937. In a dental office that was made in India, in a city called Chennai, in a state of Tamil Nadu. I'm Chinese by descent, but I was born and raised, educated in India. I currently live with my family in Canada. I'd like to take a moment to have gratitude, to say thank you to all my teachers, to my mentors, and to all my well-wishers, for it's because of them that I stand before you today. A special thanks. A special thanks to Team Osstem Implant Canada and to Dinesh Shettigar and June Yoon for taking such good care of me through my entire journey and hospitality in Seoul. So, the first question we'd like to ask ourselves is, why are we here? Simply the fact that when our patients come to us in the office, they present to us the fact that they don't have certain teeth, which makes it debilitating for them to the fact that they cannot eat, they cannot smile, there is a compromise in the quality of life, and they seek help from us as dentists so that we can able to provide what they need, a simple set of teeth. Let's look, for example, Stacy. She's a 65-year-old dental assistant. She's a wonderful woman. She loves smiling. But the fact that she lost her teeth makes her aware that she's got holes in her mouth. That's exactly what she said. And a simple treatment plan, which involved the use of guided surgery, 2 implants and a 3-unit bridge. Stacy's back, confidently smiling. She's back to her routine lifestyle. Or in this case, Werner, who's a 76-year-old printer, a retired printer. This gentleman's been wearing a partial denture for many, many years. This gentleman finally decided that he'd like to have teeth. In this case, again, the use of technology, the use of guided surgery, the use of multiple teeth. What you see is a simple set of temporaries that were inserted 3 days post-surgery. The patient is thrilled, he's excited, he's happy, he's able to smile, he's able to eat. He is happy with the fact that he does not have to wear removable dentures anymore. So, what do we do to achieve results like this? And the answer is to seek knowledge and to seek skill. Knowledge can be achieved through conferences like this. Our teachers can teach us. We take books, we read. But skill is something that we have to put our hands into action. The more we practice, the more skilled we are. Above all, for us to be able to achieve certain amount of results, the most important factor from a surgical aspect is the use of appropriate armamentarium. What do I mean by this? If you look at a picture like this, I'd like to ask, for those of you who've been practicing implant dentistry, do you remember your first dental implant placement? Do you remember the time that it took you as a clinician to get this guide pin into the right place. We were all sweating. We were all finding it difficult. We had mentors standing beside us. Some of us would have had doctors holding our hands to get this position right. And when we stepped out of the room to take a radiograph, most of us said prayers that this guide pin hopefully was in the right prosthetic position. However, we always ask ourselves this important question. Why is it important? Why is optimal 3D positioning of an implant important? Simple reason being, we all want success. And one of the criteria for success of that implant is an optimal three-dimensional positioning of the dental implant. So if you look at literature talks about a common clinical error, which we as clinicians often have incorrect implant positioning. How do we eliminate, us as human dentists, to avoid this error? The answer is we cannot eliminate it. However, we can reduce human error. And the answer to reducing human error, one among them, is to go guided. So the use of guided implant surgery is one of the simplest methodologies for us as surgeons to reduce human error during implant surgical placements. This is where it brings me to my topic, the use of a Hyosin One Guide for multiple implant placements. Traditionally, when a patient came to us, when they had multiple teeth missing, how would we approach a case where we had multiple teeth missing? It's as simple as assessing clinical photographs, and once clinical photographs and clinical assessments were completed, the first step for us as clinicians was to remember prosthetically planned implant positions. And for that, the first step was to simply make a study model. Study models helps us to produce what we call a diagnostic wax-up. We understand optimal positions of our teeth in the future. We understand occlusion. We understand where our future restorations are to be placed. Based on this factor is where we perform or create a simple in-house surgical stent, which could be nothing but a vacuform stent, which could be prepared in the office by a dental assistant. And this can aid in the placement of your 3 implants for that edentulous site. So if you see in this case, we have 3 guide pins which were positioned based on the wax-up. We take a radiograph, we're happy with the positions, the sinus is far away. From there, we optimally place our implants. Moving fast forward, in a case like this, you can notice there's a buccal defect. We mix cortical cancellous versus xenografts, decorticate, place the bone over the surgical site, a collagen membrane, sutured, passive suturing of the flap. We allow for healing. Once healing is completed, we see the patients about 4 months later. We open flap, we place your healing abutments, wait for day 14, 2 months, an open tray impression coping, a pickup, simple standard pickup impression. This is then sent to the lab. The lab then fabricates for us what we call a 3-unit splinted, non-hexed, fabricated restoration. This is then inserted into our patient's mouth. So you see, we've gone through a series of steps through a traditional approach. From this is where the restorations are placed in. They are manually torqued. We confirm passive seating of our restoration. Once passive seating is completed, we torque them as per recommended manufacturer's recommendations. Seal with Teflon, composite, stain as required. Take a radiograph, confirm the seating is happy. Look at it in the clinical aspect of the patient's mouth. Occlusion is great. Aesthetics is great. Patient is happy. We as dentists are happy. So that was the traditional approach. How do we follow in the new era of digital dentistry? So when we use the Hyosin One Guide, the first step for us in today's world is the use of a scanner. So we use a scanner, we obtain an STL file, digital data is then transferred, we send the patient, get a CT scan, a DICOM file is extracted from that scan. The merging of that STL file and that DICOM data, then allowing your technician, your person who helps you in fabricating a digital guide, this is completed you oversee, overlook. Once the fabrication or once you've confirmed your surgical plan, that's when you confirm the implant sizes, the implant positions, what is the size of the multi-unit abutments that you've planned. Based on that, the lab then fabricates for you what we call a Hyosin 1 guide. If you notice, you have two advantages. Number one, there's no metal sleeves, and number two, it's keyless. So less armamentarium, easy to use. This, if you look at, is nothing but a simple surgical kit, which is well designed. Number one has multiple color-coded instruments, which makes it easy for you to understand. You can use a flat drill, which is the first drill which helps you in producing a nice, even, flat surface. And then you will use these cylindrical drill bits, which are then sequentially used to create your osteotomy. Once your osteotomy is being prepared, then you use the specific drivers, the implant drivers. As you see, green is for a regular platform or yellow for a mini platform. Once your implants are placed, you've achieved your 35 Newton centimeters of torque. You can use a manual driver and then torque it down as per your recommendation or your planning. So, if you look at this case, this is a simple full arch case executed using the Hyosin 1 guide. In case you must be wondering, there are certain healing abutments that look a little different. This is what we call the Hyosin scan body healing abutments. For those of you who are not aware of it, it is a healing abutment plus an impression coping together as one. So now this full arch technically can be scanned using your digital scanner, and this data is transferred into your computer, and using a software, that software can then now start fabricating your provisionals or your finals as you plan. Anyways, so let's look at a simple, very, very simple case example. Patient is 85 years old, she's healthy, she's a retired teacher, she's got 2 teeth that's missing. Now the patient comes to the office, you've done all your preclinical assessment, your data collection. This is the mother of my hygienist. She comes in, she says, "Doc, my bridge failed." So they sectioned the bridge, they extracted the tooth that had failed due to decay. And then if you notice, this is the surgical, or this is the site at which we plan to place implants. Please don't be fooled by looking at the narrow ridge. There's actually a lot of abundant bone under. It's just that the soft tissue is inadequate. So our treatment plan for this patient was again simple. We used the Hyosin 1 guide to place 2 implants. We advised the patient to have soft tissues like connective tissue grafts. Patient and the hygienist declined. And finally, after 4 months of healing, we plan to have individual screw-retained restorations. So if you see this, this is nothing but a simple plan of 2 implants that has been designed by my technician, over which they then fabricate for us a surgical guide. What you notice in the surgical guide and what you also notice in this photograph is that the patient has a very limited mouth opening. So with limited mouth openings, you can see that there's a buccal slot, or what we call as an open window on the buccal aspect, so that the placement of your guide drills are easier. The first step in surgical execution of your implants is make sure you fully verify that the guide has seated completely in the arch. Use those windows. For example, if you see these windows will help you assess whether your guide has been fully seated. So there will be multiple windows. Make use of them to kind of get an idea whether your guide is fully seated. Once that's completed, you will be able to then go completely flapless. So the definition of flapless is to use a tissue punch. You can use a tissue punch, drill through that open access surgical guide. I recommend 200 plus RPM, depending on your comfort level. Use sterile saline, cold saline preferably. Punch through. Once you've gone through the surgical guide, you remove the surgical guide. You use a spoon curette, a Lucas spoon curette. Gently remove that little tissue from the surgical site that's done. And please remember, the most important factor is that you make or leave no tissue tags in the surgical site. Because the last thing you and I want is for us to drag the implant or drag the tissue tags into the surgical site. So instead of developing what we call osseointegration, now you'll have fibro integration. So when you're placing the implants using the Hyosin 1 guide, make sure that you use the specific mount for that particular implant. So if you see in this case, now it's a green band. A green band tells you it's a regular platform. It's a 4 mm diameter implant, which is then used to be placed directly through the surgical guide and fully seated into the osteotomy that's prepared. If you notice here, once the implants have been placed, most often we try to maintain at least about 4 millimeters from the height of soft tissue all the way down to the crest of the implant. So for this, your healing abutments generally do not fully seat. So this is where you will use what we call bone profilers. Bone profilers are the little guide screws are screwed into your implants. The specific sized bone profiler is then placed onto your implant motor. You can use it at 200 RPM with sterile, cold saline, pumping action up and down, get to irrigate the area, remove that little guide screw, then place your respective healing abutments as you have planned. Once 4 months is complete, now you refer the patient back to the referring doctor, and then the implants are done. Like I mentioned, it would have been ideal for this patient to have connective tissue grafts, but they declined. And the tissues are now healthy. The implant is ready for restorations. Let's look at case example number 2. A simple 45-year-old male patient. He's healthy, a professor in English. He's got 2 teeth that's failing, both his maxillary central incisors. Now, if you notice, maxillary central incisors, especially if it's both, freehand placements can sometimes be challenging. So in this case, one of the biggest advantages we see in a patient like this is that he has a low smile line. So the transition zone is hidden under the patient's lip. So if you look at this, the patient has 2 crowns, very old crowns. The endodontically treated teeth are failing. So the treatment plan for a patient like this was, number 1 is to extract both tooth number 1-1 and 2-1. And then we use the Hyosin 1 guide for immediate implant placements as planned. Along with that, most often endodontically failing teeth will have a draining sinus, which eventually will have a buccal plate loss or a collapse. Soft tissue tends to be thin. We manage this area both with GBR as well as connective tissue grafts. Wait, use a provisional, wait for 4 months, and then restore with final individual screw-retained restorations. So how did we do this? Same. You collect data, both an STL file as well as the DICOM data, merge them together, use the software. The software tells you how much or what is the density of bone available in sites number 1-1 and 2-1. Once it's completed, the patient is now ready for surgery. A surgical guide is fabricated, and once the extractions are complete, step number 1, once the teeth have been removed, always remember to use a serrated, angulated curette to remove all form of granulation tissue or unhealthy tissue within that socket. In this process, once your flapless procedure or you've removed all the tissue around this area without opening a flap, that's when you place your surgical guide. Now, once you place your surgical guide, please remember, it's very important that you fully verify the seating. Simply by using those windows on the sides, this will help you to understand that there is no error while you prepare. Because if the guide does not fully seat, your planned implant placement is not going to be as planned. So, when you're prepping, as you prep the osteotomy, remember to bipod the surgical guide. So the word bipod simply means one hand, your assistant holds the left. So let me go back again. One hand, your surgical assistant is holding the guide on one side. You on the other side are bipoding it so that the guide is fully stable. Once it's stable, then you place or you prepare your osteotomy as planned. You can notice that a sequential drilling sequence is done. Most often when you use a surgical guide, the amount of time that it takes for you to go in and out is less than 5 seconds. Nothing more than 5 seconds, okay? So number 1, make sure there's no obstruction to the head of the handpiece. For example, if you look clearly in this area here, okay, this portion has been cut a little using a surgical guide, okay, a surgical burr. The reason being, if you have the obstruction of your handpiece with the acrylic guide, your drilling will not go to the fully planned depth. Confirm full depth of the osteotomy preparation when you're preparing each osteotomy, and make sure you physically, visually look into it that it is fully seated. How do you know? So if you take an example of a picture like this taken from the Hyosin 1 guide kit, you will notice that each of these drills will have a platform, and that platform should make sure it's fully seated onto the surgical guide. That is how you verify a completely seated or a well-prepared osteotomy site. From there, once you've prepared the osteotomy site, remember to irrigate the site thoroughly with cold sterile saline, after which then you place your implants. And as you're placing implants, make sure you keep an eye on the head of the handpiece, because sometimes the neck of the handpiece will hit on this surgical guide, which will not allow you for complete placement of your implants. If the case where your head of the handpiece is touching the surgical guide, please avoid using a drill extension, simply because the longer your drill is, the more chances of an error to placing your implants. So in that case, you adjust the surgical guide, and then you place it without the use of a drill extension. Often when we use a Hyoscine 1 guide, for those of you who are new to using Hyoscine 1 guides, when you're placing an order for your implants, remember that a 1 guide can only use a no-mount implant. Because sometimes, if you're not aware, you have something called a pre-mounted implant. The use of a pre-mounted implant will not allow you to place your implants through the guide. You'll have to remove that green mount and then connect it directly into the platform of your implants for the placement through the 1 guide. So, when you are ratcheting, you're ratcheting your implants. Once you ratchet it, make sure you stabilize the guide, because in the process of us placing the implants, there is a tendency that the guide tends to move, and that will offset your placements. Also keep an eye on the ratchet and the guide, and align the yellow line to the reference that's up there. So you see that little slot there? Make sure that those yellow slots align along with the planned surgical. This helps you with depth control. Once you've done, check for initial primary stability, which is 35 Newton centimeters. I personally and humbly recommend that you remove your surgical guide, connect your mount directly to the implant, and check or recheck the torque without the surgical guide. Because sometimes with the surgical guide, you may have an excess or a false reading. You're just double checking without the surgical guide. Your implants are placed, use a cover screw, cover the entire connection. The jump gap can then be filled. You can choose to use a xenograft or an allograft. You can fill it up, place a connective tissue graft. Radiographs are taken. This parallelism can only happen most often when you use a 1 guide. Okay, it's basically you're trying to reduce human error on the day of surgery. Once 4 months' time passes through, the tissues have healed, you're happy, now you send it back to the restorative dentist, and they go on from the restorative position. So our last case for this evening, a 59-year-old patient. She's healthy. She does not see the dentist routinely. She comes in only when she's absolutely necessary. So she comes in. She walks in as an emergency patient. She's got pain in her 3.7 and 3.8 region. When we clinically look at it, the patient has a failing 25-year-old bridge in the left lower mandible. However, when the pain came through, because it was an emergency treatment plan, she denied the extraction of the wisdom tooth. Instead, she said, I'd like to have an endo because my tooth structure is healthy. Once it's completed, the patient's endodontic therapy was completed. You can notice that her 3.7 is now failing. So we informed the patient, we said, please, madam, this is failing, this might break off, you might have another emergency appointment. She says, it's okay, I'll come back when the time needs. A few months later, our same patient comes back again. She says, now I have pain again. And if you notice on the photograph, you can notice there is a sinus tract or a draining fistula from tooth number 37. So then, as discussed earlier, you can notice from this occlusal picture that there's a long span bridge. There's a sinus tract on tooth number 37. This is the radiograph of the failing tooth. Now we have a second emergency treatment plan. This is number 1 is to remove the long span bridge. The bridge is rather mobile. Remove tooth number 37. We socket graft it. We then give her an immediate chairside provisional bridge. The patient is a high-ranking official. She does a lot of traveling between Canada and the US. She says, I will not walk out of the office without teeth in my mouth. So with that process, we spoke to her and explained to her, said, listen, you will need dental implants eventually. Please do consider it. Patient says, I want time to think about it. No problem. So step 1, we section, we remove the bridge. This is what you look at clinically. So because she wanted a provisional, we prepped that 3.8, we prepped the 3.4. That is the 3.7 that you're looking at. Now, as I was working with the patient, she said, listen, I may not come back for your follow-ups, but I hope your provisional bridge stays in my mouth until I see you again. So that got me thinking, and I said, you know what, my long span provisional using bisacryl composite is definitely not going to hold her. So I started making an impression for a lab fabricated long span provisional bridge. So we make an upper, we make a lower, we do a bite registration. This is the chairside provisional bridge that you're looking at. What you're looking in the middle is nothing but a fiber reinforced composite resin so that it reinforces that long span bridge for strength and durability. So the patient comes, we jab through, we get PRF, we make platelet plugs. With this process, the tooth is extracted. You can see that the tooth is endodontically treated. It is hypercementosed, large curved roots. The buccal wall is fractured in the process of extraction. So we use osteos, which is nothing but a 50-50 corticocancellous particulate. Mix that along with your PRF or your platelet-rich fibrin. Allow for time, 4, 5, 7 minutes. The entire graft material coagulates. Now you have a little sticky bone. This sticky bone is then placed into the socket. We place PRF, suture, cement that provisional bridge into the patient's mouth, check for occlusion, send the patient off. She comes in beautifully at 4 weeks, thankfully at 4 weeks. This is the final healing at which we look at 4 weeks. We remove that provisional bridge and we insert the lab fabricated bridge. Patient goes through and then she says, listen, I'll come back later and then we'll talk about dental implants. So at 4 months, the patient comes back, she says, you know what, I'm now ready for implants, let's have a conversation. So in the process, I take a radiograph again. So you can see there is a long span provisional bridge with a metal fabricated or a metal reinforced fiber, a splint. And you can notice there is a very obvious vertical osseous defect. So the first treatment plan or the definitive treatment plan I've finally given this patient was one, as we do a 3D scan, we GBR the area, we wait for 6 to 9 months, place multiple implants, manage soft tissue because she's extremely thin tissue biotype and she has absolutely no keratinized or attached gingiva. This is the first CT that we look. If you notice, there are multiple areas where there's all knife edge ridges. Absolutely no bone for the placement of multiple implants. This is the clinical scenario that the patient comes in, she is ready. I take out the provisional bridge in the patient's mouth. You can notice there's absolutely no attached or keratinized mucosa. You can also notice that there's no bone available for multiple implants. So this is the provisional bridge that we had made for her earlier. I split them to make crowns on 3.8 and 3.4, cemented it back so that she doesn't walk out with open cut teeth. And then from there, we start surgically exposing the site. If you notice, in tooth number 3.7, the socket graft that we prepared, the bone is now remodeling and it's almost ready for the implant placement. But that is not our priority right now. Our priority right now is to look at this thin knife edge ridge, which we have to GBR. How do we do this? Number one, collect autogenous bone. For those of you who find it difficult or use scrapers to scrape bone, look at something called the auto bone collector. You go to the back, ramus, you simply run it at about 200 RPM with no saline, you automatically collect autogenous bone in less than 10 seconds. Once this is done, you decorticate the surgical site, you allow for vascularization, one of the fundamental principles of GBR. Once that has been done, the lingual flap is then stretched, or what we call the mylohyoid muscle is stretched. We allow for flap advancement, both buccal and lingual, the use of a titanium reinforced PTFE membrane, and the use of small little screws, which is about 1.5 millimeters, we placed. We secure them. We have a mix. Autogenous bone, we have an allograft, we have a xenograft. We mix them, place them into the site, approximate them, passive tissue closure, sutured, the patient goes home, post-surgical radiograph. Patient is now in 2 weeks, follow-up, no complications, patient is happy. She said, I'm fine without the teeth for now. We do a regular follow-up at 9 months. Patient is now ready for her implants. If you notice the volume in bone regenerated, we now go back and we take another CT scan to see how much of bone we have created over the last 6 to 9 months. So now you see all the areas where you had knife edge ridges, all of it has now converted to areas where we have adequate bone for the placement of multiple implants. Now this data is sent over to my lab. They work with me. They're looking to make sure that it is safe. The zone or the safety zone for the implants and the placement along with the inferior alveolar nerve, surgical guides, prosthetically driven restorations are all fabricated. And then At the day of surgery, please remember, we have 2 titanium screws and we have a titanium reinforced PTFE membrane which has to be removed. So we're basically exposing the surgical site first. Once the site is removed, we thoroughly irrigate. You can notice now, this is the membrane that's been sitting in there for about 6 to 9 months. Slowly, in reverse, 30 RPM, you're removing the little screws. This is the membrane, those are the screws that we've removed. Now again, we wash, patient is exposed. Now we're looking at the newly regenerated bone that we have obtained. From here, our surgical guide is then tried in. Always remember, a rule, golden rule, first rule. Always make sure your surgical guide is well passively seated in the dental arch. Once it's completed, stabilize your surgical guide and you prep. If you notice, the osteotomies don't take more than 5 seconds for each osteotomy. Every time you take out the drill, make sure you irrigate each surgical site with cool, sterile saline. Complete the protocol. These are your prepared osteotomy sites. Those are your implants. So those are the Hyoscine ET3 parallel walled implants. The implants are then placed. Once it's placed, now you're starting to manually torque it in. Once you manually torque it in, make sure that the neck of your ratchet does not touch the surgical guide, because sometimes as you keep torquing without observing your surgical guide will start lifting up. Okay? So make sure you look at it. So now you see again, the second implant, I have my 30 Newton centimeters or 35 Newton centimeters of torque. I proceed, my 3 implants are placed in. I notice on site number 35, there's a small little defect. I'm not too happy with it. There's no threads exposed. So what I use is I use something called AOS collagen, which is nothing but bovine collagen, 10% and bone. This is then placed, a nice pack out there. And because her tissues are very thin, she had very extremely thin tissue biotype, we use an ACDM, which is nothing but acellular dermal matrix. This is cut, is tissue punched, and then along with the implants, I use healing abutments to hold them in its place. It's what we call a poncho technique. So if you notice that this ACDM is positioned over the 3 implants and also to cover that little graft or bone on tooth number 3-5. So now you see the healing abutments are being placed. Now when I go to tooth number 3-7, be very careful. Make sure you secure your driver with dental floss, only to prevent that the patient aspirate or ingest. Once this is completed, you will notice that the healing abutments are placed. Now we start reflecting the buccal mucosa so that we're able to have passive adaptation of the flap. Now because I've used ACDM, we don't recommend the exposure of ACDM to the oral environment. So what I did was simply overclose to generate nice thick tissue vertically around the area. So just as our friends who did the live surgery demonstrated the use of a scissors to stretch the tissue, what you see here is the use of a standard hemostat. We're stretching to the tissue. Now we get passive and we're able to buccally overlap the healing abutments. You start suturing. Any suture of your choice, preferably a monofilament. Once it's sutured, if you notice, I've completely overlapped my healing abutments. They're technically like tenting abutments. And then my radiograph is taken. I'm happy with the planned positions. This is what it looks like at 2 weeks. I see the patient in 4 months. I uncover the healing abutments. I perform free gingival graft. Now I have thick keratinized mucosa, attached mucosa. The patient is now ready. If you remember, there's a provisional crown on tooth number 3-4. There's a provisional on 3-8. Both these are then uncovered. You see the tissues. Healthy, large volume, prepped sites. Now we place scan bodies. Standard scan bodies, we take a radiograph. You can also observe the amount of bone that we have, which is stable at the crest of those implants. Once it's completed, we use a 3-shape scanner, a digital scan. This is then sent over to the lab. Shade matching as required. The lab sends back 3 custom anodized titanium abutments with zirconia restorations. They're then inserted into the patient's mouth. Final occlusion is adjusted. Patient is happy. You are happy. This is the radiograph that we took on 18th May 2021. I did my follow-up just before I came in, 15th April 2024. Stable bone, stable restorations. How do I conclude this presentation? I'm basically trying to say the Hyoscine 1 guide can be used at beginner level, it can be used at an intermediate level, or at an expert level. Basically, all 3 levels of dentists or skill levels, the protocol is the same. And to summarize it, it basically is a safe, a predictable, and an easy-to-use system. Thank you from Canada.
Thank you, Dr. Shi.
Thank you.
You just stressed so many details in Vanguard usage. So now the floor is open for questions. If you have questions, please raise your hand and the staff will pass a microphone to you. There.
I have no questions. Oh, there. 06.
你好，我想请问一下，这个最后一个病例，为什么不用自体骨块移植？第二个话就是说，你种的是5、6、7，有没有考虑过做5和7？或者说这个病例一旦失败的话，会不会给自己留一个后路，或者是那个第二方案？
The question from this gentleman, the first question is the last case. Why don't you use autograft?
Oh, yeah, okay. So you can use an autograft. I think you are referring to Curie's technique, right? A bone plate. Yes, so we can use a bone plate for this patient. So usually when we treatment plan to our patients, we explain to them the option of an autograft, which is nothing but harvesting autogenous bone at the ramus, use multiple screws, and then you can place or regenerate bone. However, the patient declined the use of an autograft, so that was the reason I went into the other technique, which is the use of a titanium reinforced membrane.
The second question is the last case, you inserted 3 implants. And why don't you just insert 3.5 and 3.7?
Yes.
If this case is failed, is there any other ways we can do?
Yes, so like I mentioned, we always treatment plan with the patient. We give them option A. You can have implants on 3.5, 3.7, and a 3-unit bridge. Option B is to have individual implants for each missing tooth. The patient opted to have 3 individual implant restorations.
谢谢。
Thank you.
So, another, this gentleman here.
In the last case, can you have a vertical augmentation or just horizontal?
Both vertical as well as horizontal.
You can?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. If you notice the radiograph or if you notice the CT scan, just a second, I'll show you. So if you look at the CT prior, this is the CT prior. So you can actually see there's multiple areas where there are knife edge ridges. There's like literally nothing. Can you see? They're all like pins here, like tens, right? So this, along with vertical, we also went horizontal, which if you see another CT at 9 months. So we've gained horizontal volume and we've gained vertical as well. So we've basically combined both for this patient. I'll probably meet you after that. Okay. Yeah. Oh, there.
Here, please pass the microphone.
Hi, thank you for the wonderful lecture. I have a question about your final grafting placement. You placed a membrane over those implants after the bone graft was already ready to receive the implants.
Correct.
Why did you have to put another membrane on?
So that membrane is nothing but an ACDM, acellular dermal matrix. If you notice her photographs, after you regenerate bone, there's always a tendency for tissues to be very thin. The phenotype of the tissues are extremely thin. She declined the use of a connective tissue graft. So the other option I had was to use an acellular dermal matrix, which I placed from the entire occlusal. I wrapped it to the buccal as well. I used healing abutments like tenting screws, and then I completely closed them. So essentially, I've created thickness So if you look at the photograph at which I'm about to restore, you will notice that this was achieved only, each of these are at 4 mm depth. The depth of each of these implants to my soft tissue is at 4 millimeters. Versus, if I had to only place my implants and put my tissue back again, my tissue thickness was just 1 millimeter. I wouldn't be able to obtain something this deep with biologic width. So that's the reason why I would have preferred a connective tissue graft, but my patient declined it. So that's the purpose of where it is.
What is the brand? What's the type of membrane you use?
It's called SureDerm. SureDerm is nothing but an ACDM, which you can actually go to the front and they might be able to show you what it is. This one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Shorter. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Here. Oh, so many questions.
If you're running out of time, we can meet after outside and we can have a conversation so that you can
Please
clarify
pass
the
up
stuff.
microphone here. Last two questions for this lady and that gentleman. Okay. So because of limited time.
I have
last
two questions.
Yes, please.
The first one is about the wax up. I know you were talking about the traditional method that we used to do. We'll
Yes.
do a wax up
Yes.
For the lab to make a guide.
Yes.
So with the merging of the STL and the DICOM,
Yes.
does it eliminate the need of a wax up if we are prosthetically driven?
Okay. So when you go digital, in a digital plan, you will notice that you can actually use a digital wax up. So a digital wax up is when the software incorporates your DICOM and your STL file together. You're planning the prosthetics based on the patient's mouth and the alveolus digitally. That's the only difference. Versus in an analog world, we had to physically hold the model in our hands, have a wax up, and then you suck down, or you create an acrylic stent with slots, and then you place the implant. But if you notice with the one guide, one of the biggest advantages is you've planned the implants, you've planned it safely so that it is away from any important anatomic structure. You've placed them at an optimal 3-dimensional position, taking into consideration buccolingual, mesiodistal, and epicocoronal. So when you seat it, like I said, golden thumb rule. If your guide is fully well seated, your prep and your implant placement will be the same as you had planned it earlier. So you don't have to think twice. On the day of surgery, you can actually close your eyes and you can just prep. I'm not kidding. It's as simple as that.
So second question is about most of the cases that we have seen with the guide, they were pretty much tooth bound. So if you have a distal extension,
yes.
How are you going to reinforce it with either the pins on a distal extension if you're just doing a quadrant?
That's a beautiful question. So if you see this case, this was a case where you had a distal abutment. So technically it's a tooth-supported guide, correct? In a case where I have multiple missing teeth and there's a distal extension, number one is you can plan to use your guide pins. So you have a small little slot, you use your teeth on your anteriors and the other side as a support on one side, and then you drill through a little slot and you place a pin to stabilize your guide. Most often I recommend that you have putty index to help the patient bite so that it is in fully seated as per the patient's occlusion, and then you prep.
Okay, the last question, this gentleman. Microphone.
Wonderful presentation, doctor.
Thank you, sir.
The only question I have is the mandibular case you did, the extensive grafting.
Yes.
Number one frustration is the dehiscence, the opening of the flap.
Yes.
When you have too much volume in your graft material,
Yes.
you just simply close it.
Correct.
There's a tendency to open up.
Correct.
Any particular technique aside from the scoring the periosteum from the buccal?
See,
that
there's
would
multiple
accommodate?
techniques to release tissue. And in a case where you're doing vertical and horizontal, especially in the mandible posterior, it's essential that your flap management is, sometimes we say it should be enough that you can cover the entire lingual or cover the entire buccal. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Not just bring them to approximate like this, no. You have to make sure that the flap is able to completely cover the tooth. That's how much release passively, safely, keeping into account your mental foramen and the structures, keeping into account the tissues on the lingual, and then when you suture, you're trying to achieve what we call tissue eversion. You don't suture them at this point. It's not just one point of contact. So if you notice the photograph at 9 months, my flap on the occlusal was like this. That prevents tissues or what we call dehiscence. And then you're suturing, horizontal matter sutures, passive sutures, whatever you need to make sure that you're able to have approximation passively.
Okay. Limited by the time. Yes, please give him a big hand. Okay, thank you, Dr. Chi. So our next speaker is Burak Yudbelia from Turkey. The title of his lecture is Immediately Functional Loading in All Indications, from single missing tooth to total indentured patients. That's a little bit crazy. So please give him a warm welcome.
Well, dear moderator, dear speakers, dear members of scientific committee, and all participants of this lovely congress. I would like to thank Osstem Implant and Osstem Implant Turkey for enabling us come together today. I'm so honored and so delightful to be here, share my experiences and knowledge with you. And also, I would like to thank, especially a special thank to my wife, because we are working together and performing all of our surgeries together. You know, wife and husband in same clinic, sometimes becoming challenging. But at the end of the day, it would be more hard without your support. Well, I'm Dr. Burak Yurtbilir, and today I'm here with you, and I will be discussing the immediate functional loading in all indications. Before beginning my presentation, I would like to show our gratitude to Professor Brennemark. Actually, he was an anatomist who conducted the research on healing mechanism of the bone on rabbit tibias. One day, he discovered that the titanium screws attached the bone and they could not be unscrewed. This realization can mark a groundbreaking discovery for humanity, not only in dentistry, but also in many surgical fields, such as orthopedics, facial reconstructions, organ prosthetics, and many of these. In the early of 1960s, Professor Brennemark delved into the study of modern implant. And in 1967, he placed the first modern dental implant in his patient's jawbone. It was a pivotal moment and fundamentally altering the landscape of modern dentistry. In 1989, he established the first Brennemark Center in Göteborg, serving as both treatment and educational facility. Today, there are only 18 Brennemark centers all around the world, One of these is our clinic, Bronomark Osseintegration Center, Istanbul, Turkey, where I have been working both surgeon and periodontologist for the past 10 years. Let's start with the history of implantology. We can consider 70s as an exploration period. Osseointegration and primary stability concepts emerging at that time. 80s and 90s can mark as developmental period, witnessing the discovery of many new surface and surgical techniques. From millennium to present, it's been a progression period. Reduced osseointegration times, immediate functional loading, soft tissue techniques, and especially digital dentistry, becoming more common topics nowadays. This study is crucial for the history of implantology. Professor Bronomark explained the osseointegration in this study. Osseointegration is defined as addition that occurs between an implant and living bone without the presence of any fibrous tissue. This study is also important for the history of implantology, especially in my context, immediate functional loading. It was an experimental study in dogs, and the result is important. Functional force applied on implants do not result loss of osseointegration. And also histological analyses show that implants are loaded by functional forces have a higher bone-implant contact value. This is an also important histologic study. The result is also important. Immediate functional loading of dental implants stimulates the osseointegration and bone remodeling. And also higher percentage of bone lamella has been shown around the loaded implants. Let's discuss the advantage of this treatment. Firstly, you can enhance the aesthetic appeal of your implant by placing it in optimal position. By this way, you can maintain the root-crown ratio. If you have a chance to drill your implant without any flap opening, you can support papillas and maintain the alveolar bone volume. My opinion, the best part of this treatment, you can reduce the number of surgeries. By this way, shortening the total treatment time. It's the best part for your patients. However, there is also some disadvantage on this technique. Finding the correct position is more difficult than healed bone. Reaching the high insertion torque in limited bone volume is more challenging. You often need taller implants. And if you perform a freehand surgery, you need experienced hands. I would like to show you my first case. You can easily see the improper root canal treatment that causes apical periodontitis on left central incisor. Here is the clinical situation. Margin of the crown disturbs the gum and causes gum recession. The patient has a high smile line, and she was not happy with her smile. In this aspect, you can see the improper approximal surfaces causing approximal caries. If you look carefully, there is no any other approximal caries in her mouth. With all these radiographical and clinical data, we decided to remove the tooth, put an implant, and give her a temporary. You should be very careful while tooth extraction. We always use rotational forces on extraction. We do not want any crack on buccal bone. After extraction, we check the socket with help of an explorer and prepare our implant socket as palatally as possible and put our implant into the jawbone with very high insertion torque. I will explain later the exact amount of torque level. And we should always put our implants 4 millimeter deep from the neighboring teeth cemento-enamel junctions for a better emerging profile. In the chair, you can prepare easily temporary crown like this way. And I always put some xenograft between my implant and the buccal bone. Xenograft is the best because maintain volumes, especially in long term. Please look at this picture. My screw hole on palatal side. We always try to do this because the aesthetic reasons. In this picture, you can see the alignment of my implant. We clean the blood with the help of steam cleaner and fill the gaps with a composite material. Dr. Talerico mentioned the correct shape of the crown. The convex and concave surface is so important for emerging profile, and also in approximal surfaces. This photo was taken just 30 minutes after the surgery. Here's the first week result. There is no any soft tissue augmentation. I just put my implant in correct position and gave her correct design temporary crown. Here's the delivery appointment of our permanent crown. Loose temporary caused a little bit irritation around the gum, but the level of gingiva is much better if you compare with the initial. Please look at the radiography. It's an 15 millimeters TS3 Osstem implant. I always try to reach dense cortical bone you can easily find in nasal floor, base bone of mandibula, or anterior cortical wall of maxillary sinuses. By this way, our temporary crown can withstand the lateral forces during the osseointegration period. Here is the 1.5 year control photography. The situation is so good, patient is happy, we are happy. Distal papilla needs maybe more space or more time. Here's the 3rd year clinical picture. Everything is same. In this aspect, you can see the vestibular contour of our restoration. Even I put some xenograft on that area, there is some shrinkage. That's why I always use xenograft on buccal area due to the aesthetic reasons. Here's the 3rd year radiographical control. I always recommend this book to my colleagues in my courses, lectures. The author of this book, Dennis Tarnow, he is a very self-dedicated man to implants. And this study from his book, the surgeons showed that no evidence of pressure necrosis up to 176 Newton centimeter torque value. It's too high. You can easily broke your implant system with this torque. That's why this study is a little bit controversial on its own. But with this study, it's becoming more meaningful. If your bone is less than 1 millimeter, this kind of high torque level causes blood stasis in the bone. And the blood stasis can cause the bone resorption and consequently loss of osseointegration. But if you have bone more than 1.5 millimeter, and the bone is bleeding well, don't worry about high insertion torque. Here's another important study. The result is none of the meta-analyses reveal any statistical significant difference between high and conventional insertion torque in terms of marginal bone resorption. Why do we aim this kind of big amount of initial torque value? If you don't have, micromotion may occur between our implant and the bone. And this micromotion can lead to the loss of osseointegration. But if you achieve at least 45 Newton centimeter torque level, even in low density bone, immediate functional loading treatment becoming a valid treatment option. In many of my courses, again, my colleagues ask me, "Doctor, what do you think about the ISQ level?" On morning session, Dr. Boyer mentioned very well in details, but I would like to add some different things. Of course, we know that ISQ devices measure the bone implant contact with the help of radiofrequency. But if we are in soft bone, bone implant contact doesn't mean anything. And this study I have shared with you tell us ISQ level can give some insight to clinician, but it is not as specific as a standalone indicator like initial torque value. In this particular treatment, please, I would like to highlight this in immediate functional loading treatment. And here's the result. There was no statistically significant correlation between ISQ and initial torque value. Don't mad at me, Dr. Boyer, please. We will discuss later on outside. I would like to share with you my second case. It's a partial case. The patient was feeling pain on her left side while she chewing. The tooth was mobile in its socket, especially in vertical force. Our plan, remove the bridge just behind from canine, extract tooth, give her 2 implants with high initial torque value, and give her a temporary bridge. Here is the post-extraction clinical picture. Here's the post-implantation picture. Except single implants, we always attach the multi-unit abutments to the implants because we know that the connective tissue can attach the clean, sterile surface of the multi-unit abutments with the help of hemidesmosomes. By this way, there is no any bacterial leakage from sulcus to the bone. Of course, we choose the correct dimensions and angulations with our prosthetic lady, but we never unscrew them again. In this case, buccal bone was thin. I put some xenograft and collagen membrane for the make buccal bone thick. Here is the clinical picture. She is ready for impression. Please look at the radiograph. Both implants reach high initial torque value with the help of dense cortical anterior wall of maxillary sinus. Impression was taken with the help of intraoral scanner, and just 1 day after the surgery, our lab sent us this temporary. The clinical situation 1 day after the surgery, and we attached our temporaries to the implants. Especially in posterior areas, we should always reduce the height of our temporaries because we do not want to face our temporaries with strong bite forces. Of course, this is in function, but it's not as same as normal dentition. We check the passive fitment, of course, with our fingers, but always take an X-ray to check the passive fitment. There should be no gap between the prosthetic platform and mouth unit abutments. After 3 months healing period, impression was taken again intraoral scanner. Here's our permanent bridge with cantilever. And here's the clinical situation. Please look at our cantilever, almost flat. We do not want strong lateral forces on our cantilevers due to the mechanic reasons. Here's the radiographical control of our implants. There is no gap again. Check the gap. Here's the second-tier control. And here's the third-tier control. Bone is same. Everything is stable. The patient is happy. We are happy. And here's the clinical situation on third tier. And this aspect. I would like to share with you my last case. It's a little bit hard case for us because the patient had breast cancer at her 40s and she had to use IV biphosphonates. And the radiographical situation like this. She was trying to use this kind of removable prosthesis, but she was unable to eat anything because this prosthesis pushed the mantle branch of inferior alveolar nerve, and that caused numbness on her lower left lip. Here is the clinical situation, especially in planning phase of this case. We want to make the level same on left and right side. But of course, we consulted her to her oncologist. The oncologist gave us the permission we can put implants, but warned us, if you perform such a big bone reduction in this case, you can may damage her jawbone. And we change our treatment plan just a little bit. I'm so sorry to say that, but in total cases, I'm not a big fan of guided surgery. If you put your implants with free hands, you should always see the mantle opening of inferior alveolar nerve. By this way, you can put your implant as close as possible without any damage nerve. Here's the after implantation picture, ready for impression, and just 1 day after the surgery. Lab sent us this temporary. We attached the implants, checked the occlusion, and sent her to her home. Please look at the radiography. There should be no gap again. And look at these implants. 4 implants are 15 millimeters TS3 implants. And left side reached the high initial torque level with the help of bicortical fixation. Here's the after 3 months permanent prosthesis. And this aspect, you can see the differences between left and right side. And here's the clinical situation when we deliver our permanent. And again, radiography. Of course, we check the passive fitment, but always we take a radiography and check passive fitting with the help of radiography. And here's the 27th month radiographical control. here's the fourth-year control. There is no any bone loss. Here's the clinical situation after fourth year. There is a little bit shrinkage, but she is not aware of it. We do not want to unscrew the prosthesis, send the lab, fill the gap, especially she can clean easily, like this situation. And here's the optical view of our permanent. I would like to conclude my topic with the help of fifth ITI consensus report. There's a section that recommendation for implant-supported fixed restoration in totally edentulous patient. First, immediate function loading is a complex treatment. It requires careful treatment planning and case selection. The clinician have sufficient knowledge, skills, and experience. Immediate function loading with screwable provisional shows high survival rate and recommend both for maxilla and mandibula. In total cases, everything is individual. Implant size, implant numbers, implant dimensions, and prosthetic planning should be determined on the arc shape and bone dimensions. For a predictable osseointegration period, primary stability is the key point. If you do not achieve enough primary stability, you have to cancel this treatment and switch the conventional way. Procedures such as sinus lifting and bone augmentation can be considered as a relative contraindication. In these cases, the case selection is becoming more meaningful. There is also some patient point of view advantage of this treatment. Firstly, immediate recovery of chewing and talking functions is so important. Patients always demand us, doctor, finish my treatment, finish my treatment. Predictable healing process with a splitting effect of screwable temporaries. Early return to social life and better aesthetic outcomes, especially in anterior region, emerging profile is so important today. And shortening the total treatment time. I'm so sorry. I summarize our recommendation with these 5 tips. Implant length should be at least 10 millimeter for equal or higher 4 millimeter diameter implant. In Osstem, we can call as regular platform. Crestal bone thickness around the implant should be at least 1.5 millimeter. Bicortical fixation and under preparation is recommended for better initial torque value. In my limited time, I don't want to mention about osseodensification drills, but in this kind of treatments, we always use this kind of drills to achieve the high initial torque value if the bone is soft. High insertion torque should be handled with tapered shape implants. Of course, you can use cylindrical shape implants in this treatment, but it's more challenging reaching the high torques. And the primary stability should be at least 45 Newton centimeters. But I'm willing much more higher in my surgeries to feel safe. Because our patients start to eat everything after 10 days of surgery. Here's our team. Again, thank you, my wife. And she is our prosto lady. All beautiful prostheses belongs to her. And my last thank, Dr. Serdar Soytürk, actually, who is my father-in-law. He learned implantology from Professor Bernemark, and I learned everything from him. He retired 3 years ago. Now he is sailing around the world with his sailing boat. If you want to follow, here's his Instagram account. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm so appreciated.
Thank you, Doctor. Today, we put implants shorter and shorter. You mentioned longer implants.
Yeah,
So I know there must be so many questions to you. Let's get in the Q&A session. If you have questions, please raise your hands. Oh, so many questions. Yeah.
I understand the situation.
Yeah.
Thank you for the beautiful presentation.
Thank
That was
you.
an awesome result I'm seeing there. I'm sure everybody's very impressed.
Thank
In terms of bicortication, in your opinion, how much are you engaging the cortical plate in terms of mandible and maxilla?
Actually, I'm opening a small hole in such a kind of bones and tighten my implants on the apex at this bone. I'm not submerged too much in these anatomical areas. Thank you.
It's too far away. Okay, here.
Hello, sir. Thanks for a very nice presentation.
Thank you.
Sir, in one of your case, you have put temporary full bridge, temporary. My question is that can we give non-rigid temporary over all and four?
I'm so sorry, I can't understand you. Can you repeat your
Sir,
question?
can we give non-rigid? You have give temporary restoration, which was not supported by metal framework.
No, it's just PMMA.
Can we give that one? Because that is not rigid. My question is that can we give non-rigid? PMMA is not rigid one.
Okay. Actually, I'm not a prosthodontist. I'm the surgeon. But my prosthodontist lady, if we come here, can answer your question. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yes.
我想请问一下，我看到您刚开始有很多全口种植的病例，然后您的颗数的话都是4颗或者到6颗，会带了大量的一些悬臂。那您是怎样做到让悬臂使用的更好，不容易出问题？谢谢。
The question from this lady, she have noticed that you have multiple cases for full edentulous implant cases. You just use 4 to 6 implants. And many cantilevers. How can you control the forces of these cantilevers? Thank you.
Actually, I'm not a big fan, especially in mandibular, put our implants behind the mandibular nerve, mandibular opening, mental opening of the mandibular nerve. Because when we open our mouth too much, the region, posterior region of mandible starts to close each other. And it causes micromotions on our prosthetic scripts. That's why we always collect the implants between the mandibular openings. And another answer to your question, of course, we are a clinician, but at the end of the day, I can give my patients 14 teeth with the help of 4 implants. Why I need more? I should say my packet. Thank you.
There.
It works very well in long term, of course. It's a scientific-based treatment.
Thank you for your presentation. Just a question about implant placement. Is the insertion torque enough to judge that you can make immediate loading, or you have to measure ISQ value?
Actually, we are using the ISQ devices for monitoring the osseointegration period. But we decided we are load or not load just after the surgery. That's why we only use initial torque value for the decision of immediate functional loading. But also Dr. Boyer mentioned in morning session, if the ISQ level is decreased, some problem occurs. But if increase, don't worry about your implant. Thank you. It's finished?
So,
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm appreciated.
Okay.
Thank you. I see a hand.
yes,
Here.
please pass a microphone to this gentleman. Here. Oh, please raise your hand. Yeah.
Dear Dr. Burak, thank you for an amazing presentation. I'm Dr. Ahmet Ibrahimoğlu from Turkey.
Oh, really?
Turkey, yes.
Great. I'm very happy to see you here.
Thank you. It's, I think, very interesting question, not only for me and for other doctors also. We know that in immediate loading, a very important thing is soft tissue management. So when we have big resorption on the mandibular, we have also the vestibular depth. And when we are making immediate loading, it is very important. So the question is this: how do you manage this? Do you making something before or after surgery?
Actually,
Next question.
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Actually, I'm more willing to keep the keratinized tissue on buccal area, because if there is no keratinized tissue on buccal areas, some problems may occur in a long term, especially. But if the patient not, I would like to perform soft tissue augmentation after the implant surgery. You're welcome.
Yeah. Last question. This gentleman. Yes.
Hello, sir. Sir, I want to know about full mouth cases.
Dr.
In
from
that,
my country.
shall we consider
sorry.
ITV?
Who is asking?
Sir, here.
Okay.
Sir, in full mouth cases, shall we consider ITV for individual implants, or shall we consider the CTV, cumulative torque value? That is,
For each implant.
Yeah.
We consider for each implant, not calculate the total initial torque value. If one of these implants cannot reach enough amount of torque value, we remove this implant, put bigger and wider one to reach the high initial torque value. Thank you. And the last question, my colleague, Dr. Ufuk Taşdemir, also he is an advisor to the team in my country. Thank you.
Dear doctor, thank you for your excellent presentation.
Thank you so much.
My question that, do you have an experience that between pain to high torque value, your patients? Between pain to high torque value. If you put the implant to cortical bone, sometimes patient experience more pain. Do you have any experience in these situations? And thank you for this excellent presentation
Thank you.
too.
I advise my patients, if you feel pain, you can get more painkiller. Of course, it pains. I know. I also have 2 implants, and my beautiful wife performed my implants in my jawbone. I know it. It's a little bit pain. You feel it may feel.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, it's limited by the time. We have to end up this session. Again, a next round of applause to Dr. Yudli.
Thank you so much.
So many people want to ask a question to Dr. Bra. Thank you, Professor Yu Xiaojian. Let us give him a big round of applause, okay? After the live surgery of the 3rd session, the prosthodontic also has been completed. Let's find out the result of that with Professor Kyung-Won Kim, who was moderating the live surgery. Please welcome him again to the stage with a round of applause.
Yeah, thank you very much. And the time is over, but we have to show the final results. Yeah, please give a big hand to the 2 doctors, 2 professors, even though the difficult situations. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. We can hear.
Yeah, please give a final result of the Professor Kim.
Kim? All right. Since Dr. Kwon placed the implant beautifully, so we successfully wrap up the case. So let's take a look at the panoramic X-ray view first. So as you can see, the position of the implant seems to be a little bit deeper. However, according to the ideal position of the implant, it seems like just 1 or 1.5 millimeter is below to the crestal bone. And parallelism seems to be almost like a perfect. And in order to increase the insertion torque, he decided to use the 13 millimeter of the implant. So as you can see, this X-ray seems like everything seems to be favorable and perfect. So let's take a look at the provisional restorations. Here, when I pick up the flipper type of provisionals, out of the patient's mouth, I cut off the parallel flipper type and the control the contour by using the PMMA powder and liquid with my brush. So I also successful to control the emergence profile. And also the reason I made a little bit of space in the number 11 and 12, 21, because I wanted to keep the grafted bone safe. So this is the result.
Yeah, thank you very much for nice results. We don't have enough time, so we have to do a Q&A session about 2 or 3 questions about the prosthodontic procedures. Do you have a question? Raise your hand in the audience. Yeah. Over here, yeah, number 01.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, doctors. I'm Dr. Akash from India. It was a very beautifully performed surgery. But I have one serious concern regarding the insertion torque, which you mentioned was 20 Newton centimeter. Also, there's a second question pertaining to the first one, which is you have placed an implant in 1-2 and the region 2-2, which are the 2 laterals. So that kind of gives an anterior cantilevering force of the 1-1. So is the insertion torque 20 Newton centimeter enough for a 4-unit prosthesis which has an anterior cantilever? Thank you. Once again.
You asked a very beautiful and important question. As for the consensus guideline, the two factors, like I mentioned before, two factors are very crucial. So true recommendation has to be, insertion torque has to be stronger than the 30 Newton centimeter. However, unfortunately, we achieved the only 20 and 25. However, the patient has the really sound canine laterally. And also the situation was the patient was young and he has to live his social life. So we decided to go with the immediate restoration, but no loading in anywhere. So I've checked the everywhere. There is no touching tools. So 20 Newton centimeter with no forces should be fine. And also cautious instructed to the patient. But you got the right answer. The true right recommendation has to be higher than 30 Newton centimeter.
Okay, thank you. I have one question for the management. Is there any way we can have a follow-up of this case, maybe a few months down the lane, if anything could be shared with the participants of the Congress?
You mean the follow-up of the after then?
Yes. Yes,
sharing with the audience. Yeah, actually, I think that it is a practical problem. Yeah, I see. If we have some chance, I will give you the last follow-up.
Because it's a very important. It will be an important breakthrough if a 20 centimeter loading works. It'll help all of us, I'm sure.
Yes, I see. Thank you very much. And another question, number 4.
感谢两位医生今天非常棒的分享。我想咨询修复医生一个问题，就是比如我们正常无牙和垂直、种植或者长距离的这个修复，那长桥的修复和分段的修复，一般是凭借什么考虑制定方案的呢？那分段修复会担心后期间隙的产生吗？谢谢。
The question from this lady is, when we are dealing with long span processes, how can we choose the protocol? We can use one-piece processes, or we can separate the processes into parts. If we separate them into parts, can we consider about the gaps in long term? So how do you recommend this?
In order to answer the question, we have to actually summarize and briefly explain about the loading protocol first. Because I'm just asking just one more question. Are you talking about the immediate loading or just definitive loading? What was that about?
The final loading. The final processes.
Oh, final loading. Okay. So we actually consider the longevity about the long span of the implant. Of course, the shorter span is better than longer span. However, we are talking about the longevity. So according to our previous data, from the 12 and 22, as for the 4-unit bridge, the longevity seems to be fine and already scientifically proven to be true. So I don't really worry about that span. However, if you think about the 4-unit bridge in the posterior area, that is a totally different story. So I don't really do long span implant bridge in the posterior area. I rather do place the 3 implants and make a separate together. So, but however, in this case, from 12 to 22 seems to be fine in my perspective.
好的，谢谢。
Yeah, I'm sorry we don't have enough time, so the one more question only. Yeah, the number check 6.
好，感谢。刚刚也看了两位医生做的一个病例，也是非常的不错。我有2个问题想问一下。第一个问题就是说，这种植的时候，我们发现这个扭力不行，或者没有很好的一个稳定性，会有所担心吗？是否可以在走上移的时候补种1颗，或者打个拮抗钉，相对的固定一下，做临时修复会更好？这是第一个问题。第二个问题就是说，修复的时候，我看种之前这个螺丝开孔在舌侧的。后面可能偏这个切端一点，那是跟我们的导板还是在种植？因为术中也既有手种了一下嘛。那么像这种情况，如何去规避？如何更完美的完成这个病例？谢谢。
There are 2 questions from this gentleman. The first question is, if we found the initial stability is not good enough, such in this case, can we add more implants? Is that good for the temporary restorations?
All right, let me answer the question first. As for when we think about the immediate loading, we actually divided the when to place the implant and when exert the forces over the implant. So there is the graph with the type A, B, C, and type 1, 2, 3, 4. You may want to read the article first. However, other than that, the other key factor is for immediate loading is the bilateral stabilization. So if there is only one side, force is exerted on that side, we cannot control the direction of the force. So adding one more implant can be a good plan. But in my opinion, treatment option has to be determined before you start to treat the patient. So in the meantime, like I said, if you place the 2 implants and add one more placing implant, can you manage the patient?
Yeah.
So if I cannot achieve the insertion torque, enough insertion torque, I rather go with the removal type.
Yes.
Thank you. And the second question from this gentleman is, we have noticed that the opening of the temporary bridge is on the lingual side, but at the end of the procedure, we found that the opening is close to the incisal edge. Is that something changed during the surgery, or is that some inaccurate factors happened in the surgery?
That is also an important question. But the location and direction of the fixture placement has to be determined by the configuration of the bone, morphology of the bone. But in our diagnosis, the most important factor was the bony housing. So we decided to go with a little bit incisally placing implant rather than intentionally perforating the buccal side and make a graft. Because no matter what, no matter how good the bony material is, natural bone is way much better than grafted bone. We are on the same page, right? So this was bridge treatment planning. So if we use the custom abutment and temporary cement, we can achieve the retrievability, right? So that's why we decided to go with the cementer type, and we've got nothing to worry about the incisor exposure of the screw hole.
Yeah, thank you very much.
好的，谢谢。
Yes. Thank you very much. We don't have enough time, so I am so sorry that we have to close this session. As you know, the live surgery is always stressful for the surgeon and the prosthodontics also. Despite of the difficult situation, but we have good results. Please give a big hand to professors. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much for audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kyung-Wan Kim, for moderating live surgery till the result and the end. Okay, that was all for 2024 Osstem World Meeting Seoul. It's fully filled with great lectures from leading speakers in dentistry and live surgery. How was it? We are conducting a mobile survey regarding how satisfied you are with the lectures and the whole event. We'd love to hear your feedback on this event, so please participate in. Osstem Implant will continue to strive to help dentists practice better. Once again, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to our guests flying a long way to attend this event. We look forward to seeing you again at the 2025 Osstem World Meeting Vietnam next year. We wish you many happy memories during your stay in Korea and safe trip back home. Thank you. Thank you very much. 그리고 오늘 참석하신 한국 원장님들께서는 돌아가시는 길에 인포메이션 데스크에서 기념품을 받아가시기 바랍니다. 함께해 주신 여러분 고맙습니다.
Thank you.